Parliamentary is very high, and which is why most of the big names lost their seats.
Right.
It may be that the people just wanted a total overhaul and didn't want to engage in the skirt and blouse voting. So, I mean, and then some of these personalities you have mentioned, very much in the past 8 years, have interfaced with the people and have interfaced with the media. And so it's like it was an agenda to make sure that these individuals lose the election. I give you a typical example of Iowa West Wogon. During the special voting process, you had a member of parliament, sitting member of parliament, who was contesting for the constituency. It was caught on tape that she was sharing some items, food, drinks, to people in the queue before they go to vote. Now, live on TV, she was asked the question, were you there? And she said she wasn't. And the media, the person interviewing her had to say, Honorable, are you sure? Because you were on tape that you weren't there. Now, already, your tenure in office as a member of parliament is something the people are going to consider to be sure whether they should give you an extra mandate or extend your tenure or not. Then you have a situation where just before the main election, during the special voting, you have the opportunity to let the Ghanaian people or the people in your constituency know that you uphold, honesty, you uphold truth, transparency. You couldn't just admit it because you were on camera. And so if you tell me that that is one of the things that you believe really made her lose, her seat, I would be very much in agreement with that. So a lot of these individuals that we've mentioned, the big shots, Honorable Henry Korte, Esla Owusu, most of the big names we are hearing are personalities in government that very much interface with the media and then the Ghanaian people. So it more or less became the talking point, and their constituencies became the places to get your eyes on. And then, because there's a general wind of change, it spilled over and affected them.
One of the trends that have also been identified in this election is the fact that in most of the polling stations, the turnout was low. Did you anticipate this? And if you did, to this extent, and what's your assessment of how it has impacted this election? Which party do you think has benefited positively from the low turnout?
So there are several things that would contribute to low voter turnout. I like to believe that for this particular case, it wasn't very much a case of people being intimidated not to come out of their houses to come and vote, or some what we call voter manipulation strategies deployed by the political parties. No. But I like to believe that the reason why some areas recorded low voter turnout is the general disappointment in leadership of the country over the period. When somebody keeps going to the market and keeps buying from the same brand, the brand is not meeting the expectation, but it looks like the brand is the only brand that is there. They might even resort to stop consuming that particular product.
So why not show up and vote against the establishment if the people were to go by your analogy? Why abstain from the process entirely?
True. There are some people who are sympathizers of, this particular ruling party, which is the MPP. Now, they've seen the MPP disappoint Ghanaians and even disappoint themselves. But they also have some affinity or some emotional attachment with, the brand, the political brand, the MPP. So to bring themselves to a point where, they are not happy, which is accepted, but to bring themselves to that point where beyond their anger or disappointment, they will go into the ballot box to vote against the NPP, they might as well refrain from the process outrightly. So that is also given that people, there are some people who took that decision not to vote as a result of this particular situation I've described. Some others have just lost, interest in the democratic process. Some people feel that whether they vote or not, it would not change anything. And it's their perception that they have built over the period because of, the leadership in this country that has probably disappointed their expectation, or leadership that has not met their expectations. And they form the perception that it is never going to be well. So they will just refrain from the process altogether. I feel that some people also
benefited from this apathy and low turnout. Chris, is it fair to assume that the NDC is a party that has benefited most from this apathy and low turnout rates?
You cannot say it is the party that has benefited the most, because when those people who are disappointed, when they vote, when they are at home and decide not to vote, it's even the NDC that's losing, because in their disappointment, the moment they decide to come into the ballot box, they may vote for the most viable alternative, which is the NDC in this case, because the NDC and the MPP, they have shown election victory capabilities among all the political parties in this Fourth Republic that have contested elections. So the most viable option when MPP is in government is the NDC. The most viable option when NDC is in government is the MPP. So if for one reason or for many reasons I am disappointed with the ruling government and I want to go and vote, I don't want to go and vote because I'm angry. It will only mean that if I didn't vote, then the opposition, the main opposition, has lost, one vote. So I don't think it would be right to say that the NDC has benefited from low voter turnout. No. I think that the margins would have even been wider if the disappointed voters maintained the decision of going to vote instead of not going to vote. That would have rather inured to the benefit of the NDC by widening the margin.
Chris, share your perspectives on the performance of the parties and independent candidates that had hoped that there would be viable third options to break the what many have come to call the duopoly of the NDC and the NPP. Were you surprised by any of the smaller parties, and which of them has stood out for you the most in terms of performance?
Yeah, you look at, you conduct a physiological analysis of election data from 1992, you would know that it is, to some extent, impossible for any smaller party to emerge to the level of the NPP and the NDC. And, not even a breakaway from the NPP by the former Trade Minister, the Honorable Ashanti, even causing, some post-election research can be done to ascertain whether his breakaway from the party also caused the party their defeat. But as it stands now, even a breakaway, because I can consider one of this particular instance of Honorable Ashanti as, the most remarkable breakaway in the political history in our Fourth Republic. He was one who was an integral part of the NPP party and broke away. And when you look at the numbers that are coming in for him, you realize that it takes a lot of grassroots politics, mobilization, local mobilization, to build up, to get to that capacity where you can be considered as a compelling third force against the two main parties. So for me, it was already projected and expected that the two main, all of the smaller parties would not have any significant impact on this election. One would have thought, and people would have thought, that the way they campaigned, they had the influence of sending this particular election into a runoff, because they were also going to help split votes in certain regions. Now, all of those, any individual that accepted this particular thought has had it wrong. All the votes combined from all the smaller parties, I do not think even goes up to 10% or even more than 5% of the total, votes for this particular election. So it just goes to show that there's a lot more that the smaller parties, independent candidates need to do to be able to be a compelling force. And it all starts from mobilization. You are mobilizing at the various constituency levels, the grassroots levels. And, for example, one would have thought that somebody like the Honorable Kofi Akpaloo, who has contested in not less than 2 elections in the past, should have built that momentum in terms of mobilization. But even him, he falls short. And you always see that in the past 2 elections, a new face comes up and then even comes to do better than those smaller parties that already exist. Like I think the Cont party, right? They were the third in the 2020 election. And it was the first time he was coming in as a presidential candidate, with his party. So you look at the numbers that are also coming in for the new force that is being led by, the Nana Bidiako, popularly known as Cheddar. So you look at the votes that are coming in from him, and you look at the votes that are coming in for also the movement for change, Honorable Ashanti. So it just goes to show that every time we have a new face that comes into the election as an independent candidate, that person is able to just whip up some, support around them, and then they get some votes for that. But they are still not showing, the qualities that a compelling third force for the 2 main parties should have.
Chris, I want to pick your thoughts on the political parties' reactions to the developments in this election. We know that the Vice President very early on, yesterday, Sunday, conceded defeat to His Excellency John Mahama. Why do you think he made the call to do it that early? And what are your thoughts on the implications on the tensions in the country?
Okay. For me, as a strategist, I like to think that the MPP saw this particular defeat way earlier, let's say 3 months from now.
Isn't that a defeatist strategy then?
Before the election.
Going into an election expecting or not expecting to win?
No. They obviously expected things to turn in their favor, but they knew they were going to lose the election. And I say this because as a political strategist, when I'm working on a campaign, I like to see and be kept updated on the tempo of the people going into the election. And several data or polling data released months before this election indicated serious voter apathy, where it was indicating that we're going to see some significant low turnout of the voters. So, first of all, I am sure and I know that the MPP saw this defeat coming. It may be that they definitely didn't see the magnitude of the defeat. It's possible, but they saw it coming because they were running polls and they were comparing their polls to the updated polls that was coming out, especially from the Global Info Analytics, institution that kept updating us on the various regions, the main parliamentary areas, and the data and the research findings of these polls were indicating that the election was going to go this way. So I know that the MPP had a very robust collation system, because trust me, if they didn't collate as fast as they did and in the robust manner that they did, they wouldn't have been able to come to the conclusion that they had lost just less than 24 hours after the end of count of the vote. So you could tell that they came prepared into the election knowing that it was most likely going to be negative, but they were hoping for a change somewhere. So they had their systems ready to detect whether the defeat, will be seen as soon as possible, or whether they may have to hold on to a certain hope. So their systems have shown that they are efficient to some extent, and once they indicated to them that they have lost the election, obviously the candidates had to do the right thing by making sure that the tensions, the anxiety among their supporters and even the supporters of the main opposition party are in check. So him coming out to admit it is, it's a good thing. He did what was expected of him. And as he rightly said, he signed a peace pact and he made a commitment that once he knew he was going to lose the election, he will come out to concede defeat and congratulate his opponent, main rival. And he did that perfectly. But what I think, or the downside of that particular thing, is an indication that the Electoral Commission also has some work to do going into subsequent, elections. Because if a political party can have their coalition system, collate the results to them this fast and efficient, even for them to come out themselves to come and concede defeat, it means that the Electoral Commission needs to work on their processes. I can understand, the Electoral Commissioner came to tell us or address us that they promised to do it in 72 hours, and they are still within the 48-hour mark. So Ghanaians should be patient for them to do their job. But the point also is that if we didn't have, for example, the MPP coming out to concede, this is how long Ghanaians would have to wait, not hearing anything from the Electoral Commission. And it was going to obviously brew tension, in the country. But at least having the MPP concede defeat, even though we are all waiting for the final result, it has brought some calm among interested parties and stakeholders of this particular election.
I'm glad you raised these issues concerning the Electoral Commission and the fact that the constitutional instrument which guides the conduct of elections does give the EC chair a period of 72 hours within which to make a declaration. Let me speak to you a bit about communication and how effective it has been in this election. We've seen the EC, for the first time in a major election, periodically scheduling press briefings to keep the media and the public updated of developments within the system. The Ghana Police Service has done a similar thing also to ensure that the public has access to enough information, releasing press statements in fairly frequent instances to respond to pressing incidents that have happened across the country. How do you think these have helped with managing misinformation and disinformation in this election?
Okay. Now, there was an Afrobarometer report that indicated some statistics of what people think about the Electoral Commission. prior to this election. And it indicated some worrying numbers of people who didn't believe in the Electoral Commission as competent to execute their duties to this particular election. I mean, the findings of that report indicated that there is low confidence in the credibility of the Electoral Commission. So prior to this election, I knew that the Electoral Commission needed to do something different to change the perception and, the bad perception that, some people have towards the Electoral Commission as not competent or as not unbiased to take this election and then run it in the favor of, the Ghanaian people, not for a particular paymaster, as a lot of people believed. And, the Electoral Commission came under a lot of criticism, even by the main, two parties, especially the NDC, the main opposition party. A whole demonstration was even organized, against the Electoral Commission by the main opposition party. All these events, these research findings, just, confirmed that the Electoral Commission had to do something different on election day to keep the citizenry, updated, to keep the media updated, so that there wouldn't be room for misinformation and then disinformation as we are talking about. So it's good that they resorted to the strategy of constantly engaging the media, engaging the Ghanaian people, so that it allays the fears of people and then it boosts the confidence that people have in the Electoral Commission to do to deliver on their mandate and to execute their responsibilities as expected. So it's good that they were updating. The Ghana Police Service also, in the past few years, has come under a lot of criticism, where people feel that the police is being too, generally the police has taken a stand to protect the government against the people. So the police force is saying, I would constantly engage the people and speak to the people so they are updated on the security, coordination, what they are doing to boost public confidence in them and all of that. So these are strategies they needed to do to make sure that people trust the process that is going on.
Chris, I think we'll leave it here for now. Give you an opportunity to perhaps grab a cup of cocoa before you start your day, because we caught you quite early. Chris Atanika is and I'm sure we'll have you back again on this platform when the need arises to share some more insights into this exact process. We do appreciate your time with us this morning. Chris Atanika is a political marketing strategist speaking to us about his observations of the process so far, and when there is the need to engage him further on other matters, we will do so. Sarah, this is what our expert marketing strategist on the political side has to say about everything that we've highlighted, the surprises that we've witnessed in this election with the mass losses encountered or faced by the NPP, losing its very slim majority in Parliament after serving 4 years with 137 members in Parliament, and one independent candidate who opted to do his business with the government side of the House. He's told us about the low turnout and debunked the perception that perhaps the lower numbers worked to the advantage of the opposition party. But he did admit that he did not think there had been instances of intimidation or manipulation ahead of the voting and throughout the voting processes. So that's where we are. I'm sure you're taking us on another leg of this conversation.
Yes. Well, I'm yet to talk to Swala to find out from him what's the mood in the Upper West region. But I mean, listening to Chris, I must agree that with the analogy he made, that probably if you bought something and you were dissatisfied with the taste, quality, or the purpose for which you bought it, if it was not value for your money, you wouldn't want to even repeat that purchase again. So it's like, one, Ghanaians are fatigued of both the NPP and the NDC. And it was reflective in this particular election. And even usually after every 8 years, you see that it's reflective in the election of that year, because they probably have tested the previous administration and tested the current administration and still not found their needs expressly met. So they probably wouldn't want to even waste their time. You know, previously we would queue, join long queues, stand in the sun to go and vote just to get a president or a leader for the country, and only to be disappointed that your needs were not met at the end of their tenure. So it makes it a rather unnecessary, you know. And some people I interacted with on the voting day, for instance, they didn't find it necessary to go and stand on the sun to vote. They said they would rather go and have fun somewhere, or they would rather stay indoors and sleep and take it as an extra holiday. I mean, the previous day was a holiday, so they would rather probably take it as an extra holiday so that they could have enough rest, rather than going to vote for politicians who would turn off their phones and seem to be arrogant when they are being approached on certain developmental issues. So, I mean, voter apathy has always been there after every 8-year period. But the low turnout was because, I mean, when I interacted with some people on voting day, I was told that because the Electoral Commission had added some more polling stations, it rather lessened the queues that you usually and the queues that you usually witness or see on voting days. So I mean, it made it comfortable enough. At some polling stations I visited, there were even seats for not just for the elderly, but extra seats for electorates to sit on for their turn. So it made the process quite easy. So it may seem that there was low voter turnout, but when you look at the numbers we're seeing or being churned out, it doesn't seem to me that people actually didn't go out to vote. It was probably because there were more polling stations to vote from. And well, I mean, throughout the evening, yes, Maltiti and I had the opportunity of going through some of the figures as we were receiving them from our reporters at the collation centers, and you could tell that in almost every instance, an average of perhaps 60% was the attendance rate. We had areas where in previous elections higher numbers of people had turned out to vote, and in this election we saw the figure sharply drop, sometimes even up to the point of a little over half the number of people who showed up the previous year. Mind you that the first-time voters for this year were quite, a lot, and the expectation was that a lot more of those people would actually show up to vote on the day, which would then raise the turnout. That didn't happen in most of the instances that we studied throughout the night, Maltiti and I, when we sat here analyzing the trends. And so, yes, people did not turn out to vote, and Chris has told us what he thinks about that. I wonder if we could focus for a minute on the fallouts from the admission by the camp of the NPP that things were not going according to plan. We saw scores of jubilant NDC protesters spilling into the streets of major cities across the country, to express their delight at perhaps the victory of their candidate, His Excellency, the former president. But it was not without its own pockets of incidences, and I'm referring to, in this particular case, what we've seen happening in Tamale and what happened in Damongo with the shooting of an EC official who has now, we are being told, has passed away, unfortunately.
and, setting the EC's office on fire because of a contention over the numbers in Damango ahead of the certification of that process, and the looting in Tamale of food items. Where was the security? Again, we talked about how in some of those instances the police has watched on in apparent helplessness, very much, unable, or I don't want to say unwilling, to intervene to maintain law and order.
Well, these things do happen when, let's say, after such a long period of expectation, and still we are not having the results being collated and even mentioned by the EC. It creates a state of suspense. It also creates a how do I even put it? I mean, once the more the Electoral Commission waits before announcing the result, apart from the tension it creates or the suspense it creates, it makes it look like there isn't anything to look up to when it comes to the results. There isn't anything to indicate that, okay, so we've won by which percentage, we've won by which numbers and all that. So these fallouts do happen because they think that the Electoral Commission has got something to hide, and for which reason is delaying in pronouncing the results. Some think that it's as easy as probably using something like an Excel sheet to just collate the results, and if parties have been able to do that by themselves, how come the EC is taking so much time? So once the EC delays in announcing its results, it creates an atmosphere of tension, it creates an atmosphere of suspense, and I wouldn't condone the fact that certain warehouses are being looted or buildings are being destroyed and all that. I wouldn't condone those things, but you find out that anytime there's a change in party or administration, people feel aggrieved. People feel like they were deserving of certain, what should I say, they were deserving of certain resources that were denied them. So now that their party is in power, they feel that they've been given that power to loot whatever they want, to take whatever they want.
Which is unfortunate,
yes,
because if we're waiting for the EC to make the declaration, knowing that the laws governing the conduct of the election collation processes captured in CI 127, spell out how the EC should access or should receive the information. Political parties and their agents have instant access to all the figures right from the polling stations. So once the party agent gets the figure, it's easy for them to shoot that figure off to the next level, and then it gets to the collation level where at the constituency level they have to bring all these numbers together. Yeah. They're able to do that a bit more quickly. Yeah. But the EC has to go through a more stringent process to get the numbers across, because it's not as instant for them as it is for the political parties. And yesterday, Madam Jean Mensah alluded to that fact and said, listen, the parties will get the numbers straight from their party agents. The EC has to get, the pink sheets from the polling station, go through the collation at the constituency level, and now the additional layer added from the regional level. All those things must tally before that, 16 fax machines will come alive at the EC strong room for that tabulation to even begin. So it hasn't been 72 hours, and it's not the first time the EC has not declared an election within 24 hours. So if we trust in the system that we've put in place, and we trust that the system can deliver, that machine called the EC can deliver, why are we in such a hurry for them to call it? Especially with the experience from the previous election with Madam Jean Mensah coming to say one thing and then coming back to say, you know what, there may have been a problem here and we need to substitute this figure with that one. Well, just wait for the credible, verified, uncontestable figures. How about that?
Well, I mean, that argument may fly if the voting or the results seem to be like a close call between the two major candidates. But this one, it's so obvious. I mean, it was such a resounding victory. Almost, some people say Ghana has gone green, or the Green Ghana agenda, you know. So it's become obvious that the margins are so wide. So you don't have any reason to say that you need to probably be stringent. I mean, nobody would contest the fact that the NDC has won. Even the concession speech by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the vice president, is even indicative enough that they've already seen the numbers and nothing they could do can change that. So why don't you just come out and declare who the winner is and later on give us the figure? You get it? If it was a close call, then you would say that you would want to deploy very stringent measures to get the numbers right before you say it. But I mean, this one, it's like Ghanaians think that their time has been wasted. So, I mean, the EC must just come out and do the needful so that we can all go to bed, because as a result of that, we are back here this morning.
you and some people were able to go to bed. Some of us have been sat here through the night. And I'm one of those people who felt like, oh, God, here we go again, when the EC chairperson did not.
I actually woke up thinking that the declaration had been made, so I was just surprised that we've had to come to this morning. So we have Swala on the line from the Upper West region to tell us the mood in the Upper West. Are they as apprehensive as those of us here down south and waiting for the EC to declare the winner of this particular election? Hello, Swala. Good morning.
Good morning, Sarah.
How are you this morning?
Well, we're fine, except that there is cold here, but we're doing well.
I'm sure if you went out to probably jump around like the jubilant supporters of the NDC, you probably may get a bit of warmth. But what's the mood in the Upper West region?
So, Sarah, the mood here is that of calm. The place is quiet. But yesterday afternoon, after the presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, made a statement conceding defeat, quite a number of NDC supporters jumped onto the streets and jubilated. Some removed the silencers of their motorbikes, wearing the T-shirts of the NDC, and some of them the MPP T-shirts. So they jubilated till the evening. They went and rested and came back. Last night I went to some suburbs of Wa, the regional capital, and I observed that there was a jam at the party offices, and a lot of people gathered at the party office to celebrate what they see as the victory of the NDC in the 2024 elections. I interacted with some of them of what they made of the elections, and they said, based on what happened in terms of the economy and other things, they were already sure of victory. And they are not too much worried that the Electoral Commission has not yet officially declared the results of the 2024 elections. Once they know they have won, they have no problem. So anytime the Electoral Commission announces the results or anytime the Electoral Commission declares the results, they are fine. But when we were at the Regional Coalition Center yesterday, at the regional office of the EC, there were some 3 constituencies that were yet to arrive at the coalition center. we sat for a very long time and we became exhausted, and we suggested that some of us have results of these constituencies. Is it possible we can share it with the EC so that they will feel it and then forward it? EC said no, it has to wait to receive the pin sheets of the constituencies from their own officers. This is to avoid inconsistencies. So we had to wait for them to come. They came almost 6 o'clock p.m. and they imputed the results. They worked on it and then they forwarded it to Accra. Because the explanation was also that they will not just input the figures and send it. They have to also send the hard copy through other means to their national office for confirmation. So I would say that yes, people here, particularly those of the supporters of the NDC, they have been celebrating, but in moderation. Okay. I also visited some party offices of the NPP, and those offices were opened, and they sat in front of the offices conversing. They were not playing music as they used to do, but they sat in front and they were conversing. So I can say that the Upper West region is calm. There are pockets of celebration, but not on a high level as it has been in previous elections. So, Sarah, that is the mood in the Upper West region regarding the elections.
Swala, Thelma here. I have a question of my own. What are some of the most topical developments from your side of the country, and which major shifts, if there have been any, have you witnessed? Because we know that for the most part, the collation centers have been a hive of activities. Have you had significant losses and a swish in seats in the constituencies from the Upper West region?
Well, so we reported from the Wa Central constituency, which has the largest number of registered voters. The registered voters in Wa Central constituency is 99,041 out of the 516,000 voters of the region. So mostly the coalition center previously used to be the one municipal assembly hall, but this year the coalition center was taken to the regional library, which is more spacious, and the security was very, very tight. In fact, the police blocked two sides of the road that can be used to access the coalition center. So they didn't allow motorbikes into the regional library. I'm sure TT is very familiar with the regional library where we held the climate talks. And they had to screen people. They had to screen everybody who wanted to enter the coalition center. But I noticed that many of the party people did not go to the coalition center. Both the NDC and MPP, they are usually the party people who mass up at the coalition center to witness it. But this year's one, I saw very little of the supporters marching up to where the coalition was done. And what I suspect could contribute to their non-presence was that they probably had access to the results before the coalition even started. The coalition started around 9 p.m. and it went up to almost 11 yesterday. So many people had access to the information, so they didn't get the motivation to want to move to the coalition center to see what was the entire results for the constituency. So yes, there were some people there to witness the coalition, but not in their numbers as we've been experiencing every year. And the voting to, because they had divided the polling centers into bits. For instance, where we used to have 2 polling stations in Wa Central, there were 3 polling stations there to make sure that the voting was a bit fast. But if you look at the turnout, according to figures from the Electoral Commission, a little over 359,000 people turned out to vote out of the 516. So we realize that many people did not vote. Well, if the entire figure is 516,000, a little over that, and out of that, only 359 people came out to vote. That means many of them too did not come out to vote. We are yet to find out why people didn't come out to vote. Because usually the turnout is a bit higher than what we have seen in this year's elections.
So we're going to have
I would
to
say
travel.
by and large, it is very peaceful and the place is calm. I know there will be more jubilations later when the Electoral Commission declares the final results, but for now, the place is calm.
Sola, thank you for those details. So the NDC claims to have won all 11 of the Upper West seats. Perhaps when we get back to you a bit later, you can walk us through what that journey has been like and which of the certified results you will be able to share from the 11 constituencies in the Upper West region. But we have to beg leave of you now to get some details a few hours from you from the northern region and specifically from the Tamale area where yesterday some Ghanaians were not citizens and they were not spectators, they were looters. And they hit the streets of Tamale and they attacked certain shops. Our correspondent Mutala Isa is joining us with an update live. Mutala, good morning. Thank you for joining us here. And I'm glad to see that you are keeping safe. Yesterday, for a moment, I began to fear for your safety as you were giving us that report about the looting. What's the situation now? And has the police been able to make any headway in their investigation so far?
Right, Gloria, the studio line is quite faint. I can hardly hear you, but if I got you right, we are on the Stadium Road. I'm standing right in front of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation in the northern regional capital, Tamale. And as you can see, it is an empty street. Now, 7:20 this morning, this is the Education Reach. And so many educational institutions. So it is a very busy street on a usual Monday morning. But as you can see, it's virtually empty. Many people are not using the road this morning. I'm not too sure why, but following the elections yesterday, people have decided to take a rest, I believe. I've seen a few students come and pass, some in on motorbikes, some in tricycles, and others in cars. But largely, it is a very calm and quiet atmosphere here. I rode about 6 hours to get to this place, and it is the same situation that's reflected on other major streets within the Tamale metropolis this morning.
Mutala, are you able to share some details on developments following yesterday's looting situation, especially the ones that happened at the warehouse of the Agric Ministry?
Again, the line very faint, but I heard something like warehouse. Yes, yesterday we were at the Agric warehouse to report on the looting of the Tamale Agric warehouse. As a matter of fact, the regional director of Agric came there, granted us interview, and told us that they received a consignment of 1,999 bags of rice, some quantities of maize, over 1,000 bags of maize. And then there were also chemicals, agrochemicals meant for the next cropping season. Following the concession speech by Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and flag bearer of the NPP, the youth poured onto the street to celebrate. In the midst of this, some of them decided to go to certain places to loot and ransack the whole area. The first place was the Tamale Metro Assembly Warehouse, where they ransacked almost everything. I saw some young people managing to drive away a tipper truck. I wasn't sure where they were carrying this to. I saw people siphoning fuel. I saw people carrying away even the kettle, or what is referred popularly in Zongo as buta, which is used for performing ablution. It was like carry anything that is available. They did that. Then they crossed over to the agric warehouse where they made away with agrochemicals, bags of rice. Now, we are told by the agric director that these bags of rice were meant for victims of the recent droughts. They were meant for these people, that after the elections, they were going to distribute these food items to victims of the recent floods. Unfortunately, they went there and ransacked. I think the public must commend the police because, but for their swift intervention, they would have succeeded in emptying these stores. The police went there. They were able to arrest some 12 young men who came there on motorbikes, in cars, in tricycles, to come and carry away some of these products.
After almost now we've hit 48 hours after voting on Saturday, we know that collation has begun and many figures are being certified. What can you report about the figures from the northern region? How many of these are certified and how many more remain to receive that seal of approval?
The results are still trickling in. The indications are that now before the 2024 elections on Saturday, the NDC and MPP were equally split. That is 9 constituencies each. But what we are getting right now indicates that the NDC has largely won most of the seats within the constituency. Of significant surprise to many here is the Yendi constituency, which has historically been the constituency ruled by the New Patriotic Party, the MPP. But as we speak, Alhaji Farouk, we are told, has lost that seat, and he's lost, and the NDC has won that seat. Now, the challenge with Yendi is that they had a very terrible primaries, where the two contestants, Haji Abibata of Maslok and Alhaji Farouk, had some issues, and so that sort of split the voting population for the MPP in the Yendi constituency. It didn't also help that an independent candidate emerged from the MPP and contested, and he polled close to 4,000 votes. The MPP candidate, Alhaji Farouk, lost by around 300 votes, and that tells you that if they were able to patch their differences, he could have easily won that seat. But as we speak, NDC has come in. They have won the seat, Yendi, and many other constituencies. Unfortunately, I'm not able to give them offhand. The NDC, I'm also aware, have lost the Sablugu seat, which has traditionally been the seat for the NDC. Unfortunately, Ajay Fatahia has swept that seat off wrestled it from the NDC, and so MPP has won that. So, that's we have. Now, you just heard the noise coming from the background from the motorbikes. These are a few of the challenges we are going through in Tamale following the victory. Many young people have taken off the exhaust pipes from their motorbikes and removed the silencer, and there is so much noise as within certain neighborhoods as they ride in celebration of their party's victories.
Mutala, thank you for sharing those updates with us. I know that it will be another long day for many of you out there. I encourage you, as always, to keep safe. And as soon as you do get some certified results, get them through across to us. We'll see you shortly. Mutala Issa is our correspondent reporting to us live from the northern region of Ghana. And that was his report. Sarah.
So we have been told we have Abubakar Sadiq Suleiman, our correspondent from Yendi, on the line. Hello, Abubakar.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
By His grace, we are alive and kicking in Yendi.
So what's the mood in Yendi now? Are people getting back to work, or they're still in a jubilant mood? I mean, what's the situation in Yendi?
In fact, after the elections were declared yesterday evening, from the hours of 6 p.m., Yendi was flooded with people on the street, flooded in the NDC, the chairs, jubilating, and of course, riding motorbikes and making noise all across the city of Yendi because they were happy that the NDC has won the Yendi Constituency after it won in 2008. This was the second time the NDC has made its way to win the seat since 1992. Similarly, in 2008, another independent candidate photo came out and the NDC was able to win the elections again. However, the next elections, the NPP came back for the seat. But this election again, we had a similar situation where the NPP front was divided and another independent came out, emerged from the NPP side. And after the elections, the NPP was serious again. If you look at the way the result was collated and the number of days we used, because we started the coalition on Saturday evening from the hours of 7 p.m. And the results were declared yesterday evening, just a few minutes after 6 p.m., where the NDC's candidate, Alassane Abdel Fattah, popular known as Gilfas, was declared the winner of the election. This morning, I'm on the major street of Yendi. It has so nothing happened yesterday because everything has almost returned to normalcy. I've seen students going to school, people riding their motorbikes up and down, and the commercial businesses picking up. After yesterday, most of the stores here were locked down. But this morning, I've seen lots of them opening up for businesses, and everything is coming back to normalcy. If you look at this year's election, for instance, in the Yendi Constituency, it's just a battle, and irrespective of all the things the Member of Parliament for this constituency community has done for them, the people still went and rejected him. When he cast his vote on Saturday morning, we were there to interview Alhaji Farouk Ali Muhammad. He was still hopeful that the people will reward him for the good work he has done for the Yendi constituency. However, things didn't turn out right after it ended and the results started changing. As I think now, Yendi is back to normal. And if you want to look at the results that Yendi recorded, a lot of people were amazed that Yendi people decided to go for the umbrella party, and that's the NDC, because most of the areas, especially for Yendi, people know it to be an NPP zone. However, yesterday the results went otherwise. Let me just give you a breakdown of how the results came in yesterday. So Umar Farouk Ali Muhammad, who is the NPP candidate, polled 30,441. The NPP candidate Abdel Fattah Al-Hassan, popular known as Jufa, was able to poll 30,770. Now the independent candidate, who came out from the NPP, following the misunderstandings between the NPP joint its families with Alhaji Farouk and Adi Abubakar Shani Muhammad Zakaria. He was able to poll 4,325 votes. So if you look at the difference between Alhaji Farouk Ali Muhammad and the NDC candidate who won the election, it's just a little over 300 votes. Yeah. Now if you come to the presidential, if you look at the presidential vote, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NDC was able to poll 32,239. Now you go to Daniel Augustus Latte, he polled 236. Irrespective of people asked not to vote, people still went and voted for she was able to vote for 56 votes. All the votes were declared rejected. If you look at Christian and his Commendations, he was able to poll 56 votes. That's 56 votes. Then Kofi Akpaloo polled 43. Mohamed Simpon polled 29. Nana Akosia Simpoma polled 169. John Dramani Mahama of the NPP polled 31,604. Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga polled 145. Kofi Kwanse polled 44. George Chu Baremaidi polled 26. Nana Kwame Bedia of the New Force polled 73. And Alau Kojo Chamantin hold 109. So even the vote difference between Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and His Excellency President-elect John Dramani Mahama is just a little over 1,000 feet. So when this, as I speak now, is relatively calm, the noise has gone down since yesterday. It's just some few places with so many people cladded in NDC t-shirts. If not, everywhere is calm, as I can report this morning in the Yeti Constituency.
Abubakar, if I got you right, did they vote skirt and blouse? Because it appears the NPP won in the presidency and for the parliamentary, NDC, the NDC won. So it was a skirt and blouse kind of thing. Right?
Yes, perfectly. But that was what the Yeti Constituency did. Skirt and blouse. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won with 32,000, with John Mahama trailing behind with 31,000.
So maybe, but for the independent candidates.
Parliamentary, yeah. So it's skirt and blouse in Yeti Constituency.
So, but for the independent candidate who seeded out of the NPP, probably the NPP would have won the parliamentary too. Do you think so?
Hopefully, because the independent candidates emerged from the SPP side, it was believed that if the votes that were given to the independent candidate was added to the SPP, Alhaji Ali Farooq Ali Mahama would have been the NPP. However, because of the misunderstandings, and I feel talking to people in Yendi, I really felt like they just wanted to take him out. I don't know for what reason he has gone back to the people, but we've seen that he has continuously preaching about how he has developed the new Yendi city and a lot of things he has said he has done for these people. However, the voting turned otherwise, and the people were happy that the NDC won, which was surprising to a lot of people because they know this seat to be a traditional seat for the NDC. However, the jubilations alone shows that the people were ready to change the parliamentary candidate. However, the presidential, they still maintain the NPP.
Many have said that they see this particular election as some form of independence, a new independence. Going around, did you sense the sense of emancipation among the jubilant supporters? Most of the electorates probably voted because of bread and butter issues, economic hardship, and blah, blah, blah. But do you have that sense of emancipation among the people since they say they see it as a new form of independence?
Well, the situation in Yendi is a little different because the presidential, they still went for the NPP, meaning they still believe in the NPP. It was like they just wanted to show somebody election in the parliamentary. Because if you look at the way the vote pattern went, also the NPP still was able to put a lot of votes in the presidential, but the NPP still managed to lead. But the parliamentary, it was like, well, people said, we want to change you and you should go, let somebody else come. And that was what happened. Talking to some of them yesterday, they were very happy that he has gone. That's what they were saying. I think they had a personal issue with the current member of parliament. So it was like they just wanted him out and they went and took the decision. The number of people who turned out to vote out at several polling stations on Saturday, you see the agents are coming out to vote. And really, it showed me that people were interested in casting their ballots. But as to whether they wanted to make this the case between the FDP and Ghanaians or emancipation is something that's quite different here. And the people are still interested in supporting the New Patriotic Party. However, for parliamentary, they think otherwise.
So you haven't seen anything untoward? Other parts of the country, we have jubilant supporters or some miscreants trying to destroy buildings, looting and all that. You haven't sensed anything or seen anything like that in Yendi?
Well, Yendi was part of the hotspots for this year's election. So we're coming here, we're all prepared for any uncertainty. However, Yendi people surprised us yesterday. What they were only doing, and the only thing we were scared of was the indiscriminate, the speeding on the streets, the way they were riding and driving. In fact, there were some little casualties because some of these motorbikes crashed into each other, and some of them had to hit other people, and those were the few casualties. Aside that, we haven't heard anybody go anywhere to lose any property as it stands in Tamale. Maybe we are all shocked that because we are waiting for these issues to happen. But I also believe that the presence of the security, including the police and military, also calm down tensions. While the military was heavily present at the coalition center, because they didn't control anybody from jubilating, they didn't also intervene in anybody's activity, but they just made sure that the perimeters of the coalition center was secured and peaceful. The jubilants came out and, in fact, they didn't respect any traffic rules and regulations again. You see somebody moving towards one camel vehicle, another vehicle, and everybody was just jubilating. After that, we didn't have any issues of looting and people attacking to the issues or trying to take anything away. It's been peaceful, and just the jubilations that really went overboard in terms of the way they rode their motorbikes. They removed their silencers from their exhaust from the car. It was just too noisy in Yendi. And if you're in Yendi Township, the noise was too much there, even late into the night.
Thank you so much, Abubakar, for those updates. Indeed, we are very appreciative of what's happening in Yendi. That calm is, the whole town is calm and business. They return to business as usual. Thank you so much for those updates.
We'll go next to the Upper East region, another of the regions that the NDC is saying has gone completely green after the party says it claimed all 11 or 15 of the constituency seats up for grabs there. Our correspondent Peter Agengre has been monitoring proceedings from way before the start of voting through the counting process and at collation. Peter, thank you for joining us once again. Speak to us about which of the 15 have been called, which ones are being held at the moment, and when should we expect a finality to the issues?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you, Telma and the team. Here in the Upper East region, it is very cold here this morning. You see that I'm in a pullover. It is very cold and windy everywhere. My voice, you can realize that it's also breaking because we are in the Harmattan season, and during the exercise, we have been speaking here and there, and so my voice seems to not be that audible. But what I can say is that in the Upper East region, yes, you had it right that the NDC has claimed all the 15 constituency, all the 15 seats in the Upper East region. The Bolgatanga Central constituency yesterday, around 10 a.m., they had finished collating all the results in the Bolgatanga Central constituency, where Isaac Adongo, who has been a member of parliament of the area for 2 consecutive times, this should be his third time going to parliament. He won the seat there. He contested it against other 2 contests, one from the PNC and another from the NPP. It was a landslide victory for Isaac Adongo because he had over 20,000 votes, and that kept him ahead of his colleagues. In the Navrongo Central, where many people were thinking that the NPP would be able to claim the seat again, was won by the NDC. Likewise, the Paga Chana constituency, yesterday that they also finished their collation. They should be heading to the regional office for final collation. And the Bulsa South constituency, where the seat is being occupied by the NDC by Clement Apak, was also won by the NDC, still same person, Clement Apak, because his contenders or his contenders from the PNC and that of the NPP could not annex the seat from him. And so already in the Bolgatanga East constituency, where the sitting MP, Dominic Ayene, won the seat, as at 4 a.m. yesterday, they had finished the collation, and Dominic Ayene was announced the winner of that particular constituency. He was in the contest with the NPP Matthew Amua, who people thought he could pull a surprise to take the seat from the NDC. since the creation of that particular district or constituency, the NPP has never won it. And yesterday's or 2 days ago's polls, people were thinking that it would have been an opportunity for them. But Dominic Ayine pulled his way through and was able to maintain the seat. In the Nabdan constituency, we reported earlier that, yes, Dr. Market Nawani, who is the sitting member of parliament of the area, has once again won the seat. Since he came into the constituency to represent them in 2016, he has always held on to this seat. And this year again, he has taken over, or he has won the seat again. In Zebila, or in the Binduri, Zebila rather, the Boko West district, Ebenezer Ndebila won it again. Not again, but he won that particular seat because it was occupied by Cletus Avoka, has been the member of parliament of the area for a very long time and decided to step down this time round. And so Ebenezer won the seat from to represent the people of the Zebila constituency in the next parliament. Most of the constituencies, they have all finished their collations. In the Boko Central, about 25,000 votes were won by the sitting member of parliament, Mahama Ayarga, against his other contestant, 2 other parliamentary contestants who were in that particular constituency. Mahama Ayarga went ahead to still win the seat. And the difference is so clear that sometimes you realize that during the campaign season, Boko being a place that many people were looking up to because of the conflict situation there, many of the people made up their mind that they were going to vote for Mahama Ayaga and the NDC. And so John Dramani Mahama equally won handsomely in the Boko Central constituency. In Pusiga, Madam Hajia Larba has also still won the place. She has been a member of parliament for a very long time, and they were thinking that the NPP candidate, Hanan, would have won the position, but it got to a time that the people were campaigning and saying that Puala, the woman, can still represent them and bring them the needed development, no matter the situation. Even though people were thinking that she has been in parliament for a very long time and has grown and to give way for the young to take over, but the people or the electorate did not agree to the fact that she needed to go and retire, and so they still went ahead to vote for her to represent them in parliament. So all the 15 constituencies in the Upper East region, I can tell you that they have all voted handsomely for the various candidates representing the NDC. In the Galamsey district, the gap that the NDC candidate has given to the NPP shows that they voted on the party line because the NDC candidate, Mr. Mahama, also beat his colleague from the NDC over 10,000 votes, and that should tell you that the people were so much concerned about the party and the personality involved, and so went ahead to vote for the parliamentary candidate for the Galamsey constituency. So all in all, the 15 constituencies, they have won handsomely. The gap is wide, and for that matter, that is why they have all the other contestants from the NPP and the PNC have nothing or do not have anything to challenge the results that are coming in from the constituencies.
Lisa, thank you for sharing the details with us from the Upper East region. We will get back in touch with you. Enjoy the Harmattan trade winds which have hit that region. Much of the north is experiencing a cold spell, and everyone up there is feeling the chill in the air, Sarah. And Mutala said this yesterday, Swala said this yesterday, Peter has also reiterated that point. And that's why it's made it so hard to remain at the coalition centers throughout this journey, just waiting out the EC officials to declare the final result. And speaking about results, a few more of the certified ones have come through on our page, and I'll go over now and try and get a sense of what they are. Much of this is stuff that we already know because we have been privy to the figures for a while. It's only now that we have received the authentication that we are able to input them into our system. Throughout the night, I kept reminding you that the system that we are using at GBC is to ensure that we get certified results from the constituencies, and that's why it has appeared that while much of our projections on the provisional side during our discussions have been much more, have included much more of the figures on the screen, because we are sticking to certified results from the EC, they have been a bit slow coming in. So I'll go to the ones that we do have on the screen. This is from the Setre Afram Plains constituency certified presidential results. The NDC, the candidate John Mahama taking 10,638 as against the NPP's candidate Mahamudu Bawumia taking 4,858. The CPP a strong showing with 167 votes. New Force Movement 57, APC 41, Movement for Change 40, GCPP 32, GUM 7, LPG 6, NDP 6, independent candidate 2, getting 5 votes, candidate 1 getting 3, and nothing for the GFP. Let's see what the figures are on the parliamentary side. And again, you see the strong showing by the NDC's candidate Nasira Afra Jechi, who polled 11,524 as against the NPP's candidate George Akom, who got 4,725. So the candidates have changed when it comes to the personalities standing for the seat here in Setre Afram Plains, but the NDC retaining its grip on that constituency. Setre Afram Plains is what we've seen in Shire. So another World Bank capital for the NPP, and straight away we see a tall blue tower, 35,000 votes, 35,648 as against the NDC's 13,000. And look at the voter turnout, 62.5%. The expectation that 81,341 will show up, whereas 50,484 actually made it to the polls to cast valid ballots. The rejected ballots were 381. Let's see what happened on the parliamentary side, 35,000. And you weigh that against the 35,000 that's here. It's pretty much neck and neck in terms of what the two figures have been. But there is a slight indication of Esket and Blouse voting, because if you look at the parliamentary numbers, you see 35,502, whereas on the presidential side, you're seeing a slightly higher number, 35,648, suggesting that perhaps persons who voted more for the presidential chose to go another way for the parliamentary, but still retaining the seat firmly for Mr. Stephen Amwa of the NPP. Okwasi Ayurebi, the seat for the Member of Parliament, who is also Minister for Works and Housing, previously Minister for Information, Kojo Pong Kroma. On the presidential side, they contributed 18,124 to the NPP's tally, and 12,977 towards the tally of former President John Mahama. And it was Kojo Pong Kroma once again who got the nod of the people, 18,601 as against 13,415 for the NDC opponent, Alfred Osei Poku. So once again, Kojo Pong Kroma returns to Parliament, and this time, from all indications, on the minority side. Congratulations to you, the former journalist. He calls us his colleagues still. My colleagues in the media, Kojo, congratulations. A special one from me. And Subin has also made a showing on our screen on the presidential side, giving the NPP's candidate 31,306, giving 14,556 to the NDC's candidate. The new force, 707. Movement for Change, 345, CPP 50, GUM 24, APC 18, GCPP 13, independent candidate 1, 7. The NDP got 6 votes, even though that amounted to 0% of the tally. The independent candidate also got 5, another 0%. LPG 4 votes, also 0%. So we're seeing the new force movement with a 1.5% showing in this constituency on the presidential side. Rejected ballots 375. Turnout again, Sarah, 61.5%. Registered voters were 76,000 plus, almost 77,000. Only 47,000 of that were cast validly, a little over that number. Let's check on the parliamentary results. And the new NPP name on the poll retained that seat for the NPP, Mr. Kofi Obri Yeboah, taking over from Eugene Boakye Entry. A stiff competition not in the picture from the NDC's candidate. 12,684 is the number that Akwesi Ejekum Nana Denchi got in this contest. Independent candidate Joseph Boakye Dankwa polling 2,336. Conversations again about breakaway factions going independent and the effects they have on the total tally for either of the two parties, depending on where you look at it. Benedicta, the candidate for the LPG, contributing 0.37% to the tally. This is for the Subin constituency, a stronghold of the Ashanti region. No surprises there. It has always showed up. For the NPP, look at the figures from the previous election in 2020. And these are the parliamentary figures, which was won by Mr. Eugene Boakye Entry, 41,000. And if you compare that to the 31,000, you see the 10,000 drop in the number of people who voted for the NPP in the parliamentary election of 2020 against those that voted for the NPP in this particular election. Look at the figure that the NDC's candidate got in 2020, 15,000. And let's compare that to the figure of the candidate here, 12,000. Again, a drop. Some say because of the overall low numbers of people who turned out at the polling station. And on the presidential side in the 2020 election, pretty much the same large numbers, 43,000 into the pot of the NPP as against 15,500 in the pot of the NDC. Let's get a few more results. Yendi and our correspondents were just talking about the dynamics from that constituency and look at how close it was, this contest. 32,239 for the NPP, 31,664. Maltiti went into an analysis of how this dynamic played out, especially for those who are in that constituency, and reflecting in the parliamentary figures when we come to that side. A few more votes, just a couple of just a slight difference, making that seat one for belonging now to the NDC, and the NPP candidate who suffered the brunt of skirt and blouse voting, losing that seat to the NDC. Again, independent candidates, and what a burden they place on either side. If you were to place that 4,325 votes onto the original party of this candidate, you can clearly see where the scales may have tilted, but it's a price that the constituency has to pay for the divisions and the cracks within the ranks and file of the party. And of course, it stood true, albeit by just a few hundred votes, to the NPP in that constituency. So Yendi has been called, and on the parliamentary side, it is gone to the NDC. But on the presidential side, the vote just in the few hundreds went towards the NPP's candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. His Excellency Swame did not do different than it does from previous elections, showing out massively to vote for the NPP, and it's the constituency where we are finding the 7-time parliamentarian, the Honorable Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, one-time Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, one-time Majority Leader of Parliament, are exiting the Parliament in the next session, handing over the reins to John Darko, who polled a massive 51,491 votes. That's against his closest opponent, Franco Uswansa, who polled 14,948. No chance for Mohamed Mubarak, who contested on the ticket of the APC.
Had still contested, you think the margins would have been this wide?
Only the people of Swami could have answered that question.
I remember during the primaries, he went to one area in his constituency, and they were just hooting at him, throwing sachet water at him. It took some persons to probably save him out of the situation. I'm sure they probably had gotten tired of his face. They didn't want him. They wanted a new face. And probably that was one of the reasons he probably may have considered to bow out of Parliament finally. But I'm sure because they presented a new face, you could see the staggering figures.
Staggering figures we also saw on the presidential side, 50,000 voting massively for the NPP's candidate, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. 15,803 going the way of the NDC's candidate. Again, great showing, but at their level for the new force. Mm-hmm. Uh, 322, 89 for GUM, 44 for GCPP, LPG polling 39 from the constituency, 38 for the APC, 37 for the CPP, 11 to NDP, and an independent candidate getting 9 and 6 votes in that constituency. So this seat firmly retained for the NPP's candidate in the parliamentary poll, Ralph Poku Eduse, polling 31,060 of the votes. That's against Kwesi Amofa Ajiman's 16,875.
And he's an independent candidate. Could he have probably seeded from the NPP, or, I mean, where's he coming from?
So the independent candidate conversation is a topic that we'll have to unpack in its entirety, because there's many of these playing out at a number of constituencies, and this is one of them. And the NPP has had to learn a lesson from situations like this, with what happened in Fomena in the 2020 elections, and that seat, that rejected stone, becoming the cornerstone in that proverbial sense of the word, when it came to the split in the parliament of where we are now. So firmly belonging still to the NPP, albeit in the hands of a different candidate, Joe Wise, perhaps will retire to his country house. He has lots of activities going on in Bekwai, and no doubt Accra has not seen the last of some of these big names in Ghana's parliament who would be on their way out, because they do have. I'm just wondering the impact their exit is going to have on the 9th parliament, because these are people who have stayed so long in parliament. They've become an institution when it comes to parliamentary affairs. And we could say same about the Swami MP or Thaiche Mensah, the honourable member, and he has served 7 of the parliament. We've had 8, and he's been in 7. So apart from the 1992 parliament, which he was not a part of, 96 right up until now, he has been there. So these are career parliamentarians, and they could probably write a book in their sleep or form a consortium on what the institution called Ghana's parliament is about. So everything that we've seen on the presidential side are also available on the parliamentary side. As we've told you, Bekwai, the numbers represented here. Kwadaso is one that we have not touched on so far. Of course, for a constituency in the Ashanti region, no surprises there, showing out contributing 45,858 votes to the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Professor Kingsley Nyako, who is the current occupant of the seat. The incumbent MP there has retained the Kwadaso seat. Eric Asibe did not make much of a contest. He polled 11,221 of. He is the same person who sought re-election. Could we see his performance 2020? Whether there was such a widened gap? Right, Sarah, let's begin to wrap this up. We'll be joined very shortly by our colleagues Doreen Ampofo and Maltiti Saida Sadiq, and they are coming to take over some from this session, and we'll be going for a quick commercial break. I think that while we wait for them, we could still go through the numbers on the board. Ifija Kwabre South Constituency parliamentary result for the NPP, Ama Apienima Salam, who polled 50,981, and the Vivian New Zagla polling 16,051 of the votes. So we'll get the presidential details much later. Doreen and Maltiti will be joining us shortly so that we do this transition and we can be on our way. On the Subing side, we've showed you how the NPP retained that seat, and Setre from Plains showing for the NDC and its candidate Nasira Afre-Jechi. We've also talked about the Inshaeso constituency and Stephen Amoes winning of that and retaining the seats for the NPP. Of course, Ofuasia Yorubi, the Honorable Kojopon Kroma retaining the seats for the NPP there, and Swami with their beloved Honorable Thaiche Mensah Bonsu also remaining blue despite the green wave that has the NDC is claiming across the country, and will keep our viewers informed of all the certified processes as we do get them from the centers. Doreen, Maltiti, welcome back to the table.
Thank you. We do? I haven't had too much sleep anyway.
Here all night, so I'm not quite sure, but we are probably the makeup. But yeah, we have to. Let me quickly remind our viewers that because of our running coverage of election 2024 this morning, the GTV Breakfast Show is collapsed into this election coverage, and so you would have the benefit of hearing all the major updates as and when they develop during the broadcast that we are having for you right here. Team GBC is still very much active, and our colleagues are here to take over the show. Doreen, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm expecting to have more results from the constituencies, because I see that we have around 76.
We have 69 presidential out of 276, and we have 70 out of 276 constituencies on the parliamentary side. And whenever we get a certified result, and one has just gone live for the presidential side now, you will find the tally increase very sharply. But it has not changed since we started. And the first three, according to the numbers that we have now on our screen, remain His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and Kwame Bediako of the new force.
No, Thelma.
All right, so we'll be taking a break, after which we would have Multi-T and Doreen join us to also continue with the show.
Stay with us, we'll be back.
Yes, you're welcome back to our running coverage of the 2024 elections on GBC, GTV, and all our social media platforms. As we're here, I'm here with Multi T. We'll be discussing what's been happening on the ground, trying to reach out to our correspondents. Thelma and Sarah have been doing this since the early hours of the day. And like she said, some more results have been coming through, and as and when we do get more, we will bring you some more on what is happening on the ground at the various coalition centers across the country. We're also in the studio with the former MP for Buem. He is Daniel Kwesi Ashaman, and he's also a former teacher. He says he's a former marketer, and we'll be trying to get some more on how the NDC have been able to actually sweep the entire country and make the entire country green. And we'll also be looking through the papers on what the headlines have been and get some more details on what we should be expecting, especially from the Electoral Commission, the police, and any updates that we'll get from there. But first, let's head to the Upper East region and speak to our correspondent, Peter Agengri. I'm told that Peter is with the MP-elect for Nabdam. Hello, Peter. Can you hear me?
Very much, and good morning, Doreen, for having me. Just like I reported earlier this morning, the Nabdam constituency is one of the constituencies that the NDC has won, and there are 15 constituencies, and Nabdam is one of them that the NDC has won all the seats. And so I want to engage the Member of Parliament and the MP elected for the Nabdam constituency in the person of Dr. Mark Nawani. He has just joined me this morning. Just want to also share with us what the magic has been for this massive victory. Thank you very much, Doc, for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. I want to say good morning to the viewers of GTV and say that, well, just as it was said, change needs Ghana, and it was the Ghanaians against the MPP. And so I'm not surprised about the results of both the presidential and parliamentary elections in Ghana. I think the Ghanaians have spoken, and we expect that come January 7th, we'll have the NDC party in power, led by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
Right. I mean, you were able to beat your opponent over 5,000 votes. That came as a surprise to some of us.
Yes. We did very well. We campaigned vigorously on the issues, and I believe that the Nabdam voters now becoming much more discerning. They cannot be induced with goodies and monetary resources like it used to be. And this time we're able to increase our difference to 5,000 and above. And I want to say that, in fact, we have sent the MPP back to the 2004's figures and the 2000 figures. Those were the times that they
That was the time of Jerry John Rawlings.
Yeah, Jerry John Rawlings. They used to get those little figures. Yes, and so we did very well. Yeah.
I mean, what was the message that really caught the people's attention?
Our message of creating jobs for the people, the 24-hour economy was catching, where even with the same number of jobs, we could increase the amount of people employed by threefold. Apart from that, our agriculture policy of bringing in more tractors, of helping the farmers during their dry season was also quite impressive. And then the Women's Bank for the women. Yes, we said we were going to assist the women, we're going to let them have banks, they'll have more resources for their business. And then the National Apprentice Program for the youth. Yes, that one was also accepted. And with this economic situation that we find ourselves in, I believe that the NPP government, in fact, they sacked themselves before the people sacked them.
Looking at you yourself, I can see that you appear exhausted. I know that the campaign wasn't that easy. How were you able to do this? How was the campaign structured like?
Our people want to see you, the candidates. In NAPDAM, the secret is that you don't have to outsource your campaign and go and sit down somewhere else. They want to see you. They want to engage you. They want to question you about everything. And usually, even after your campaign activity, the community engagement, the people would like to ask you questions. They would like to tell you their problems and on the spot, get answers to it. In other words, you've got to answer for even a speech that you deliver during campaign rounds. Yes. You don't just go and speak and go away. No. You have some people reacting and you've got to answer them. You've got to interact with them. You've got to give them assurances that when your government comes to power, you are going to correct the wrongs that are in their society.
Okay. You needed, I want to believe that you spent a lot of resources to be able to get the people's attention.
Well, it is, I wouldn't say I spent a lot of resources, but in Ghana now, actually, politics, when people come out to meet you, they want to be refreshed sometimes, and that is where you need some amount of resources. But the MPP was sharing goodies, rice, they were sharing cooking pots, and so forth and so on.
Including your constituency?
In my constituency, yes. They were sharing hair dryers, and other machines, yeah.
And you didn't have some of these things to share?
No. I mean, as an opposition MP for 8 years, obviously you are constrained even in terms of resources. And I'm grateful to the God Almighty that the good people of NAPDAM were able to see all through that it's better for them to vote for roads. Okay. It's better for them to vote for schools. It's better for them to vote for clinics than to vote for cooking pots, rice, and so forth and so on. Yeah.
John Mahama is back on the seat. You think that the presence of John Mahama or the Flagstaff House or at the Jubilee House, and you as the Member of Parliament this time around, things will change?
Definitely. Our John Mahama is experienced. He's gone through it before. He did very well during his tenure of office. He was very honest with Ghanaians. And actually, I believe that that time, he lost the election because of his honesty. He told the Ghanaians about the economy, the truth of it. And after telling them the truth, they were not happy with it and said he had destroyed the economy. Yes. This time around, his nature hasn't changed. He will tell the people the truth, but you add the way forward.
Okay.
Yes, the solutions to it. And we are going to ensure that, as members of Parliament, our overwhelming majority tells you that we will support him to implement his projects and policies. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, Doreen, that is the MP who has just told us this is the second time or the third time that he is going back to Parliament to represent the good people of the NAPDAM constituency. And I believe that, yes, he believes that this time round is going to be a period for him to bring development to the people of the NAPDAM area, because his president, John Dramani Mahama, will definitely be on the seat. Do you look forward to serving in Mahama's region?
Well, in this politics of ours, President Mahama is like the coach, and we are like the football players on the field. Yes, whatever he deems fit, that as a practicing medical doctor of about 31 years experience, I believe that whatever he deems fit for me to serve, I will do it. Yeah. You know, sometimes the coach will tell you that play defense, play midfield, play as a striker. And you have to do it to the best of your ability. Yes.
And you used to say that, yes, because you are the MP and the president is also coming from the NPP, you do not have access to certain opportunities. This time around, you think it's going to help you?
Yeah, this time around, we believe that opportunities for the NAPDAMs will be better because the NPP government openly discriminated against the NDC parliamentarians. And so we did not get our fair share of the development activities. I know some people will dispute it, but it was obvious that recruitment into the armed forces, yes, and other areas where you were not having a city MP, you were affected to some extent. Yes.
Right. So we are about wrapping up. What's your final message to the good people of Ghana and to your constituents?
To the good people of Ghana, I'll say that come January 7th, President Mahama is going to ascend the presidency of Ghana, and they should exercise patience. We shall be honest. We shall look into the kitty, and we shall tell them what is there. That is the starting point, the ground floor. And from there, we will tell them what we will do. And they will see us implementing projects and policies that will improve their lives.
There's wild jubilations everywhere, every constituency in the Upper East Region. Any caution to the youth or people who are celebrating?
Yeah, you can't stop people from celebrating. Yesterday, my own house was full, but I would say that they should do it moderately. They should do it without rancor, and they should remember that we are all Ghanaians. It's Ghana that has won.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Market Nawani, the MP for the Nabdam constituency, and he is cautioning the youth, especially all those who are celebrating, to celebrate in moderation and be very careful, because when they get themselves wounded or hurt, it's definitely going to cost us. It's not going to be good for us. Thank you very much, Dr. Maknawani, for speaking to us and to our viewers. I'm grateful. Peter Agengre, all the way from the Upper East region. Over to you, Doreen.
East region, and we're learning that all 15 seats of the Upper East region have gone to the NDC, so it's a green wave there as well. And we're just hearing thoughts from the MP for NAPDAM, Dr. Mark Nawani. Our guest in the studio, Doreen, has been saying that you were with Dr. Mark in Parliament. Yeah, and how do you feel about his win again? 3 times?
I'll first of all say good morning to you, to the viewers.
You look so excited.
You look so beautiful.
Thank you.
GBC, GTV, and that is the new Dawn. Doc Mawane, I say good morning to you. Yes, I was his senior. No, I am his senior.
Okay.
Still his senior. When we meet somewhere, actually he'll call me senior. And it is good to be there, going for the 3rd term, to work for the people. And I'm sure he has earned the people's trust, for which they are sending him back to Parliament the 3rd time. And that is very good. And listening to him this morning, I think he has actually expounded issues that should be our decision-making points in terms of the youth, in terms of what development we should be looking out for, in terms of we should not be too happy because we don't know what is inside the Ghana's kitty. And so, first of all, we have to open the books and all that before we move ahead. And I caution the youth that yes, celebrate with moderation, because you know he's a medical doctor and knows that he doesn't want to stress up himself after winning. So don't go get hurt and then you come, oh, doctor, where's doctor, where's doctor? You stress him up. So let us celebrate with moderation. Some of us, yes, it is like we are happy, but we are sad, because the way Ghana is today, it needs cool heads to think and look at which way forward, which best way forward. The youth, the unemployment is so increasing at an alarming rate. What can we do to stop it? And you realize that sometimes I think about Nkrumah. You were not born, I was just a baby then. No, the station, Kaolugu tomato factory at the north, Bonkatanga meat factory at the north. You see, what that tells you, somebody who is living around that vicinity will not take car and come and do kayayo in Accra. You get it right. So those are some of the things that we should be thinking about right now. God has given us a land that is so fertile and can produce anything. And that is the reason why the MPP people have lost. Whilst we are talking about growing the food or crops that we can eat, they were laughing at President Mahama with Incumbency. But when you go to their breakfast table, every day they chew eggs. Now they are talking about things in the sky, digitalization, but you eat in the morning. Anyway, we've not started it.
You see that you're already in the mood.
Yes, Doreen, but I'd just like to put out there to our viewers that Mr. Daniel Eshama is honorable, I should say, isn't the only one we're going to have at the table. Yeah. We're expecting the rep of the MPP on the table as well, because all the papers this morning are leading with the elections, and we're still waiting for the results by the Electoral Commission, even though we've been giving you certified results from our correspondents across the country. But let's, continue to dive into the conversation, Doreen.
Yes, so Mr. Shama, like he's mentioned that what worked for the NDC has been the messages they carried along and went into the communities, told people in the communities, and people in these areas bought into the messages. But for you, what do you think was the trick?
Yeah, mine, I'll add something like the economic issues facing Ghanaians today. Many floating voters, in addition to what you said, many floating voters added the economic situation, their personal economy, on the ballot. Because you realize that even if you're a farmer, take it to be a cocoa farmer in my area. I've been farming every year. My government gave the cocoa price per bag. And I sent the cocoa to the CMB, the buying center, and the buyer told me there is no money. How will you feel? So those of us in Accra, you think, oh, the government have done so well, oh, he has increased the cocoa price. But when you go to the buying point, there is no money. And so you are forced to smuggle cocoa to Togo. Why should a Ghanaian farm and that produce that belongs to Ghana should be smuggled into another sovereign state to go and sell and get money before he can eat? It becomes an economic issue. Why should that cocoa farmer, who in the past government get fertilizer for free, is not getting the fertilizer anymore? Why should that farmer, who gets bonus every year as a motivation from the government every year, for the past 8 years has not gotten some anymore? And then that same government who doesn't give you fertilizer, who doesn't put money at the buying center, who doesn't give you bonus, comes around again and say, oh, vote for me.
So in that sense, you mean that the planting for food and jobs was not really working, because we're supposed to provide some of these incentives for the farmers, provide fertilizer, farming inputs, seedlings.
Planting for food and job is a total scam. They stole our money. I can see Dr. Free's face and you stole.
Any evidence to this? Because I mean, if you're making such
you agricultural statistics, so what does it mean? You are a student. You are an intellectual.
You may be giving us the statistics, but if we do not have the evidence to say that someone stole something. I am
giving you the evidence. Go and check the tonnage of cocoa that we plucked from 966,000 metric tons in 2016 to 430. What does that tell you as a student?
There could be depreciation.
No, I'm talking of cocoa bags.
I mean, there could be depreciation of the currency, which could have affected investments.
No, you are not getting me. The farmer is there, farming every year, and the bags are coming down per the national quantity that we get. So you hear it is not about depreciation, it is the Galamsey. Didn't you see a farmer saying that I'm going to sell my cocoa farm to a Galamsey? You didn't watch that video. He sold the cocoa farm, and the Galamsey took a bulldozer to go and clear all the cocoa. We're gonna get more cocoa then again. So that is what has happened.
Galamsey was happening under the
NDC administration.
NDC administration.
That is where you, who is an educated person, and you who is an educated, and myself, have to educate our brother at the village but it is not so alarming. Did we use this word? Galamsey has been there even before you and I were born. Do you get me? Was it so alarming? That is it. This time around, it has gone so much that the lands have been depleted, the water bodies, and all that. And so when the doctors are speaking that this has had a ripple effect on the newborn babies and all that, they know that this time it has escalated so much. I am not saying that it is only MPP time that we have Galamsey, but you look at our productive sectors, the way they are coming down, then you know that the impact of Galamsey is so real. You don't need anybody to come and tell you this.
Allegations have, been flying high before these elections that some government officials are complicit in Galamsey. Then we saw the passing of the ally for the mining in forest reserves. Is John Dramani Mahama saying, what's he saying actually about government officials who would mine or do Galamsey with impunity when it comes? Because we have seen Malik Basintali, even before the polls started and the dust is settling, talk about prosecuting people. He's still talking about that till now.
And that is very imperative. We should do that for you and I's benefit.
Will you do that? The MPP sets up the office of the special prosecutor because of things like this, but what has happened?
You see, what I've played with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is that, first of all, I say good morning to you. If we fail Ghanaians not to do what we pledged to do, our party will have a backlash one day.
Does the party understand the magnitude of the endorsement Ghanaians has given to it?
Yes.
Have you seen Volta region alone, Upper East, where we just came from?
Even my OT region is 9 over 9, 18 over 18, 15 over 15. And we as NDC people should listen to these words from Ghanaians that Ghana has turned green. You get to that? So you ask yourself, why didn't Ghana turn blue? Why should Ghanaians overwhelmingly vote for NDC and turning the whole country green? It is because of what is happening today. It is because of what we have preached to them. And so if we preach that this is what the current government is doing, we can't afford to come to the trend and say, oh, let us forget about it. Look, we respected the late Prof. Mills, but I'm very, very sure that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we are not going to be father for all. The bad children must be held responsible.
Father for all sentiments.
No. It shouldn't be. Because if that happens, my child is going to lose opportunity one day when NDC is kicked out of power. You get me right? So we must do the right thing. We should lead with candor, understanding, but let us fish out the bad pupils in the class and punish them. That is why I told you I was a teacher. And in my class, you can't misbehave. Not at all. I'll make sure, even the government make a law that don't whip. I was teaching in a private school, and I called the parents to come. I said, look, I understand the government perfectly well. It doesn't want me to hurt your child. You get me right? But let me promise you, I'll whip your child if he didn't do the assignment I've given him, because tomorrow I want him to be a good child. And I'll make sure I did not hurt your child. I'll not beat the eye, I'll not beat where you see the mark, but the buttocks. I'll whip if he didn't do the work. But if upon all this advice you don't like it, please come and take your child out of the school.
Hold on.
Honorable, we'll come back to you on more of your thoughts.
We have a correspondent in the central region, Kingsley Nanabuedo. Let's hear from him and then we'll come back to you and take some more responses on the questions we have. Kingsley, if you can hear me, what is happening? Is the central region also excited, like you see in other parts of the country, where some NDC supporters are on the streets enjoying, having fun because the party seems, in fact, has won the election, although we are waiting for the certified results from the Electoral Commission?
Well, thank you very much, Doreen and Motiti. It's exactly about 30 after 8 here in Cape Coast, and as you can see, people are going about their normal activities. Of course, those that are supposed to go to work are going. Those that are supposed to be doing whatever they are supposed to do, especially in the early Monday morning like this, they are all going about their normal activities. I must again say, last night, of course, the city of Cape Coast, especially Cape Coast North and South, was thrown into some ecstasy as many of the jubilant NDC supporters are, of course, strong to town, of course, showing their appreciation to themselves and to people and so on. So basically in the central region here, it was last night that we saw some jubilation. Even before last night, right after His Excellency the Vice President made the concession statement, people now became ease. So that anxiety, that anticipation, that confusion probably people were looking forward to, of course, came down and everything became quiet. Except in the evening, we started seeing some jubilant NDC people joining into town, and of course, which is expected of them anyway. But one unfortunate incident that happened, especially in Cape Coast here, has to do with some handful of NDC supporters who happened to be in a pickup, went to the regional office and demanded that the minister pack out from the residence. Of course, when they made that attempt, they flouted even the order. The police guard that they were supposed to be there, they had to run over them, go in there. So they started they took their videos, started taking videos of them when these people, of course, decided to go back. They invited the police and some military people, they moved in, and of course the place is calm now. The people assured them that they are going there this morning and make sure that the minister move out of the place, or they get the minister to begin preparing and packing. That was quite unfortunate situation that happened here in the region. But aside that, everything has been calm, everything has been like even before the concession speech by His Excellency Vice President, both political parties within the region have already done their coalition, and that is one good thing that I would say so far as this election is concerned. All the political parties had a very robust coalition system. So right after the election, around 8-9, they themselves have seen where it was going. So it was not surprising that the Vice President had to come out and make that early concession, which was a good sign. Many people have hailed him for doing that, of course, putting together some integrity for him, that's the Vice President. But it was a beautiful thing. It's been cool situation here in the region, and of course, Cape Coast to be precise.
Well, Kingsley, you were speaking about some NDC supporters behaving yesterday. Have we had any police intervention? What have you been hearing from authorities on whether or not some of these people have been arrested and dealt with? Because it cannot continue like this. Someone must bring some order in these parts of the country where these incidents have been reported.
Well, like we indicated, when they got to the place and started misbehaving in their pickup, of course, the police was invited. I was then at the regional coalition center
when I think the minister placed a call to the commander who happens to also be there. So the commander had to tell the party executive, the NDC party executive who happened to be there, especially the regional secretary, that he should call his boys to order. They had already taken to their heels. They were in a party pickup. They have returned and they have moved out of the place. I am not too sure whether they were able to take pictures or videos of them. Of course, probably the security guards at the residency will be able to tell whether they were able to gather some evidence. But what it is that they promised coming this morning, but I am not sure they could be there because the police and the military have been informed and they've already also deployed some few people around the residency. So I'm not sure such a thing will happen again. But it's just a matter of letting the party executives and the party people calling the people to order so that such a thing will not happen. At least we know next maybe January 7th and all of them will be, and it's a process that they need to go through. So nobody will have to take law into their own hands and do such a thing. But that was just quite an incident that happened. But I am sure it is not something that's going to happen again, given the fact that everything has been calm and the MPP themselves have already considered it's been a very beautiful situation. So I don't think that such a thing, and the NDC people should not also be so aggressive in terms of what they want to do. So that is exactly the plea we are giving to them.
Of all this, I hope no one got injured.
Come again, Doreen.
All this, anyone got injured? Commotion was going on yesterday. Kingsley, I think you would want to unmute because I can see you're speaking, but I cannot hear you. Well, it seems I cannot hear from Kingsley. We'll try and work on that. And then, okay, I think I can hear you now. Kingsley, you can go ahead. Was anyone injured in the midst of all of this confusion?
No, not exactly that we know of. Nobody was injured in the course of it. And there was nothing like that. I don't think they even got down. They were just in the pickup and they went through. The police attempted stopping them from the gates. They didn't mind them, went through it and started. So when they realized that the police have taken their phones, wanting to take videos of the place, they quickly turned and started shouting and started making their demands that they should tell the minister to pack out as early as possible and that they are going to go there this morning to ensure that that is done. But aside that, there wasn't any unfortunate situation where somebody got injured of a sort. So in the evening, it was all about jubilation for the NDC group, especially those within the fishing community. They think that now it's about time they need to reset Ghana. That is to them. And it's about the economic issue, it's about the inflationary issue. So what the mantra many of them were, of course, trumpeting is that today Central Region and Ghana have been emancipated once again. Central Region and Ghana have gotten their economic freedom once again. And that is exactly what they base their voting on. It had to do with the economy, the inflation, the pocket, and so on.
Before you go briefly, we know that in the two region, the NDC scored 9/9. In the upper is 15/15. In the central region, what are the figures?
Well, the central region, we have 23 constituencies. And out of these 23 constituencies, the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, took 18 out of it. And it looks like the Gomwa Central, where Kwame Obeng Asare, that is A+, won, the NDC is also counting it as part of this because they've already been speaking with A+, and it looks like he will probably join them in doing business in the law house. But for now, the official figure is that the NDC is having 18 constituencies, whilst Kwame A+ has 1, and the NPP has 4. NPP has 4. We heard that Ewutu Senya East, that's how Akumsin's place. He contested it. It was recounted of a sort, and again he still lost the margin of about 5,000 or so. So the figure still stands the same. The MPP having 4 seats in the central region, and the 4 seats are that is Himan Lower Denchira, Honorable Ajinsim. He happens to be a new entrant from the NPP side. Then when you come to Upper Denchira West, that seat has always been for the NPP, so they retain it. When you come to Upper Denchira East, there too the seat has been for, that is Dunkwawafen, the seat has been for the MPP all this while. So for the past 28 years, it's been in the hands of the new Patriotic Party. Unfortunately, they have lost it for the first time to the National Democratic Congress. So that doesn't belong to them anymore. And when you come to Efutu Winiba, that is where the majority leader, Honorable Afeyomakin, is from. He retained his seat, huge margin, it's over 10,000 as a gap there. So he also retained his seat. Then when you come to it left it 1, so it's about 4 for the central region. And that is how the central region have been voting. For us, or for the people of the central region, when they are moving, they move. Everybody is a swing region. And wherever central region votes, that is where Ghana votes. So central region are touted to be the kingmakers, because anytime central region votes this way, that is exactly how the reflection is going to have so far as the entire election is concerned. So it tells you people were actually ready for this particular change. And we are talking about apathy, we are talking about poor voter turnout, and so on and so forth. That is a fact. So it also speaks to the fact that people were not so happy about what is happening. So those that are supposed to even be voting for the new Patriotic Party, most of them decided not to even go at all, because they think that probably I may not give it to NDC, but giving to MPP, my own party too, which they have failed me, I think I should even stay home. So these are some of the things that contributed to the apathy. Okay,
thank you so much, Kingsley, for that update. That's our Central Regional Correspondent, Kingsley Nanawood. Maltiti, you've been hearing from Kingsley. How does that make you feel?
Kennedy, the Honorable Kennedy, Japan, are saying Central, using that to NDC as well. The upset in Central Region is real. It's staring at us in the face. And the pollsters would say then that, how many out of 23, 18 out of 23 have gone green. And so the NDC seem to have a firm grip on that, and it's a swing constituency as well. So Kingsley has said, even though there's low turnout of vote or apathy, and party loyalists who would have voted for the MPP didn't turn out, it has swung towards the NDC. Is that the message, is what we've been asking the Honorable Sharma for the fisher folk in Central Region as well. I mean, Doreen, we've heard about the cost of motorboats, premixed fuel, the bread and butter issues.
Yeah. And another thing too is that, look, it is not surprising at all. You go to Central Region, NDC put up Commander Sugar Factory. The factory is completed, left with planting of sugarcane. I was a member of the Entity Committee of Trade and Industry whilst in Parliament. We left $25 million for the training of the youth and the planting of the sugarcane. The factory couldn't come on board, or is not operational.
$25 million,
yes.
For training of the youth.
Yes, and planting of the sugarcane. Dollars we are talking about. That money has gotten.
Where's the money?
Yes, we have to ask them, especially Chiramanti and others. We have to ask them. Then you go to Salt Pond. A whole fishery university is built, and it is in the bush. The generators, the structures are in the bush for 8 good years. So we preach distance to the people. And then the very people who want their votes promise airport and what? Harbour.
Mr. Sharma, before you go and talk about the harbour and everything else in the Central Region, now the current administration has said that the factory was never operational because the farmers and lands to grow enough sugar cane to run the factory were not secured.
Oh, so what they do with the money? What they do with the money? So you didn't secure the land, so you leave it. Look, if we are serious, we can even grow sugarcane at the northern region and transport it to Commenda. If we are serious.
But if at the time these issues were not sorted out, how could they have gone ahead to make it operational?
$25 million tell us we have secured land because we couldn't get enough land at central region. Let's go to there's Asuchari here, Greater Accra area. We've secured land there. We are planting sugarcane. We'll send it there to produce. So what is the money?
And there's also the issue of taking in too much sugar, which many say that it made the value of sugar very low. Because if you look at a 2017 EU report, it said that it dropped the guaranteed price for sugar producers. It says for health reasons, the consumption of crystal sugar in Europe drastically dropped. Therefore, the overproduction was dumped at lower prices onto the African market.
But countries are still producing. Overproduction from where? You can stop the give a quota system, not stop totally. We can't stop totally, but you can lay embargo. You can give a quota system. They say the overproduction, isn't it? Ghanaians still take sugar. This money, those who take. I don't take too. Do you get it? But you know, the young ones need sugar. You know, sugar is a lot of energy inside, and for other products. So we cannot base our inactivity on somebody's research and say for that matter will not produce but will be importing. It doesn't make sense.
Some expansion works have been done, and we know currently that the factory has been handed over to an Indian firm to run. So it's not like the factory has just been lying fallow. Yes, it's been some work has been happening.
Those people who have released that factory to Indians must be jailed if I'm the president.
Why?
Why should we take private? Why do we take that? So public-private partnership, I agree. So why are they signing document to hand it over? What was the decision by the government then to establish a factory for Ghanaians? The Indians were part of this project from the day go. The youth that they are going to be trained are going to be trained in India. Do you get it right? They were part of the project. And we took a decision that we are moving on with this project as a Ghanaian project. Atuabo gas was moved on. Is that not it? So why are we giving this one out? We must tell the youth of today that it is your country. It is your future. This is your destiny. They must work. It is because there is no work. That is why the boys are taken up to what? And there is no money. They are taken up to betting. Ghanaian youth can work. Ghanaian youth can work. But we are not seeming to give that opportunity.
So at 8 years in opposition, the NDC has finally found the antidote to jobs, the economic situation. Because when you were in power, there was complaint about dry pockets as well, amidst, you know, the doomsaw and all of that. Yes.
Yes.
The dollar didn't just start skyrocketing under Nana.
But today the same Ghanaians have realized that they have made a mistake. What I'll call on every Ghanaian to do today is for us to be sober. You see, when you start complaining too much, you will complain and even throw your baby out of the window. You get it right? We don't have to. Because as a data, we spoke. Oh, things are getting better. Look at what the money is being used for. You see the MPP people coming to sit by you, they will tell you that Mahama and Atamis have borrowed. But they don't tell you what the money is used for. If they have chopped the money, they should call them to book. Is that not it? So during that time, that Omampeni Kufuor couldn't, because of HIPIC, let me tell you frankly, Omampeni Kufuor couldn't expand the economy because of the HIPIC. If you go HIPIC, it is like going to IMF. And they will block you from undertaking some major capital projects. So the time we came, you said, no, there is a lot of money. You remember Kufuor and the young girls were moving around the bank calling people to come and borrow money. Why is government calling people to come and borrow money? Oh, yeah, the bank should lend money to them. Because we have excess liquidity, isn't it? So a government that comes must use that excess liquidity. The excess liquidity was used to provide the school classroom blocks. The excess liquidity was used to provide Atuabo gas. The excess liquidity was used to provide the car power. The excess liquidity was used to provide the AmeriPower and other things. Kumasi and all that. And MPP people come and were making noise. Now you have borrowed more than them. But today, when they come to you, they say they want to use the percentages, and Mahama have borrowed more. Put the figures on the 644 billion Ghana cedis is what you have taken. Mahama and Atamis took 111, and we are mentioning. Is that?
They still took. They still borrowed money.
And they still developed.
And the World Bank.
You mean Ghana, University of Ghana Medical Center? We said, take the money, fine. Ghana, look, I didn't say that borrowing is not bad. What they took, I'm talking about, is not that they've chopped the money, but you've borrowed. What did you use the money for? That is the question.
For construction of interchanges and other projects.
How many interchanges?
I mean, they have the fly port.
Do you know the weight of 644 billion Ghana cedis? No, wait. Do you know the weight of 644 billion Ghana cedis? And the miniature jobs you are mentioning?
Honorable,
we are talking about 111 billion under Atamils. And we still campaign on those projects 8 years ago to win elections. So what does that tell you?
There's a system of governance. There's the legislature, there's the executive, there's the judiciary,
yes.
There's SHRAJ,
yes.
There's the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Yeah.
How different is it going to be under NDC for us not to see what you are saying?
What you're complaining about?
You know, allocation of funds or misappropriation of funds.
Because, in fact, if you talk about the fact that monies have been borrowed and misappropriated, there are channels to ensure that people are dealt with.
It is not that we are coming. We are going to open the book. You and I are going to open the books. 644 billion. Because is it not surprising that the governor of Bank of Ghana will print 77 billion to Nanado? What did he use the money for? 77 billion for 2 years. 2022, 2023.
For Agenda 111 projects.
Yes.
Agenda 111 is 32 billion by calculation. Have they completed?
You're still on it.
You know,
52.
The rates, the dollar and the CD rates as well.
Look, we didn't put dead people at the presidency. They are human. If they were ghosts, I will accept what you are telling me. And anybody who is going to enter there with President Mahama, who is going to enter there, you should know that the system of economic management is key. If the economic management team does not work, the exchange rate will be flying like in the face of Baumia.
And that was the
problem. Yes, that was the problem. The exchange rate came when they printed 77 billion to Nanado. And so there was excess liquidity in the system. So go check. It was in 2023 that the inflation moved to 54%, isn't it? And then the exchange rate too was moving, skyrocketing. So that was the time. So it is the problem of the economic management team. They went and
of your economic management team.
I don't think it is necessary. No, the chairman of the economic management team will be the vice president.
Okay.
And that will be
Professor Nana. Now we are talking about. It is not
necessary for us to go and be looking for team and then be putting them of what a solid team which is liquid.
Well, we need people to be hold accountable. So.
Yes, we are going to work. Setekpe alone, the work that man has done with his team, they are okay for this country.
So since we are talking about the depreciation of the cedi, some have said that indeed the economic situation will not get any better because the cedi will continue to depreciate. It will not come any lower.
Yeah, because global.
But the person didn't give you the timeline. If he tells you that maybe for the next 6 months, for the next 1 year, it will not come low, I will agree. But the truth of the matter is that what also fueled this, it is importation. And we are saying that we are going to farm. I'm a farmer, right?
You're a farmer.
We are going to farm to get the food that we are eating from our soil. When the government comes to power and make it interest that I'll be importing rice, let me tell you, I told you I'm a marketer. When you go to Tema heavy industrial area, even Spinters Road, and see the warehouses of these Indians, and you see bags of rice, you yell. So where is that coming from? They are importing. This importation impacted on your city.
So what is the NDC going to do differently now that the
our economy is taking us to the farms? We have to farm. The youth must grow the food that they eat. And when you eat it, you reduce the importation. When you reduce the importation...
The same 24-hour economy that the current or the president-elect has said will be voluntary. You cannot force anyone to do 24-hour economy. How are you going to ensure that every youth goes into farming? If it's voluntary, I can choose not to do it.
No. It is not like every youth going into farming. He said voluntary.
The institutions you expect to go into these areas. I mean, it's voluntary, so they can choose not to.
Those who would like to go into it, it is not like you are coming to give you a loan money. Form cooperatives. And these cooperatives will be sponsored. That is why it became voluntary. You will say that I'm not going to join any cooperative. I want to continue to go to school. That is where the voluntary comes in. But those of us who knows that the increased population in this country must eat. We must go there to Aveime. We must go there to Polugu. We must go there to Oti region to grow the yams, to grow cassava, to go into fish farming so that the people can eat. Why should Chinese come from China and come and be growing tilapia in Ghana and we are sitting down? And then
how are you going to make that kind of farming lucrative? How are you going to make it lucrative? Because many youth are not, because they do not have access to loans, resources, equipment, irrigation
problem.
I'm not eating you. I'm not giving you reasons why you don't want to
Polugu tomato factory. The dam as well that Dr. Baumia said they were going to build in that area. Irrigation issues in the north. We saw the dry spells that happened with the lack of rainfall. So are you looking at these will rear their ugly heads as and when, times and seasons change?
See, when we open the books and get the resources, government is saying that we are going to support Ghanaians in the productive areas and all its sectors. Especially, when we talk about cocoa farmers fertilizer, it is nothing like voluntary. You see, 24-hour economy, we should understand that it is hydra-headed. It has so many sectors to tackle. But the government of the day is focusing on the country that all the groups, all institutions, or things that we want to do, we have to support with dedicated funds. When you have the dedicated funds, that is where it becomes attractive. A youth in my village want to go into cocoa farming. And the government says that, look, if you have land, come and take the seedlings, come and take the fertilizer, come and take this. And even if you have a cooperative, I will support you with stipend. Do that, because once you put the seedling there, the seedling is not going to mature today and pluck the cocoa today. But you must be eating something, isn't it? So that is what is going to keep the youth there. That, okay, in my community, we have about 100 youth. There is 1,000 acres of land for cocoa farming, which is being sponsored through the local partnership, so that we will be supporting them with funds and then some stipend.
How is the stipend going to be? Because, there's the Galamsey or the person without a legal concession who is saying, give me that land and I'll pay you more. Yes.
Like some of us, I sat down these few days and said, look, when you come to my area, the lands are there. The youth have run to Accra. The stipend is going to be like the forest. Do you know that we have youth in afforestation? They are wearing green.
Yes.
No, tilt it. They are wearing green. Government is paying them every month. Haven't you heard? So how can we use that in our advantage? This time it is not just about afforestation. We are putting you into the production of cocoa, oil palms, 1,000 acres here, 1,000 acres there, oil palm, 1,000 acres somewhere, citrus, and all the youth who go into this will be paying you allowances every month. Who will not do this?
Clamping down on Galamsey, because it does go hand in hand. If Galamsey is thriving, then all what you're talking about with oil palm, cocoa, because people want immediate cash. You go to the towns that hugely mining is done, and the way they do it with impunity. What is the justice system and accountability holding machinations going to be like to ensure that nobody dares go to a cocoa farm and turns it upside down?
Analyzing Galamsey, you realize that the real kingpins are staying in East Lagos, airport residential. And those who go to the bush, they go there just to get their daily bread, isn't it? Now, government is saying that we are coming for land reclamation. The whole big holes that are dug there, we have to fill them and put either cocoa or palm trees. And so the people in the enclave, the youth in the enclave, what the government is going to do is just as when you go for a day, you get something. The stipend plan must be put there. That is, the allowance plan must be put there. So that now when you go, it is not about digging and polluting the water bodies, but you are filling and planting. At the end of the day, the money that the Galamsey man gives you a day, you are also getting it here.
So you have an idea how much the NDC intends to give these people? Because from my conversations with some people in these Galamsey areas, a week, some earn as much as 2,000 cedis.
A week.
In a week.
Who earns that?
Some of the Galamseyers.
Yes.
These are public service workers.
You've been to the Western region, Takwa, and we've spoken to these Galamseyers, and they say that, I mean, they earn sometimes more than 2,000 cedis a week. So if you come to them giving them any alternative which does not match up to what they are earning, then they are not going to buy in.
That's why I was asking about security.
That is all of us' job now. Tell your brother, tell your sister that what you are getting today, you say 3,000, 2,000. It's not sustainable. You should do the analysis for them. Because if you destroy the soil that you should be used to produce cassava, and you say you get the Galamsey money, 2,000, 10,000 a week. Now, when you get that money, what are you going to eat? What are you going to use it to buy? Are you going to buy gold and eat? Or you are going to eat soil? We need to educate the people. We need to educate that. And upon all that you have done in the bush, you must eat. We don't eat rock. We know everybody loves money. But if your sister is so obsessed in getting 2,000 a week, than you who has gone to university and maybe you are getting 1,000, what education will you give him? Tell him that that is not sustainable because the gold will finish, because the land will be destroyed. And so the final question is, let me tell you that the Mensa are not yet declared as, so we don't know the figure. We don't know what is
we don't know how much they to tell us the stipend that will be given them.
You can't just tell, but the stipend will come.
Doreen, I wish that would, when maybe we're going through the figures that are coming in, the Galamsey or mining areas to see what the support is like for the NDC and their message about clamping down on Galamsey or giving better alternatives to Galamsey versus the MPP.
I buy giving better alternatives to Galamsey.
Yes, because the MPP has been around for the 8 years and they have tried different operations.
And it seems nothing worked for them.
No, what happens is that
with Galamsey.
they scam us. They talk about gold catcher. Have you heard of that machine?
Yes.
Led by Honorable Mrekuduka. And I'm sure that is why he lost. I'm not laughing at him, but it is serious that people were doing Galamsey and polluting water. Government came out with a policy with community mining. And he told us on the screens that they are going to do what? Use gold catcher, which will not even use water.
Yes.
And things went bad. So what is about that policy that they have formulated and taking money for?
You think the Galamseyers voted him out?
No, the constituency, I don't know whether, I've not been to his constituency. I don't know whether they are doing mining there.
Okay.
But you see, anybody who comes out to say that something that Ghanaians don't like, you realize that they voted that person out. Look at Adodri. How can you come and tell Ghanaians that we are corrupt, but NDC is more corrupt? Is that what Ghanaians are listening to? They voted him out. Katie Hamod told the youth that they have coconut and water in their head. Do you get me right? They voted him out. So this time, Ghanaian youth is not going to listen. And I will plead with all the NDC commentators or communicators, please, let us hold our tongue. If you've said something that is wrong, immediately withdraw and apologize. Is that the way we say
it? Withdraw and apologize.
Yes, to Ghanaians. Because the people's power is more than AK-47. You saw a youth who was holding a AK-47. Yes, that tells you the level of a Ghanaian youth, how far he can go. And that guy, I wish I see him. Because, like somebody, you'll be afraid. AK-47 holding it, struggling, and another soldier is standing. Please, I'm pleading with NDC people. This victory, we should use it for all Ghanaians. Because the floating voters, they have given us the vote. We must respect them. Let us continue to respect Ghanaians, and let us work hard for Ghana, so that Ghana will be a better place for
now. Okay, Doreen, just before you come in, I want to alert our viewers again that the MPP representative is expected on this table. This is Decision 2024, GBC's live coverage of the elections. We are in 2 days after the election, and so we're expecting Dr. Ishaq Ibrahim from the MPP side on the table, Doreen.
So I just wanted to know more about your manifesto and the things you intend to do in the first 120 days. I've gone through bits and pieces of it, and I see that the NDC intends to scrap taxes such as the COVID levy, the NHIS betting levy, and all of that. There's also going to be some sort of preparation of a document to implement a 24-hour economy, and also some consultations on the implementation of the free SHS and also issues having to do with the economy. Give us some more details on what we should be expecting in the first 120 days so that we can at some point hold you accountable.
The books will be opened, and then we know what is inside the kitty. The ministers will be appointed so that we kickstart the business. And that is why I'll call on the youth of today, NDC youth, let us celebrate with moderation. We have a big job ahead of us, very heavy tax ahead of us. And the 24-hour economy, just as you have mentioned, you've mentioned all that we are coming to do. The taxes, especially so, the betting tax and all these things. Now that we are getting the 2/3 majority, we don't need even the others to come before we take decision on those things. There will be voting, but we can get the vote overwhelmingly. But let me tell NDC and the Ghanaians, especially the NDC, the 2/3 majority we are getting now, or we are going to get, looking at the figures, should be used in the interest of the people. It shouldn't be used on political chauvinism. Oh, we have won, so we are doing... No, that is what MP people did, and today this is where they found themselves. So we are going to use it in the interest of the people, and those who want to enroll themselves in any of the programs, go and take 24-hour economy while the government is planning for you. Bring out issues that will also affect you positively. The women's banking, we have to start. Maybe it could take, I don't know the period that it would take to set up a bank, but that should be also key among these 120 days. You should come and tell Ghanaians what you have done about that so far. And then those who would like to go at, the import and other things, how things are affecting the importers, we should look at those things. So by the end of 120 days, we should talk about the import and export, what we have done on them. We should talk about the youth, what we are doing for them and what they should be expecting from us. The ministers should kickstart their work. But I'll issue this question. All the outgoing ministers, please, nobody is coming to tell you that prepare your handing over. No. Let us do things quick. I am not saying that, with the handing over note, you are going to jail. No, that is not it. Try to go back to your office, put your things in order, so that when they call you to come and account, you are not going to jail, but you must say what you have done with your stewardship. And those things should be clear. Don't tell me, I couldn't see it or I've forgotten. That political gerrymandering should stop. You go to your office, put your documents straight, and let us do the right thing for Mother Ghana. The youth of Ghana are looking up to His Excellency John Dramani. And with one term, I am sure he's going to leave a legacy. Some of us will help him to leave a legacy. Even by coming to this place, I'll help him to leave a legacy. I'll continue to talk and tell him that this is what is going wrong, and Ghanaians will not like it. And I think
you've spoken about winning 2/3 majority in Parliament, which means that you may really not need the NPP when it comes to decision making. Do you think that is the best for governance, seeing that at this point, if you're winning 2/3, then Parliament is a rubber stamp. Whatever decision the NDC decides to take, they can take it without any opposition or any sort of contribution from the other parties. Do you think that's the best for governance?
It is. Viewers and listeners, I am not saying that we will not even accommodate NPP. We will accommodate them. But
indeed, you may accommodate them, but the truth is that in all reality, you may not need them when taking a decision because you have the numbers.
We'll make sure they are there, especially the minority leader, Kenyumaki, must be there to see the way we are taking decisions. And so we'll accommodate all of them. And let me tell you, this is what Ghanaians don't know. When you tell Ghanaians that Speaker is powerful person, who is Speaker? And that is what happened. He knew very well that in all the decisions we are talking about here, the Speaker has a discretionary power to say that the eyes have it or the nose have it. Do you get it right? It is the Speaker that is going to announce that. So it could happen that we have 2/3 majority. If by Speaker's discretion, he realized that the decision of the majority is not good, he will say that the nose have it.
But and that is the Speaker, which is mostly going to come from the NDC.
Yes, it's not. It's not that the Speaker may have his leanings.
Yes, he has
what we saw in the 8th Parliament.
In any case, Bagman should be respected in Ghana's parliamentary system. He is the oldest in Parliament. From 1992, he has been in that house. So if the experience he has, we don't allow him to use it, we will go one day and cry over it. The time he was appointed as second deputy speaker, I was in Parliament. He called us as NDC people and told us that, look, some of us, not everybody, and look, the position I have gotten, please, it is not going to be NDC position. It must be a position that works in the interest of the nation. This is what. So I'll continue to support him. Whatever he does and it is wrong, I'll also come here to appeal to him that what you have done here, they ask for this one is done. Had it not been back then, like the debt that we'll be carrying today, because these people, the MPP people who are going, they don't care. They will just be borrowing money like that.
Are you proud of what we saw in Parliament just before the collapse of the 8th Parliament, with position of the NDC?
Yes.
Because a situation where could have degenerated?
This is a test case. No. We don't know. You see, from 1992, we've been getting majority. Do you get me right? In Parliament, there's no balance in power this way. So this is a very big test case for us. But some of us, as Ghanaians, we are just toying with it. That should it come that today, NDC like 8th Parliament, we have the same thing. Are we going to say that the Parliament should not exist? People were even calling for that in the NDC's regime too, we should have something like that. And I agree perfectly well, so that the balance of power will be there. The only thing that I don't agree with, when you get it and you just want to abuse it, what happens before the break is the cause by the Apathy King, the leader of the government business.
You want to call him the majority leader?
No, I said that was what I'm saying. What happened? You see, he is the leader of the government business, and you have this position. Instead of you to help Nanado and Baumia government to succeed in looking at the bills, he was fighting for his position. I am majority leader. I am majority leader. And he went to court.
And he was the majority leader. And he still is the majority leader.
The people who contested, Morrison, has she contested on the MPP ticket? Huh? Has she contested on
Supreme
MPP?
Court says he's still the majority leader.
Supreme Court matter, I said I leave it for them. Look, Supreme Court will only work when you
was yet to be held.
I agree. Supreme Court will only work when you put a case on the table. Is that not it? But before putting a case on the table, has Apathy Martin took pen and make mathematics, arithmetic, simple arithmetic. I have 138, and then 3 people left. Has he done that?
Mr. Sharma,
he didn't do that before going to court. So it is not the problem of the Supreme Court.
Honorable.
It is the problem of the Honorable Apathy King.
Okay.
He was looking for position and drive this Parliament into abyss. So he is the one we should blame.
We brought the past back to the future, but you mentioned the experience of the MPs, the Speaker himself. Have you seen the experienced MPs who've lost their seat? You mentioned Katie Hammond. How do you feel about it? Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo, with the
even Anodon Pre himself.
Yes, pedigree and their long serving stance in Parliament.
It is their constituents who have spoken. It's not Ghana. They are Ghanaians, actually. I accept that. But when you come to speakership, it is both sides who goes there to vote for him, and that is Ghana. So you may work hard. Look, let me tell you, everybody will leave Parliament one day. Is that not it? So those who have left now, they should come. If I can be your consultant, I'll tell you how to maneuver when you leave or you lose your seat. I'll tell you how to maneuver. People say
experience.
Coming from your experience is the best teacher. You're a teacher.
Yeah, people say I look fresh. I say yes. If you lose,
no pressure.
That is not the end of your life. You come. Daniel Kwesi Ashama Consultancy is there to help you to maneuver.
Oh goodness.
You will be fine. Katie Hammond, I think he has done his best. You get me right. Yeah, and Honorable Osla, she's my sister, my mother, my wife, my everything. But she has lost. You see, when the people have spoken, you don't have to do anything. Just leave the seat. And I'll pray with all of them that don't go and be commenting and saying things against the Constitution. They say, now they have changed you. Just accept. That is the way I did it. And that is the beginning of your peace in your heart. That, okay, I've accepted. Move on. Today, my people are calling me. But I say, oh, it's okay.
It's okay.
Things that I was doing, and they said that I wasn't doing anything. Now they say that, oh, not knowing I was doing something. I said, such is life. We learn from experience.
Your strongholds, we've seen that the Ashanti region, it was a battleground. In fact, this election began and the campaign and everything with the slogans of the Battle of the North, that both presidential candidates are coming from the North. And so who is going to conquer, aside from the regions they come from, the other regions in the north. And then the strongholds, as pollsters have said, the NDC strongholds in the Volta region, some parts of northern Ghana, central region, the NPP strongholds in Ashanti region, Bono area, some parts of northern region like Yendi, which has even flipped and gone green. What are you looking at doing? Doreen asked 120 days, first 120 days in office, maybe 120 and beyond, first quarter of your tenure. What are you going to do about those strongholds that have given you overwhelming support?
Of which Oti region, where I come from, is part. Yes, actually, much as I would like His Excellency to deal with that issue, we are all Ghanaians. What I'll say that there should be no special treatment. The special treatment may come maybe from an appointment, because you see that with these people behind me, I will never fail, isn't it? That one, let us leave it for the president. But any decision, that policy decision, should affect. I think when we came here and we are having a discussion, you see that when a particular party wins, then one sided of the country is developed. And that is not good for Ghana. If you go to America, you see, you go to Silicon Valley, it's even bigger and more developed than the Washington itself. And that is the same country. So you go to New York, you get a glass in Kwan. Yeah, you see, and so can we say that even though the Ashanti region is not the stronghold, but they've supported this election very, very well. And you hear them talking about their businesses collapsing. What are we doing for them? That policy should take care of those people as Ghanaians, not as political party members. And then we look at all the businesses and everybody in this country. The policy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama should mean good for everybody, not for a few. He should change that trajectory that, when NDC wins, NDC areas are developed, when MPP win, and that is the example he has given by putting up KJTR market in Kumasi and didn't send it to Bole. We are looking at where the market is and where, look, that is why I believe Setekpe. Today, if they make Setekpe a Minister of Finance, I'll be very happy, no matter what people say.
Want Mr. Setekpe
Yes,
back?
I want him because Mahama has very little time, 4 years to go. So you need the person that you have worked with. I am advocating this morning that if they will give Setekpe Minister of Finance, I agree. Because he told us that, look, we must put our projects, self-financing projects, at areas that we can recoup the money that we have invested. So if you have somebody like that, I think if they call him today, as for me, Daniel Concession, if they call him today to be the Minister of Finance, I would 1000% agree.
Well, Mr. Shaman, thank you so much for your time. We are grateful for joining us. We've had a very interesting conversation about the NDC.
And we'll continue to have
Definitely, to the former teacher, former marketer, and also the former member of Parliament.
He's now a consultant.
He's now a consultant
for those who lost
their seats.
So come, let me teach you how to live your
We are grateful for your time. So from the MLTT, we'll be taking our viewers to the Electoral Commission, where Suyoko Kwapuchere is stationed. She'll be bringing us up to speed on what is happening at the EC's offices. That's the National Coalition Center. Suyoko, if you can hear me, please take over. Can you hear me? I'm still at the National Collation Center at the Electoral Commission headquarters here in Accra, and we still are waiting the results as they trickle in from the various regions. So far, we have 11 of the regions bringing in their results, and so we have 5 more regions to bring in their results for the final appendage of signatures from the various reps of the various political parties and independent presidential candidates before the returning officer, who in this case is Madam Jean Mensah, the EC chair, to also sign, and then those results will be certified before the final declaration of the winner of the 2024 presidential election. I have with me here the Deputy Director of Research of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Frederick Tete, who will throw more light on what we should expect today and how the collation process is going on. Good morning, Mr. Tete. It's been long days for us. I know you are tired, and thank you so much for talking to us. Mr. Tete, we have received 11 results from 11 regions, and we have about 5 more to go. Is the process slow, or it is what you expected?
Good morning to viewers and listeners. Yes, indeed, we are within the 35-hour the close of poll on the Saturday. I must say that this is not what we expected. I believe you know what is happening in some of the coalition centers, and I can't say that is what has precipitated this kind of slow receipts of the regional results at the National Coalition Center. Hopefully, as you alluded to, we've received 11 so far. We are left with 5 more to go. We're talking about the 11 we had: Hafuano, Central Region, Western North, Oti, Eastern Region, Upper West, Bono East, Volta, Northeast Bono, and just came in, we had the Northern Region. Actually, Northern Region came in yesterday night, somewhere midnight, but where the agents of the reps of the candidates were not here, and therefore, as per the procedures, even when you receive, you have to wait for them to come, for them to endorse. So that is what you can see that they're doing at this moment. Those who left and are back to the coalition center are verifying the results. If your cameras can go in there, they are critically going through the result sheets jointly. They are teams. They're going through. You can critically look at it the way, and some of them are making calls to confirm the figures, whether they are true. And this is the transparency of the thing. You see somebody even taking a calculator and calculating and making sure that the figures tallies with what the original reps are giving them.
So does it mean that whatever you give to them, they take it hook, line, sinker, because the vice president has already conceded defeat?
Not at all. Not at all. You see that they've opened their laptops, their iPads, and they are checking. And some of them who don't have they have their sheets as well, some sheets, and they are adding up, and then they are calculating one by one, line by line. Okay. Then we take the copy, the original copy from the fax machine back to them for them to authenticate if indeed what the results that we're giving to you are the same from your data base, and that's what they are doing. And so a quiet reflection. So far, no dispute over the 11 that has come so far, and it shows the openness of the process. And like people are viewing, you can see that the candidate reps are here. They're well seated. The media is here. Observers are here. We are all going through. the process. And it tells of the uniqueness of the Ghanaian process. You can also see we have personnel over there sitting in readiness waiting for a results from a region. Yeah, so that's the way it's flowing. So now, as we sit now, we are waiting for results from Western region, Upper East region, Ashanti region, and the Greater Accra region. Those are the 4 regions that, and Savannah, the 5 regions that we are waiting for to have it tabulated into the results that we have so far, and then we'll go into the process of declaration.
So the various reports we are hearing from the grounds, with these regions that you've mentioned, we're hearing they having challenges. So until those challenges are resolved and the results trickle in, we can't have any declaration of who won this presidential race, right?
I can't say for sure that until those challenges are resolved. Where the challenges in the field probably is affecting their constituency 1 or 2, and it will not impact on the final results to be declared. The commission may go ahead with the results, and this is not the first time anything like that can happen. It has happened in the time of Afarijan, in the time of Charlotte Osei, or the predecessors of Jane Mensah said things about we've declared presidential results without 2, 3, or 4 constituencies. So far as the outcomes of those constituencies, okay, even if by saying that the outcomes of those constituencies, what I mean is that when we look at the gap between the contestants and the first and the second, between the first and the second.
It's the place, it's well coordinated, and we must commend the EC for that. Have you experienced any challenges? Well, welcome back to the studios. Unfortunately, we had a little challenge hearing from Soyoko. We'll work on that and then bring you some more on what is happening at the offices of the Electoral Commission, that's the National Coalition Centers. But before we go on, we've had some more results from the constituencies. First, we'll go to Asokwa in the Ashanti region, and that constituency has 184 polling stations. The number of registered voters is 89,882. The incumbent is an NPP candidate, Patricia Appiaje. And if you look at the results, she won the election with 71.30% of the votes. That's 41,619, and she contested against the NDC's Amokamel, he didn't win. He lost actually. He had 16,205. So if you put,
it's a huge gap.
There's a huge gap, but you're looking at the number of voters who turned out to vote, and you see that there's a huge number that did not go out. They decided not to.
As against
89, right? Yes, 89,000. Let's look at how she fared in 2020. Madam, let's look at the parliamentary. Yes, she won with
that's
80.
Still the presidential, actually.
No. This is presidential?
Yes, that's still the presidential.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. Now, she won in 2020. She was still won with 64.88% of the votes. That's 45,726. So if you look at this, there's been a reduction in the numbers that voted for her. I think the NDC also fielded Amokamel in that constituency.
And he had lower
numbers. He had lower numbers in 2020. He won he didn't win. I don't know why I keep saying he won. He had 11,024. So if you compare 2020 to 2024, Madam Apiaje seems to have lost some votes, and then Amo Kamel gained some votes in the constituency. Independent candidates had 13,311. And before we continue, I'm told that Suyoko is back on the line. We'll go over to her and then return with more.
Those things should be fished out and then brought to book, because we cannot continue on doing this. These things must stop. We've come very far in our democracy, and we've been, unlike countries where they don't know the procedures, they don't know the structures. We know the procedures, the structures, and we always communicate, take Ghanaians through. We walk people through the procedures. So where your reps, they don't have challenge with the procedures, why should you, a supporter, okay, take the law into your hands? At the end of the day, you went to the poll, you voted for a candidate. The candidate has no issue with the process, and yet you, an ordinary voter, ordinary supporter, you go on rampage and destroying, burning some of the state property and individual properties. This thing must stop. We must learn, and we are growing democracy. I think we appeal to voters, we appeal to those on going on a rampage, attacking people to stop this, because it's not Ghanaian.
So give us briefly, and this is going to be the final question, briefly tell us, so when we get all the results from the various regions, what is the process going to be like? Can you tell us what will happen after everything is received from the regions? Or as earlier said, you have the strategy on how, even if we don't get everything from the region, you know what to do. What is the process going to be like before the final declaration?
Right. If I may say, the reps of the political parties having copies of the 11 regions so far on their machines and in their tabulation processes, they know the figures. They know who has obtained what at the 11th region results that they've received. So basically, before the final results comes in and then we put them together, just like we've been saying, we've been giving them copies. Before we send a copy, their signed copy, their endorsed copy to the chairperson, the returning officer of the presidential elections. So before Madam Jimensa will see the results, they have done their work, they have seen their results, and they know their levels, yes. So all that will happen at the end of the day. When we receive the last region, we put the figures together, we complete the national coalition result sheet. Okay, then we do the summary. We ask them to confirm whether the results that has been added up is exactly what they also added up at this National Coalition Center. Then the chairperson who endorse, copies will be given to them, and then the declarations will follow.
I think this then explains everything about the process here, because when you go out, you listen to people, and the people feel it's the Electoral Commission holding on to the results, because even if the Vice President has conceded defeat and they're still not having the final results and the declaration by the EC, they feel the EC is holding on to the results. I hope this explanation will go a long way to educate. And what can you add to that?
For us, we slept here, and I believe over time, between 9, 10, 11 going, some of the agents of the candidate decided that they are tired. Sure. Yes, and
some left. We were here, so a lot of them left. Yeah,
almost all of them left. Yeah. And the moment they left, when the results are coming, we receive the results, but they must endorse. So it slowed down the processes. So those are the things. So it's not the commission that is delaying. The delays are coming from the regions, and some of the delays also can be attributed to the agents of the parties themselves. When they say they are tired, we are not tired. We have been on our feet throughout for the past 3 days, and they come in, they go out, and we even made the provision that they should be 2. Okay, and they could also have other 2 outside in case, but they will come in and tell you, we've been sitting for a long time and we are tired and we want to go home. So invariably, it also slow down the processes. But we must concede that the problem is coming from the regions where there's so much rampage and besieging of our coalition centers. And we'll continue to appeal to Ghanaians to allow this process to flow. And I think we have some few hours. The commission will do the needful, and obviously the results will come out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frederick Tete. Mr. Frederick Tete is the Deputy Director of Research at the EC, and he is assuring Ghanaians that very soon, in a few hours, we're going to have the final declaration of who our next president will be, even though the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has conceded defeat and congratulated former President John Mahama. He says the electoral process must work and function well. Well, we're going to talk to some of the party agents or the reps here, so that we glean their thoughts on the process so far. Mr. Amwa, good morning. I'm so sorry I have to bargain you. Well, I just spoke with the Deputy Director in charge of research, and he is telling me that everything is going on smoothly. As a rep of the GCPP, what do you have to say?
Oh, well, thank you very much, madam, for giving me such an opportunity. What I want to say about this election is now the democracy we are practicing, we are advancing it. We have advantage. So having here in any constituency where ballot papers have been taken away, I've never. But the only problem we had was the constituency polling station where they were transformed to collation center, where there was an understanding between the supporters of NDC and MPP. That has resulted in a delay of declaring the result, because as soon as they get the collation center, they have to transform into the regional director, who may pass it direct to EC to satisfy the result, and it's clear. And because of that misunderstanding that arises at the collation center, that's the reason why it has delayed the result.
So you've certified, you've appended your signatures so far on the results from 11 regions. Are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, madam. I'm satisfied. And my party, we are doing well. So we are satisfied everything that has gone on.
So Mr. Amwa is a national organizer of the Great Consolidated Popular Party. Thank you very much for talking to me. I've seen somebody with the tag Observer. Good morning, sir. You're also a party agent, so please, are you also from the GCPP?
No, I'm from Kofi Cranting.
Yeah, the independent
candidate. I was his campaign manager and also the party.
So far, can you tell us, you are the National Coalition Center, it's 35 hours or so after elections, 35 hours after elections, and I've seen you for the last couple of days, 2 days, and you've been here. Can you tell us how has the process been so far, and are you satisfied with the result sheets given to you to sign?
Oh yes, I'm really satisfied, and for the more days that were spent here, I've been discussing with my colleagues that psychologically tactics is added to this thing that we are doing. And if you should just be mentioning whatever that has happened within 2 days or 3 days ago, by now Kumasi, G, and then Accra, Kolebu, and Western, and the rest will be full by now. People have collapsed. So this thing is done psychologically. You have to let the people that are on this thing to understand behind the scenes that this is what you've got. Take it easy, and that is, you should admit it, like we are doing here, like we've seen that Bawumia has done. If the thing would have been mentioned yesterday ago, or the straightforward without it coming, a lot of things would have happened. So I am satisfied with everything that is going on, and Ghanaians should bear with us that this is what will ease people and take pressures from people, because when you lost, you will never be happy. But how do we control the loss that you will feel okay? Because this is not do and die affair. You said you want to serve me, and today I said don't serve me, let another person come. It's not supposed to be something that
we all want a peaceful country.
That is it. So I think what is happening is good, and Ghanaians should be rest assured that this is what will continue as long we are in democracy. So never think of any panicking when there will always be heat just for fun. But when it happens, everything will be cool.
Well, so you had a rep from one of the independent presidential candidates, Mr. Tavia Nkrumah. Thank you so much. I can say some rep from the NDC. Well, we might say that the Vice President has conceded defeat, and it's clear that it's Mr. John Mahama who is going to be the next president. So one might ask, so why should the agents be here still doing all the calculation, tabulation, authenticate the results, giving them once their candidate has already been congratulated by the Vice President? Good morning, sir. I know you are very busy, but can you spend a few minutes with me?
Largely, yes, that is what we have, internal coalition system that we have, so we don't have any concerns at all about the cases.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Wayne Nagbe.
Thank you very much for spending the day. Good morning, and this is ABC, right? Good morning, madam. It's been a long night, and early morning we are still here, just for Mother Ghana's sake, right? So how do you, as I threw the same question to your colleagues, how do you find the process at the National Coordination Center?
I think they've done well, just that they need a little more improvement because the process is slow. Ghanaians are out there waiting for the EC to just come out and do a declaration. So I feel they should just come out and just do it fast because once the other opponents have come to declare that they should congratulate President Mahama, I feel the EC should just hasten up and to come and do the declaration. For the past 3 days we've been here and we are so exhausted, and we all know the winner. So I feel they should just come out and just come and do the declaration.
So APC, may I know if you are satisfied with the results that are coming through from the various regions? Do they tally with what your own team, your research team have?
Yes, I think it has tallied with it. This time we did a lot of door-to-door, and we've also realized that we make an impact in this election. So I feel it tallies with what is happening in the regions.
The Vice President, Muhammadu Bawumia, congratulated former President John Mahama. He conceded defeat, which he said in his own speech that he knows that the former president has won decisively. Does your presidential candidate share the same view?
Well, welcome back to our studios. That was Suyoko reporting from the National Collation Center, where we are expecting the EC to hopefully give us the final verdict later on in the day. In the studio, we'll be speaking to Lennox. He has been to the Ablekuma West constituency, the Collation Center. He witnessed everything that happened in the Ablekuma West constituency. But before I talk to Lennox, let me remind you, you can send your messages to our WhatsApp line on 0264000996, 0264000996. Please send us your messages, your comments on the electoral process, our production over here, and then we'll be happy to read them out to the world. Now, Lennox, welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Ablekuma West witnessed a tsunami yesterday. The member of parliament who has been serving for so long, Madame Eslowusu, lost her seat. And some what people say were some circumstances which they say was quite confusing. There was some misbehavior and all of that. Tell us what exactly happened.
Well, it was after the voting was over, and then we were supposed to go to Mount Olivet Church premises. That is where the District Collation Center is supposed to take place. We got there, and then the whole place was locked. Both the front and then the back was locked. So even the EC officials with the pink sheets and then the voting materials had to stay outside. There was a large crowd of people there. So people were trying to force themselves through the gate into the building. But by the time we got there, those who were supposed to impute the figures, the setup was okay, and then everything has started. But then for the supporters who wanted to get into the building, they had to stop them from getting into the building. And one of the EC officials started, he had decided to throw the ballot box into the building from outside. And some private security guys, they landed a slap on an EC official's face. I mean, he went sprawling onto the ground. I had to lift him up and rush him to where the security officials were standing, because there was about 70 meters between where we were standing and then where the security officials were standing. And then another EC officials who wanted to climb the wall of the building into the building, he was also beaten up. It wasn't easy at all. There was noise, there was so much fight, and then even the EC sheets that were not sheets. No, not the pink sheets. The voting papers that were not used. They had to tear them at the place. The whole place was littered with papers like that. And then when finally they opened the place after about an hour or 2 hours, they opened the place, and then so we the media were prevented from entering the place. So when they opened, then they allowed us in. When we got in, there was a barricade before you pass through to the collation center proper. The macho men prevented us the media from entering the place.
Macho men?
Yes.
Which macho men? Ghana police service?
No, they were in plain clothes. So I even had to insist that I should be allowed in, because I have to report. He said I should take my report from Adam. I said no. So I showed my accreditation, and then the shirt I was wearing. I insisted, and I called one police officer, and he said, yes, you have to allow him in. So they allowed me in. And then
so the policeman knew that this was sort of a private security person?
Yes, he was quite at the first instance.
Could it have been that the person was a police officer in Mufti?
I wouldn't know. And I didn't ask. The only thing is that I had a banter with him. I said, respectfully, you have to allow me in.
Because the IGP spoke about machoism extensively before the D-Day of the elections, that they would not tolerate
anything of
that
sort
at any polling center.
So I asked the police officer in charge, I said, how will you allow this man tell me not to come in?
Right.
I am not an observer, or I am not a party faithful who is here to see what is happening, or I'm not causing commotion. I am here to report for my station, and I can only report if I see what I see.
Right.
So you have to allow me in. And then so he said, okay, let me see your accreditation. I showed it to him, and then he said, oh, come on. He allowed me, and then there was some other 3 female media practitioners who followed me, and then we were allowed in. And then when the NDC candidate, Reverend Kweku Ado, got to the place too, It was also, there was commotion. There were people who were throwing bottled water, and then, because they had to force themselves, the supporters had to force themselves and follow the man to the police, and the police had a hectic time to control the crowd. It wasn't easy, honestly. The man, but when he came in, he sat at the extreme end of the building. The EC officials that were collating and imputing the figures onto the machine, there was a screen outside, so each and every time they impute any figure, any voting figure, it appears.
It's projected outside.
So it was easy, but still the people were agitated. It was until around between 8:35 there that they finally.
In the midst of all this, was Madam Esla around?
She wasn't there.
Okay, so please hold. We would come back to you, but I'm told you have Soyoko back on the line. We'll go back to her, and she would be giving us what is currently happening at the National Coalition Center. She was on before, but we had some technical issues, so we are grateful and fortunate that she's back. Hello, Soyoko.
It's a concern that must be looked into. That's it for now.
Okay, so do you know, let's talk about the figures that your party had after election. Were you expecting those figures, and are they the same figures being given to you on these sheets from the various regions that you have received?
Well, so far at the coalition centers, what we are getting from the coalition centers are the same, but we're expecting more. We are a bit disappointed somewhere. That's why we're expecting more in certain places, and we see that it comes less. So we're wondering. We're currently comparing what we have with our region, our constituency coalition officers, and we are receiving them. But right from the polling stations, we don't know whether all our things are being captured, because we couldn't get all our polling agents at the police stations because we received the accreditations very late. Some were not even given us all. That was what the issue we're having. We took letter to the ECs at these offices. They tell us all 300 polling agents, they should bring the letter individually, and we'll take to the police stations. But some complained, they took there and they didn't allow them. So if this just happened, we can't go there. At that side, then we couldn't get the pin sheets. So, and even most of our constituency coalition officers could not go, because when we received the cards, the accreditation cards, it was late to transport to the Upper East, Upper West, most of the place. OT could not go, they didn't get car. Upper East, Upper West could not go. So these are the challenges we are facing. So the figures, we're not too happy because of the frustrations we have in the way.
So I have to come back to you after the final declaration, so we'll talk about those things. But for now, we'll talk about what is happening on here. Right? Thank you very much, sir. All right. So, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I don't know your name. Can you tell me your name? And then you tell me how the process here at the National Coalition Center is. I want to. Can you please tell me how the process is going on here at the Coalition Center?
I'm Jerry Owusu Apel, the General Secretary of the Liberal Party of Ghana. Everything is going on well. We know things did not go as expected from the polling stations, but for a party like ours, we're just going back to the drawing board, and then we are going to think of what went wrong and all that, so we can bounce back for 2028. But for the polling, for the National Coalition Center here, we are still waiting for some of the regions that are not yet in, and we're just endorsing what has already came in. So everything is going on well here, except the delays that came from the regional coalition centers. That is why we are still here, because we know there's a winner already, and we all know from our pink sheets
who is first and who is last and all that. So it was very needless for the regional and then some of the constituency agents and then the supporters to keep us waiting because of the misunderstandings, the misdoings and all those things. That is why we are still here. Had it not been that, I believe we'll be far gone from here. Yeah, so the parties should just talk to their people at the collation centers so they can finish up, and then we'll also finish the work here for the EC to declare the winner. Because a lot of people are raising red flag on the EC that they are just delaying the process. But it's not the EC, it's the party agents in the regions that are delaying the process. That is why the woman, Madam Jane Mensah, has not pronounced the winner yet, even though we all know who the winner is. So they should speak to their agents to sign or attest to the document so we can get them here and then finish for everybody to go home in peace.
So Jerry from the LPG is also of the view that the delays in getting the final results from the various regions is coming or is arising from the regional collation centers, and urging all the political parties to, talk or advise their party agent to really, speed up the process so that we can get all the results from the various regions, and the final declaration of who our next president will be, will come on. And just a piece of education, it says only the returning officer of the Electoral Commission, and in this case that is Madam Jane Mensah, who will finally declare who our next president is. And still talking to some of the reps of the political parties, and here we have the Movement for Change Alliance. Well, sometimes it mixes up. Can you tell me what it is?
It's definitely for the election, it was Movement for Change, and obviously the umbrella is still Alliance for Revolutionary Change. So that's what it is.
So your presidential candidate, Mr. Alan Chamantain, contested, and so you are representing him, and I want to know whether all the figures coming through from the various regions are the figures that you have by a research team, or what you already have. Do they tally with what you have?
So currently it's still ongoing. First, I understand that so what we have right now, obviously we're still cross-checking to make sure that our local representatives is not only at the regional base, because all that we do here at the National Coalition Center is just to review the numbers that the regional agents from the Movement for Change are giving me. So I have to verify to make sure that it's the same numbers the EC is representing and presenting to us this morning. We're doing background checks and we're still going through the numbers, and but nothing nefarious. Just one or two things stand out as we see right now. So far, out of the 11 regions received, I am looking at a total of close to 144,912 rejected ballots. There is no way any institution that runs something like that represents close to 6 to 7% of the whole total electorate or the voter, the college, should be accepted. That cannot be something that we can bank on it being a mistake. If there's something to it, we'll have to do an investigation. But I always say it would be premature for anybody to make any statement unless a proper post-mortem has been conducted, where you do a real action or after-action review to look at some of the things that happen that you need to sustain as a movement or as an entity, and the things that you need to improve on. So that's the process that we are in. We're still waiting for more to come from our local reps and the regional reps. However, I know the leader of the Movement for Change has already sent a congratulatory message to the president-elect,
provisionally, waiting pending what the EC would say to confirm it and do the declaration. So we are more than good. An election that we are going on, apart from some one or two minor incidents, by and large has been great, and Ghana is the ultimate victor.
So you are?
Nana Amprichu.
Okay, so Nana Amprichu there, and he represents the Movement for Change with the whose presidential candidate is Mr. Alan Chumantin. He says everything is okay because the Movement for Change presidential candidate has already called former President John Mahama, congratulated him. So as it looks like, he's also conceded defeat. I am with Mr. Botio, yeah, Mr. Bobby Nkrumah Botio from the CPP, and today I want to know your general impressions about the whole activities here. We have 11 results from 11 regions, and you've been given the sheet to authenticate and sign for it to be provisional. And are you satisfied with the figures given you?
Well, the figures given us, as much as it is nothing to boast about, it is better than our 2020 figures. And looking at the struggles that the party went through, even though victory was our aim, we think it's a slight improvement on 2020. We are not going to be complacent. The battle for 2028 starts now because CPP is still the only viable alternative. We believe Ghanaians voted for NDC out of anger at NPP, and not because they want NDC. If you look at the figures, I see that Ghanaians would have wanted to vote for CPP, looking at the fact that we did better than 2020. Regarding the EC, we have been monitoring events outside the Collation Center and inside as well. And I would say that we will give an A+ to the EC and the IGP, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampare, and the security services, and to His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as well, because his concession speech has spared us a lot of grief. As much as he's a political opponent, he has turned out to be one of the three heroes in this election, together with Madam Jean Mensa, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampare, and Dr. Bawumia himself. Things have been very smooth here. We have had our 11 papers. We have done all the calculations. Everything is exactly as it is. We have been very well taken care of. The EC staff have been very professional. The media too have been very cooperative. And I would say that there are four heroes here. The media is the fourth hero, because the media made sure that they didn't give traction to the incendiary statements from people, those who wanted to set the country on fire. Things have been very, very good, and we are very, very happy. And I think Ghana has a bright future. I would say that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he should hit the ground running. We don't expect even 1 day of doomsday. We don't expect any prices to go up by even 1 peso. We are going to be on his neck right from 7 January up until he hands over power to the CPP in 2028. Thank you.
Right, that is Mr. Kwame Botio from the CPP, and he has a word for the incoming president, Mr. John Mahama. Well, we have the last rep present here, and she is from the NDP. Madam, good morning. And I know you are tired, but we have to get the ground running. And I want to know your impression so far about the collation process here at the National Collation Center.
I think it's been quite slow getting the results from the regional collation centers, but otherwise everything is on course.
So whatever figures have been given to you on the various result sheets that have trickled in from the various regions, are you satisfied with those?
Satisfied, we are. At least our party is satisfied. I don't know about the rest, but we are satisfied.
Yes, they are all satisfied with it. All right, thank you, please.
You're welcome back to the studios of GBC. This is still our running coverage of the 2024 elections. We have a number of results coming in certified. The EC has said they have results from 11 regions. We are waiting what is going to come from the remaining 5 regions. And then we'll be updating you on the Electoral Commission's decision. Maybe a press conference later on in the day to declare the results. But Lennox is still here in the studios with us. He was in the Ablekuma West constituency where Madam Ursula Wusu lost the seat, a constituency that is known to be the stronghold of the NPP. And in fact, they lost a number of strongholds yesterday, a lot of them. But Lennox, you were telling us the story of how it all unfolded.
Yes. So even before the coalition started, I think voting was peaceful. The areas that I covered was okay. Almost every center has about 5 booths, 5 polling booths. So the crowd was not that large. I got there some minutes after I got to the Dansuma police station a minute after 5 and after 4, and so when I got there were quite a large number of people waiting already. But then the EC officials came in very late. The voting started. They came there around 7:02. That was when they got to the place. Okay. So after the setup, it was almost almost yes. Okay. Then when it started, they used the setting code to divide people into into the 5 voting centers. And then when I spoke to the EC official, I asked him, the returning officer, why they were late. He said he can't give me the reasons why they were late because their bosses who gave them the election materials had to go to other places and make sure that other places were okay before that is what caused the lateness. But so I made sure after visiting other centers, I came back there knowing very well that they were an hour late to check whether it will affect vote. But when I came, there were just about 2 or 3 people, even 25 minutes to 5. There were just about 3 or 4 people, yes, who are. So even those videos are part of the videos that I sent.
Right.
Yeah.
Aside from, the chaotic issues about some men in plain clothing that look like macho men and allowing you access into the coalition area, were there any other issues? And how did Madam Ursula's, supporters take all the developments that were happening there?
In fact, they were calmer.
They were calmer because they were confident of a win?
I believe that. I spoke to Madam Ursula between 4 and 4:15 p.m.
Right.
I met her at that youth school complex. She was observing. So even when I got close to her, trying to speak to her, she, the way she is. But eventually, I got her, and then I asked her observation so far. She said it's been very peaceful and quiet, and she's very confident that she was going to win. Whilst talking to her, because I had my phone, somebody from behind just shouted that you will lose. So, but even you see, when you move around, you are not just observing, you are not just reporting, you are also asking questions, speaking to people. I got the feeling that it was not good. It won't be good for her. But what I thought was that it was going to be close. But then I was thinking that she would win. Don't forget that constituency is one of the first, the 45 that were created before the 2012 general elections, and it was cut out of the Ablekuma South constituency. Right. And since then, she's been the MP. 2012, she won with 58.22%, and then 2016 it dropped to 57%, and then in 2020 she had 54.34 thereabout percent. So it's a stronghold of the NPP, especially the Dansuma areas. It's the outskirts of that areas that is the stronghold of the NDC.
Okay.
And one thing that I realized also is that, Dansuma is one of the biggest estates in West Africa. Good. So, in these areas, it's dominated by people from different spheres.
Okay.
Not necessarily. So you can't categorize. Class. Yes. It's a semi middle class area.
Okay.
So all was set for her to win. When you move from one, especially in the morning, the questions are asked voters, the reasons why they are voting, talking about joblessness, especially the youth. They said they are laid back, their MP is laid back. And then it looks like this is the first time NDC is maintaining the same candidate.
The same candidate, it's true.
Yes.
Those came to play.
Lenos, you mentioned some figures, and I just want us to take note of this. You know, in 2016, she got 34,376 votes, and the NDC fielded another female candidate who got 20,976 votes. Now we come to 2020, and her figures actually increased from 34,000 to 37,363.
Yes.
And then that's when the NDC changed and brought in Reverend Kweku Ado, and he got 30,733. But that voter turnout was around 75.16%. So it's interesting how someone gets to increase their tally the year before, because in 2016 it was low, around 34. 2020 she got around 37,000, and then all of a sudden,
which is about 7,000 voters more than.
That's about 3,000 or 4,000. Between 3,000 and 4,000 votes higher. And then in 2024, she loses the seat. Help us understand the figures. Do you have that readily available? The figures she got for this year's election?
She got 27,000.
That's a massive drop from 37,000.
Yes, she got 27,000. I've forgotten the
10,000.
Yes, and then Reverend Kweku Ado had 31,000, almost 32,000.
Wow. So really, we can actually tell that people did not go out to vote for her. People she may have expected to vote for her did not go out, because Reverend just gained a little around 1,000 votes.
Yes, or possibly 2,000 votes.
Let's say, let's give him around 1,500 and 2,000. She is missing around 10,000 votes. Yes. That's a huge loss.
And people were complaining that the reason why they didn't want to vote is they said, we are voting for this woman. Things have been the same. There's no development. There's nothing to show for it. She only comes here when there's time for an election. She doesn't even, these days, she doesn't even live in this constituency. And the Reverend Minister, I hear, was doing a house-to-house, moving from one place to, for all this while.
So the door-to-door campaign
worked for him. And also maybe because he's
the issue of apathy also came in. It played a big role, because to lose 10,000 votes for people who mostly did not go out to vote.
Yes. And what's surprised me is the mainland Dansoman areas, which hitherto is where Madam Esla wins. I'm talking about the police station, the divisional police station. That place, I hear, it has always been
a one-touch victory for her.
And Reverend had about 95% success story in that area. Wow. I'm telling you, all the 5 polling booths. It was only one that Esla also had one vote over the
just one single vote.
Wow.
And then it was replicated in all other mainland Dansuma voting centers. When I visited Kit Kat, it was same. And then Dansuma Datus, it was same. And then Dansuma 1 and 2, it was same. And other voting centers that I visited.
I wish that sometimes we could have been able to glean into the minds of the voters and see what cut across that they all agreed on and then voted the way they voted.
You think that they may have agreed on something?
No, I mean, because maybe some the
things they would have been considering.
Yes, somebody's thinking about bread and butter issues. Dansoma largely looks developed. And when Honorable Eshama was sitting here, he said, you don't do much work if you're in an urban area as compared to a rural area. So what didn't she do to up her game?
But there are areas in Dansuma that are not as developed as mainland Dansuma. And if you go to the Glefe areas,
so
those areas need
water issues.
Yes, and then when it rains, flood issues,
especially in the Glefe area.
Yeah, Glefe area, and then filth. So those areas, if they don't vote for her,
she hasn't.
It's not 4 years.
No, but I'm saying that
from the 2020 election till now.
Don't forget she spent 12 years there.
Right.
So probably, I think the people were fed up with her. It's also one of the reasons.
Did she know that people were fed up with her?
I don't think she knows. Because when I spoke to her, she was so confident.
You're confident when you're doing a lot of work on the ground.
But you see, like the Reverend told you, when semi-urban areas like Dansuma. You don't do too much work.
Too much, but there are some basic things they expect you to do. But we should also forget that there are a lot more settlements coming up, or people from other areas which may not be well-to-do areas coming in to live in Dansuma, and these people would expect a few things that people who would be living in Dansuma would otherwise not be expecting.
I agree, but you see, but I believe that probably the notion is that to live in mainland Dansuma, you are above average in terms of certain class. So maybe you don't need the basic amenities like food. You don't need stipends to be able to survive. But you see, the youth, majority of the people who voted against her were the youth. And even when we got to the college center, they were the ones that were chanting, they were singing, they were even, look, I had those videos and I sent those videos across. They were singing, they were casting aspersions at her, and
you know, her opponent is somebody who has never won the seat before.
Yes.
But what is giving the people the confidence that he will be better than her? Or is it like the devil in the deep blue sea? Well, we don't think this is the option that we chose. It's not working well for us, so let's just go with the...
I asked that question. I said, this man, this is the second time he's contested. He hasn't won. What is it? What are the deliverables? What are the things that you look out for in this one that got you guys to vote?
What if the notion was that we tried this one so many times?
That's what they said.
Anything. Let's give him the
don't forget
option.
the man is a reverend minister. So
I mean, maybe serving a huge congregation.
Yes. So I believe that also swayed some voters towards him. Oh, this is a man of God. He won't lie to us.
You're hoping he'll live
yes,
through
I mean,
yes.
And then I hear he's not a poor man too. So so
that's
I believe that is what. And also, it is not only the parliamentary that Esla lost. The presidential as well. They lost
for
John Mahama won in that constituency.
Wow.
And the votes were close to what the parliamentary candidates got. And so it shows that
they have a core people in that constituency that vote for
probably the NDC maintained their votes. They came out to vote, and then like you rightly said, there was a dip in the numbers for the MP. You understand?
And then the floating voters
maybe also because Ghanaians we like getting fed up with people. Once you stay too long, that is why it is believed that in political decision making, you live when the applause is loud. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you face this humiliation. It was very humiliating.
These are big lessons. On incumbency, fatigue, and I'm sure that
they are learning. It was humiliating.
Thank you, Lennox. Thank you so much for those updates.
You're welcome.
From Ablekuma West, the Honorable Esla Owusu Ecophil's constituency lost it to the good Reverend there on the NDC ticket. She's been around for quite some time. This is our running coverage of Decision 2024 on GBC News and Ghana Television. It's about 51 hours away from Election Day, December 7, when the polls started. And now we're bringing you regional reports. We've brought you today extensive discussions at the Electoral Commission headquarters, Osoyo Kokuchere there, engaging party agents and also even officials of the EC. We spoke to Mr. Frederick Tete, who is in charge of research at the Electoral Commission. And send us your messages. Our WhatsApp number is on your screen. Look on top. Doreen will be engaging the WhatsApp messages on the screen because we're still receiving certified results from the various constituencies. Our WhatsApp number that you can reach us on is 026. It's right on your screen. 4000 4000 996. Again, 026 4000 996. What's happening in your constituency? Do let us know. Engage us on social media at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Doreen, what are the messages coming in as well?
Well, Titi, a couple of them. In fact, a number of them since you shared the number on our social media and then on the program. So we'll take this one from, it doesn't have a name, but it says, good morning, congratulations to President-elect John Mahama, but he should stick to his promises, and we don't want to hear any money has been stolen by the NPP. Okay, there's another one which says, good morning, GBC. What is the plan of the EC? Or didn't she want to make, didn't she want to make Kululu again? I remember last 4 years, the second day, she came out and declared, while some places did not vote, please tell her not to try any mistake this time round. Thank you. Thank you for sending in your messages. But we've heard from the EC. They are working to make sure that they get the results to us, hopefully by close of day. And there's this one which says the EC knows that she has lost her job already and she can't live in the country with this current government, and she's doing her possible best to delay the results. Well, we cannot tell that because we don't have any evidence on that. This country is peaceful. Everyone has the right to live in this country. And so, Suyoko has spoken to the EC officials, and they are working we have 11 of the 11 results from the regions. We are waiting for 5, and then the Electoral Commission will go ahead to declare the results. There's Bright from Spintex. He says the EC have announced the result. Okay, I'm sure he's trying to say the EC hasn't announced the results because this time it's going, and NPP can never handle Ghana's economy. Well, we don't know too much about that, but like we said, the EC is still working to give us the results. And he asked that the EC should not try anything funny again because we won't accept peace, or because we want peace in this country. Indeed, we want peace in the country.
More messages. People are typing.
Yeah, lots of messages. And there's Kelvin. He says, please, I want to know the results of Ayen Swano. Kelvin, we'll check from what we have on our app and then give you the results. This one says, good morning. We are waiting for the EC to declare the results. If maybe she cannot, then she should give it to WAEC to declare it. Really, give it to WAEC. Why should we give it to WAEC? WAEC did not conduct the election, so how do you give it to WAEC? And this one says, good morning. NPP lost because they don't respect Ghanaians. My name is Chairman Aluta from Ablikuma. And then there's one from Starboy in Swedio. He says, all I want to say is Bawumia should calm down, because I and the Stamdia got him, and he will come back strong in the next election. And a special sorry to all MPP members of Parliament who lost their seats. Thank you. Thank you, too, for sharing your message with us. Okay, there's Adade Foley in Akache of the Volta region. He says, good morning, GBC and the good people of Ghana. A delay from EC is really causing more tension in the country. But fellow Ghanaians, as Ghana is going greener, let's be patient. Okay, let's be patient. Let's get some more messages. Okay, there's one from I'm not sure if he has he added his name, but he says how far he's thanking GBC and God for how far God has brought us to the election 2025. That's the end of the elections. Ghana forward ever and not backward ever.
Right, and so still send us your messages. Doreen is moving to the board now to look at the certified results that are coming in. Doreen, one of our viewers asked you to check something out, but once you're done, I'll mention it to you. Our WhatsApp number is 026-4000-996. What's happening where you are? Let us know. Let us hear from you as well. And the coverage is live on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on Facebook. We're streaming live there, and on X. If you look for GTV Ghana, we're streaming live there. It's across all our 16 regional radio stations, so you can listen in if you are on the move as well, so that you take us along with you and keep up to date with the numbers and the figures that are trickling in. We're waiting for the EC for the final declaration. Some 51 hours after voting, and 11 certified results received by the Electoral Commission. 11 regions, I must add. Doreen?
Yes, Multi-T. I'm trying to see
new presidential results.
Well, we have some results from the Asokwa constituency, and that constituency has the incumbent Patricia Appiah has had 89,888 registered voters and 186 polling stations, it's in the Ashanti region. On the presidential side, the NPP maintained their lead in the constituency with 41,817 votes, representing 71.2%.
Right.
The NDC followed with 15,136, representing 25.8%. But before we go on, let's compare that to what the party got in 2016 or 2020 first. So in 2020, the party still led. It won in fact, the Member of Parliament won. Let's look at the presidential before we go into the parliamentary results for that constituency. So in 2020, the party won with 80.6% of the votes. That's for the presidential. Okay. The votes were 56,909, and then the NDC had 18.9% of the votes. Okay, the votes were 13.3 for 13,342 votes. Now, if you compare this to what the party got now, there's a massive dip from 80% to 71%. That's almost a 10% difference.
The apathy again.
It seems there's that apathy. Now let's look at 2016 and look at the presidential results. Even in 2016, the party had 83% of the votes. So between 2016 and now, the party has lost around 12% of the votes in the Asokwa constituency. But the NDC here, in 2016 they had 15.9%.
And they gained,
in 2020, let's see, 18.9%.
3% up.
And then let's look at 2024. They had 25 points. So from 18, I think in 2016 from 15 to 25 to from 15 to 18 to 25. So the party has just been increasing its share of votes. Yes, in the Asokwa constituency. Now let's look at the parliamentary. In this year's election, the Member of Parliament, Patricia Appiagyei, still won with 41,619 votes in the constituency. In 2016, let's see, in 2016, okay. In 2016, no, I think I need to get back here again. So in 2016, she still won with 55,564. That's around 83% of the votes. 2020 parliamentary, Madam Appiagyei, she had 64%. So it began to dip from 2020. And now in 2024, she won. I think there's been an increase.
71%.
But let's compare the increase to maybe the voter turnout. That would help us understand. So in 2024, we had 58,368,000 people turning up to vote. That's 64% of the total votes in the constituency. In 2020, we had over 70,000. And then in 2016, 67,000. Now, from over 70,000 to 58,000, there's a massive dip of the number of people who voted in the constituency. So, I mean,
I'm sure this accounted to her numbers dipping.
Her numbers dipping in the constituency. Yes. So let's move to Ewutu Senya East, a very controversial constituency. It's become very controversial in this election. So in the presidential election in the 2024 election, the NDC won. In fact, I think this is the first time the NDC is really winning so much votes in that constituency. They won with 56.5% of the votes. In the Ewutu Senya East constituency, the NPP had just 40.4% of the votes in the constituency. Let's go to 2016 and then we can have an understanding of what really happened. Let's go to the presidential in 2020. The NPP won with 52.26% of votes, and the NDC followed with 46.68% of votes. So the NPP lost about 12% of the votes.
This is for presidential?
This is for presidential. The NPP, Ewutu Senya East, they lost about 12% of the votes in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. That's from 2020. Let's go to 2016 and do the presidential. Even in 2016, they won with 56.91. So it began dropping from 2020, from 56.91 to 52, and then now to 40 points.
Their fortunes were better in about 8 years ago.
8 years ago. But the NDC has kept on increasing. In 2016, the party had 42.35% of votes when it comes to the presidential. In 2020, they had 46.68. That's an increase of about 4%. Now, in 2024, the NDC won 56. So it's sort of they took over the figures that the NPP had in 2016. So I mean that gap, they were able to widen the gap and then go ahead to win. And the parliamentary candidate, Phyllis Koyo Okuno, also won. She won with 52.37. As against the independent.
For presidential and parliamentary.
They won for both presidential and parliamentary.
But last year, was it Phyllis Koyo? I mean, 4 years ago.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Phyllis. It wasn't Phyllis. It wasn't Phyllis.
The NDC fielded
2020. Let's see. It wasn't. Oh, she was the one. She was the one actually.
In 2020.
In 2020, she was the one. So she actually fought really hard in 2024.
In 2016.
In 2016, it was a different
Adams
Nuhu, yes.
Right.
So these are what we have now. I think there's some results coming from Nalerugu Gambaga
East and the vice president's region.
I think he won with 51.9%. Over there, 34,064 votes, and the NDC followed with 42.8%, 28,000.
That is not bad.
That is not bad
for the vice president's region, for the NDC.
But yes, exactly. I was going to say that if you're from the region as a vice president, you would have been expecting more votes.
One touch.
Yes. Yes, there's a one touch in the region, but the margins are not wide. The margins are not wide. They are really close. Look, in 2020, he got 31,524 votes. That's even for the NDC.
So the NDC got more votes in 2020.
So that's a good result.
In Nalerugu Gambaga.
Yes, that's a good result for the vice president there. That's a good result. And so. These are what we have now.
Wow, that's what we have now. The parliamentary is, well, I think we've done both the presidential and the parliamentary.
Well, I think we've not done the parliamentary.
We don't have it yet.
We do not have them yet, so we would wait and then would type or key them in, and then we can do some more analysis and explanations on the parliamentary results in the Nalerugu Gambaga constituency.
I do want to see the spoiled ballots for presidential, rejected ballots for presidential.
Let's see the rejected ballots for presidential. Wow, 2,500.
Yeah,
that's a huge number, and this has become an issue. This has become an issue because we seem to have huge numbers. And even from what we have, look at the number of rejected ballots, 64,320. This can change someone's fortune in the election. It can really change. Even a quarter can change someone's fortune. So I think there has to be some more education for people
on how
voting, on how to handle ballot papers and how to vote, so that they do not get into the bracket of being spoiled ballots.
Thank you so much, Doreen. From our board, we have 74 of 276 constituency certified results that have been coming in. And so we're just waiting for the results. Know that the Electoral Commission has the ultimate certified results from all the collation centers. And the returning officer, Madam Jean Mensah, will be the one to declare the winner of the election. She did give the timeline 72 hours after the voting is done and dusted, and we're into close to 52 hours of the elections, and so we'll be bringing you all of those updates. We'll touch base with our correspondents as well and then see what is happening on the ground. I'm just worried about all of those polled ballots, the rejected ballots, especially for the northern hemisphere of the country. There's still some in the south, but I think that it's much worse in the north. And I'm looking at the handling of the ballot papers, education that has gone down. We had Lennox, one of our journalists here at the GBC, come in and talk to us about Ablekuma West. You've been talking about the big heads that have fallen, the MPs, the old MPs, and the incumbency fatigue that seems to be going round, as has been said by some political analysts. But Doreen is at the screen again because you're still sending us your messages on our WhatsApp number, which is on your screen. Doreen?
Yes, Maltiti, and there's another message or more messages coming up. Kester from Spintex says, good morning, GBC. I'm so happy for this election, and I want to commend Ghanaians for giving peace a room for this election and making their choices wisely. Also, I want to thank the party's executives, security personnel who ensured peace during and after the election. I still want to use this opportunity to advise the EC to maintain its transparency for this election and should not give room for mischievous conduct at this critical time when the eagle's eyes are widely opened. Kester from Spintex, he says, Nigerians, we are still looking forward to have our right to be ensured one day during our election.
Oh, he's Nigerian, and I remember that I saw that the video was congratulating Ghana.
Congratulating Ghana and then the president-elect. There's Khalid Prince Mukadi
all the way
from Tamale.
Okay.
Well, we are everywhere on social media, on TV, all our platforms. And he says, good morning. I extend my greetings to Maltiti and your colleagues, acknowledging the remarkable work you are doing for Ghana, our motherland. As citizens of Ghana, we are one and should pray for the president-elect, putting Ghana first while rejoicing. Ensure your safety and let us pray for our nation's well-being. God bless our homeland. Congratulations to all winners and better luck next time for those who lost.
And that just casts my mind back to the looting in Tamale since Mukadi. And hello, Mukadi, thank you for your message. The looting which has been condemned by party reps and party people that we've spoken to here at GBC.
There's another one here which says, good morning to you ladies for your good job. Thank you so much for all the nice words. But please, anytime you're sending your messages, it would be nicer if you please add your name and then where you're sending the messages from. It helps us understand, appreciate where you are reaching us from. This one says, good morning, please. Why the delay in releasing the results? It's 2 days now. I've not closed my eyes to sleep as I don't want the election to be rigged. Well, the EC says you should hold on, give the commission some more time to give you certified results from all 16 regions. We now have just around 11 regions waiting for the 5 regions, and then the EC can call the election. There's one that says, we thank God for how far he has brought us, although we aren't done. Peace and unity will reign in Ghana forever and ever. I'm glad our peace song Unity played a role. He says his name is Boy, AK Boy, a musician from Kaswa. There's this one which says, good morning, GBC. Thank you so much for your good work. We want peace in the country, even though the EC has not declared the results yet. But we know very well that the NDC is winning both, so we don't want too much excuses that my party in power, if they won't be able to do something positive and change our country, Ghana, then they shouldn't blame anybody when the time reaches. Thank you. Thank you too for sending us your message. This one says, hi, thanks to you guys for a good job done. Thank you for joining us on our program. Abdullah from Tamale says, just want to say you are all looking great and you are doing a great job. The most important thing at the moment is that it was not possible. God bless our homeland, Ghana. He says, NDC forever. Okay, let me take some more of the messages. It says, good morning. The person who said WAEC said it because WAEC is good at releasing results. Malti, you remember that message which said that the EC should give the results to WAEC to declare?
Yes. And
or someone just responded to him. And there's one from someone who lives in Dansoman, Mercy. Mercy says, Honorable Estla lost due to her constant disrespect to the people of Dansoman, especially Agege, Last Stop, Opetekwe, Mpoase, and Klefe areas. Another one says, good morning, my dear presenters. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Sami Jemfi for his remarkable work and dedication to this country. His efforts have truly made a difference, and I deeply admire him for his impact. Please help share this message, as I believe he deserves all the praise for his contributions. Oh, this one says, Madam Doreen, please attend to me. Please, I'm here to attend to you. And Kelvin, I think I read your message earlier. Yeah, from Ayen Swano. Okay, you want a response from Ayen Swano. Kelvin, I've not gotten anything from Ayen Swano yet. I'll share it when I do get them. The results from Ayen Swano.
Kelvin wants, yes, Ayen Swano. I did note it down. Apologies, Kelvin. I'll remind Doreen to look at it.
I'll look at it and then get back to you. And there's first Vesta Mufasa. He says, with the presidential results, the EC already knows there's no way they can steal or manipulate the results. But with the MPs, there will be something like that. EC will try to manipulate. Well, I'm not sure the EC can do that.
I think we should let them know and cut the EC some slack.
Yeah,
she
cut the EC.
Give a 72-hour timeline window, and it's because it happens in other elections with the numbers that are thrown to coalitions. But it looks like this time around, the numbers and the crowds are just huge. And that's what's causing the delay in getting the numbers and the figures to the center at Accra, at the headquarters, for them to call it. The party agents, we've spoken to them. If you've been following our coverage all through, if not, go to social media at GTV Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. You see our engagement with the party agents, being calm and going about their duties to ensure that at the end of the day, it's free and fair. That's what the EC has been.
Yes, that's what. In fact, not just the EC, all stakeholders have been talking about the need to ensure that the process is transparent, free, and fair, even before the electioneering, the election day itself. And I think that generally, it's been that we accept for a few cases.
Violence here and there, and the deaths that occurred as well.
Which are very sad. The deaths, very sad. They should not ever have happened. They shouldn't. And so we can't just give too much pressure to the EC. We should allow them to do their job and make sure that they give us the certified results, which do not result in any corrections anymore, which will be accepted by all parties. And like Soyoko showed us, we have party reps at all at the National Coalition Center. So when everybody is satisfied, yes, they are monitoring keenly. When everyone is satisfied, I'm sure the EC will release the results. We'll go for a quick break. We'll be back shortly with more on this program. Please stay with us.
Welcome back to our coverage. Decision 2024 were proudly sponsored by Verna Water. And so just get a refreshing bottle of Verna Water and quench your thirst. Some 53 hours after voting started on 7th December on Saturday. And we're still waiting for all of the certified results from the Electoral Commission. They have 11 regions so far, and so they're waiting for 5 more regions. Now, we're joined in the studio again by one of our keen eyes on the grounds, Melissa from Efutu Constituency. She's bringing us, up to speed with what the happenings are there. Hi, Melissa. Good day. Welcome to the studio. Tell us what stood out for you with what's happening. Okay, so I'll come to you in a bit. But Efutu Constituency, we would go to the board and look at the figures from 2016 and 2020 whilst we work on some technical issues with Melissa's microphone. In a bit, we'll check and then get back to Efutu Constituency. Is the constituency of the majority,
Afenyo constituency.
And the margins, when we do fix a screen, look at what he had over his opponent in 2016 and in 2020 as compared to 2020.
From what I'm hearing, he seems to have widened the margin again. I think he had a little over 10,000 difference between him and the NDC candidates. And people say that he may be the majority leader, he may have a lot of responsibilities in Parliament, but he makes time for his people in the constituency.
Right.
And so they
that
sort of
balance.
believe, yes, that he's able to balance his work as a member of Parliament, as a majority leader, and what he does for people in the constituency.
And with the numbers, do you think that the MPP may be looking to peg him for the minority leader if they are the minority in Parliament at the end of the call by the EC?
Well, we know his issues with being the minority leader. Why he didn't want to. But I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, at this point, the tides have changed.
Right, Melissa is ready. And now, Melissa, go ahead.
In the Efutu constituency, that is the seat of the Honourable. I don't know if I should address him as the minority leader or majority leader.
For now, he's still the majority leader. Supreme Court has ruled.
That is for Honourable Alexander Afenyo-Markin. And he is not the only one who contested for, parliamentary. There are other people who joined him in the NDC. That is Dr. James Kofi Annan. He's a social worker, he's a businessman, and also another lady, that is Louisa Boabin for independence. Now, Louisa Boabin had some issues, and so she was not even able to sign in and even go and contest at all, but her face was there. Now, in the Efutu constituency, this year's elections, we have some 59,134 registered voters that we were expecting them to vote, and also there were total polling areas, that is 151, and then 18 electoral areas. Now, this year's election, I can tell you that in the history of Efutu, when it comes to election, is the most peaceful. In the morning, there was some Saturday morning at a polling station in Sanko or Dobreba. I heard, because I wasn't there, but later we went to confirm it, that there were 2 queues, one for one party, one for the other party. Yes, 2 votes, yes. And yes, we have the evidence, so we'll show it. Okay. One for, I don't want to mention parties, but one for one party, one for one party. And allegedly, it was alleged that the security there was opening for one party to move in to vote more than the other. Yes. Wow. And so it became, some, yes, and they were fighting actually. And so the 2 parliamentary candidates, the 2 leaders, which is Honorable Alexander Markin and Dr. Kofi Annan, had to rush in there and then stop it. And there was some fire sprays there that even one person collapsed.
Wow.
Yes, and so when we heard the news, I wasn't the only media person there. So myself and other media colleagues, we all rushed to the scene. And guess what? I decided to ask an electorate, and the person said, yes, They fired, they gave us some pepper sprays that one even collapsed, and we took the person to the hospital. I said, okay, I wasn't here, so let me ask the police. They denied. They said, us. What? They denied. They denied. They said, yeah, not even water spray. How can we do that? Nothing like that happened. And so I went back to ask the people, and they said it's not true. They sprayed us with pepper sprays, and they were some little brutalizing them until the two parliamentary candidates, which is Alexander Afenyomarkin and Dr. Kofi Annan, went in there and then calmed the place. And so after the election, now let's go to the results before. Honorable Alexander Afenyomarkin had 39,512. 39,512, and Dr. James Kofi Annan had 19,383. Madame Louisa Boaben, who wasn't there, but she had 81 votes. Total rejected ballots were 609.
609.
Yes, please, 609. Total valid votes were 58,976. Yes, that is total valid vote. And yes, and then the total votes cast. No, the total valid vote, which is 58,900 and yes, and then the total votes cast is 59,585. Yes, 59,585. Yes, and so with that, when we went to the when we got to the Collation Center, no one slept. The NDC people, they opened their eyes. They made sure that nothing was going anywhere. And the MPP too, they were also there doing their own thing.
No one. For the turnout and the registered voters,
yes, it
was very impressive for that particular constituency.
Yes.
In Efutu in 2024. Because Melissa, you're saying registered voters was 59,134.
Yes.
And those who turned out to cast their ballot, the valid votes cast was around 58,976.
Yes, please. Yes,
total valid votes, because 59,585.
Yes.
So the numbers.
Yes, please. And also, there's.
I'll come to you, Doreen.
Okay.
You seem to have some.
Because I have a bit of confusion.
Yes.
Because if you look at the votes, unless I'm not seeing right.
This is 2020.
This is 2020, and
is this Efutu? Yes.
No, I am looking at parliamentary.
Residential. Hold on, Melissa.
Okay.
And Doreen will navigate that so that we see.
Okay.
Doreen.
Because it seems the number of votes, we're having some difference and conflicting figures, but I'm sure we'll work on it. But I mean, we can continue with it and then.
So as and when the 2024 presidential and parliamentary. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yes. And so what I gave you is the parliamentary. And so the presidential.
What's the breakdown for?
Yes, please. For the presidential, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia had 32,200. 32,200. And then Daniel Augustus, 94. Gum, Mr. Andrews, 59. Kofi Apalo, 15. Mohammed Frimpong, 5. Nana Akosua, 54. Then John Dramani Mahama, 25,127. Hassan Ayariga, 33. Kofi Kranting, 8. George Chum, 13. Nana Kwame Bediako, 510. Alan, 127. Now, the total valid votes, 58,275. Rejected ballots, 1,348. And then
1,000 rejected.
Yes, over 1,000. Yes, over 1,000. And then the total votes cast, that is 59,623. 59,623. Now, this is some complaint that we would want to talk about. As everything was going on, I think even before the announcement of the parliamentary, even before the EC announced that Honorable Alexander had won, the NDC parliamentary aspirant decided to brief the press And these are a few things that he said.
Brief the press before the announcement.
Yes, even before the announcement, because we had waited up until 8 a.m. a little bit over 8 a.m. and the results yesterday in the morning, yes. And then he made some allegations. We have the videos. He said that the Honorable Member of Parliament buses people from different constituencies to vote. And he's not the only one who said that. Other people said it. They said that he brings people from different constituencies to vote. That is why the number is so high. And so yesterday in the morning...
but are they voting at those polling centers?
They are voting, yes. Their names are there. They are from different constituencies.
They are registered
voters in the Afutu constituency. He buses them.
Okay.
And so on 7th December, during the elections, as I was speaking on TV, live on TV, I was even talking to one person who said the same thing, that this year's numbers had gone up because of the people being bussed from different...
But if they are registered voters, then I mean, there really isn't much of an issue. Unless, they were not registered voters, they didn't find their names on the list.
They are registered voters.
Hopefully our producers will put some of the videos that you are talking about on the screen, the bussing of people from various parts of the Futu constituency to vote.
Yes.
And so aside from that, what else did he say in that announcement or press conference before the announcement?
Dr. James Kofi Annan...
Was he projecting that he was winning the election?
No, he didn't project that he was winning, because it looked like he was more certain that the Honorable Member of Parliament had already brought people not from the constituency to vote for him. So he knew that it wasn't going on well for him. But something happened. After the parliamentary results, I was a little bit assaulted. Yes, I was a little bit assaulted.
Describe a little bit, Melissa.
They didn't beat me, but they told me, what were you
doing?
Yes, and so when the parliamentary candidate, he won, he was announced, everywhere was quiet. Someone shouted, Ashiwe. At that time, the NDC parliamentary aspirant was also seated there. And, his people too were there. And Honorable Kennedy Japontu was there. And, it could start a fight, because in the evening during the coalition, there was a fight. They were fighting. They beat themselves up in the evening, yes. Physical, yes. They beat themselves up, and one person even had blood oozing from his ears.
About that situation?
They tried to stop it, but they didn't go too much, because the people were more. Security too was tight, because this time around we had the coalition at the Command and Staff College in the Afutu municipality, and so the police were there, but they made sure that they did not leave the gates before someone enters the coalition room, and so they were standing there protecting the gates, yes, the coalition room, so no one can enter, and they allowed them to beat themselves up. And so
let's get back to you being assaulted.
Yes. Someone shouted, Ashiwe, and he was there. So I turned back to see who was shouting. Hey, Madam Yewejuma. And the Honorable Member of Parliament didn't say anything.
The Honorable Member of Parliament was close to you.
He was there.
When you were being...
He was there.
Who was this person saying
I don't know. Definitely, since he said Ashiwe, were winning, it means that is his people. And Honorable Kennedy Japontu was there. He also brought his men. So I don't know who, but definitely I know the party that was coming from. After everything, I went to ask him, you said you beat me. He said, me, I can't do that.
Wow.
Yes, I can't do that.
He changed his mind just
and
immediately.
So after, let me tell you what happened. After the collation of the parliamentary results, the man went. The Member of Parliament, Honorable Alexander Afenyomakin, he left with Honorable Kennedy Japon. So we were then trying to put everything together for the presidential. So I went out to use the restroom. Outside, I had clap about an hour. I had rejoice, jubilating, clapping from the room.
From the coalition room?
From the coalition room. So I rushed in there. Why are they celebrating? Because they didn't even win for Parliamentary, so why are they jubilating? And then they started singing NDC songs, saying that it's on the internet everywhere that the Dr. Muhammad Bawumia had congratulated Mr. Muhammad, and they were all happy. Although the parliamentary aspirant for NDC, Dr. James Kofi Annan, did not win, he was so happy. Yes, they did not win, but NDC people came from nowhere to the coalition center at the Command and Staff College, and they were all jubilating. There was joy everywhere.
Okay, so that was how it ended.
That's how it ended.
Yes. So no skirmishes about not accepting the result for parliamentary and presidential.
No, it didn't happen. Because you can see that even Honorable Alex led over almost 20,000 votes. So it was clear.
It was clear.
Yes.
Quite eventful. Thank you so much, Melissa, for coming in and giving us the updates on Efutu constituency. Lots of figures that Melissa has brought to us. Doreen, you're not surprised, are you?
I'm not too surprised from the comments I've heard from people in the constituency.
It was a done deal for the Blues.
It was, I mean, the constituency. I'm surprised at maybe the margins. I mean, I think I've thought that, yes, he's most likely going to win, but the fact that under all of these circumstances and with the massive losses the NPP has had across the country, he in particular would increase his margin is what surprises me. But winning, well, I'm not surprised he won.
Okay. So definitely when we get our board working and more of the certified results, we'll bring that to you to see how the various...
I'm told that we have some videos from Efutu. We'll watch them briefly and we'll be back shortly with more on our continuous coverage of election 2024. Ghana decides.
At the end of polls here at Efutu constituency, Alexander Afenyo-Markin had 39,512 valid votes. Annan James Kofi had 19,383 valid votes. Wabil Louisa, independent candidate, had 81 votes. The total valid vote for the parliamentary election for Efutu constituency sum up to 58,976. Total rejected ballots, 609. The total vote cast is 59,585. On behalf of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I declare Alexander Afenyo-Markin as the MP elect for the Efutu.
So when he's done. Yes, when he's done. When he's done.
Yes, please. Yes.
Well, so let me thank the Almighty God for a day like this. It's been achieved through hard work, above all, prayers. We started this journey 2012. I won with a margin of 2,083. 2016, the margin increased to 10,000. In 2020, the margin increased to 15,000. And in 2024, the margin has increased to 20,127. Wow. That is the difference between my votes and that of the NDC candidate. It's 20,127, meaning that our continuous hard work has paid off. The people of Ifutu continuously increase their confidence in my leadership. For the presidential, we are done with the collation. Of course, that is not the responsibility of the returning officer to declare. But I can state on good authority that Dr. Bawumia has also won in Ifutu with a huge margin of 7,000 difference. So we continue our work. Let me thank the entire party in the constituency for their hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. We couldn't have achieved this without their sacrifice. Let me thank the good people of Ifutu, the chiefs, opinion leaders, the ordinary person on the street of Ifutu, our teachers, civil servants, public servants, all those working in Ifutu, our students, for the support they've given me. I can only assure them that I'll continue to work hard to meet the aspiration. We'll continue to engage and discuss the matters that are dear to their hearts.
A very unfortunate incident happened in Sampo, and I have said that the Ifutu constituency has been a crime scene, and Ifutu constituency is a crime scene for a while now. In Sampo, for some reason, there was a queue for NPP and a queue for NDC, which was very strange. And we know that the reason why that was done was because a lot of people have been given money by the NPP. 1,000 Ghana cedis, 2,000 Ghana cedis, and so on and so forth. So the people also took the money and said they were not going to vote for them. So I believe that the queue was set that way so that all those who had gone for the money would now decide to sit with the NPP.
Melissa, what has happened?
Well, I didn't finish answering the first question. So can I answer the first question? So basically, the MPP bought the votes. And in buying the votes, they thought that maybe people who are taking money from them may not vote for them. So they set the queue in such a way that if you are taking the money from them, you join the MPP queue. So they did that just to stigmatize the whole situation and make the people emotionally not able to align. I mean, more or less they wanted to align them. Now, in terms of the coalition, strange things are happening. There was an independent candidate. That independent candidate was taken to court and was bastardized by the MPP in many, many ways. Now we are finding out that people have impersonated the independent candidate by acting as polling agents and counting agents and coalition agents for the independent candidates. That is very strange. So that has slowed down the coalition. That's contributing to the slowdown of the coalition that we are having here. And also, of course, you know that there were a lot of fights. I mean, yesterday you saw how the MPP were brutalizing the NDC. As I speak to you now, we have 3 members of NDC who have gone to the hospital. Some are still in the hospital. Even executives, constituency executives, were brutalized right in front of the police, right here at the collation center. So all those things slow down the process, the collation process.
It does appear that
but I won't call it a confrontation. I would say that the police, right from day one, were set up to oppress us, to intimidate us, to make life unbearable and uncomfortable for us. And we believe that that was wrong. And we always told them that power could change. So I saw some of those who were oppressing us, and I reminded them that, do you remember I told you that power can change, and that we could be in power and the other side could be in opposition. So that's the reminding that I did to them, because the NDC in the Futu constituency has been endangered. We have been tortured. We have the law courts, the police, every structure, the assembly has been used to torture the NDC and their members. They have been used to frustrate us. They've been used to emotionally damage us. It's been very, very unfortunate. It's been terrible. And we are happy that power has changed hands, or power is changing hands. And once power is changing hands, we believe that things will change.
Okay, so on the coalition, you only spoke about the presidential. Please, can we look at the parliamentary after making your observation? What have you seen so far?
Well, the coalition, apart from what I've said, has been very smooth. There is no
At the invitation of the Government of Ghana and the Electoral Commission, the chairperson of the African Union Commission deployed an African Union observation team to observe the elections. The mission represents African Union's efforts to promote transparent and credible elections and deepen democratic governance in Africa within the context of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. The mission was led by myself and supported by Her Excellency Fumzile Mbapongoka, member of the Panel of the Wise and former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, as well as 60 short-term observers and technical and electoral experts drawn from 27 African countries. This deployment was preceded by the deployment of a pre-election assessment mission in Ghana from 28 October to 2 November 2024. The African Union Election Observation Mission commends the people of Ghana for their commitment to democratic principles as evidenced by the peaceful conduct of the 7th December general elections. The AU mission witnessed a spirit of collaboration and patriotism among the electoral officials, the political party agents, the voters, and the security personnel deployed to the polling stations as they work together, respecting their different roles, but ensuring a seamless and transparent voting and counting processes with the necessary checks and balances in place. The African Union mission commends the government of the Republic of Ghana for creating conditions that enable the Electoral Commission to effectively deliver on its mandate, political leaders to engage with supporters, and the media and civil society to perform their roles without hindrance, allowing citizens to exercise their right to vote. As part of its methodology, the mission met the representatives of the government officials, political parties and independent candidates, the Electoral Commission, civil society organizations, the Inspector General of Police, diplomatic community, citizens observer groups, academia, and other observer missions. Throughout this preliminary statement, the mission offers a summary of its key findings and recommendations on the electoral process up to the closing and counting of the polls. This statement is issued while selection and the election results process is still ongoing. The mission will issue the final report on a later date. Regarding the preliminary findings, the mission makes the following preliminary observations. The political context of the elections. Ghana's December 2024 general elections marked the country's 8th presidential transition since the return of multi-party democracy back in 1992. This reinforced its democratic reputation for predictable and rule-based presidential transitions, aligning with the African Union's election standards and international best practices. However, the elections took place against the backdrop of heightened political polarization, economic challenges, currency devaluation, corruption, high youth unemployment, disinformation and misinformation, regional insecurity, and illegal small-scale gold mining. On the legal framework, Ghana's legal framework for elections provides for and guarantees fundamental human rights and freedoms, including the right to political participation and freedom of expression, association, and assembly, which is in line with the African Union and regional standards and international best practices for democratic elections. Nevertheless, the mission noted some limitations in the legal framework regarding the use of public resources, campaign regulations, and campaign financing. These gaps could lead to the misuse of such resources and the creation of an uneven playing field for the electoral process participants. On the election administration, the Electoral Commission of Ghana, an independent constitutional body established under the Electoral Commission Act, is mandated to oversee and manage all public elections and referenda in the country. The EC implemented all activities in its electoral calendar as scheduled, though there were some delays in some of the processes. Notably, the mission acknowledged the EC's efforts to enhance transparency in the process by having regular consultations with the civil society and invited the media to participate in one of the inter-party advisory committee meeting. The AU mission commends the EC for the timeless deployment of materials to all regions and the efficiency of the biometric verification devices. The mission also acknowledges that the Electoral Commission communicated timelessly on the printing and reprinting of ballot papers, which contributed to the postponing of special voting to 5 December 2024 in the eastern and central regions, respectively. It is, however, regrettable that there were reports of ballot papers that were alleged to be distributed outside the formal polling processes. However, the people of Ghana are commended for their vigilance in intercepting the said ballots, which would have tainted the integrity of the process. The mission commends the vigilance of voters, citizen observers, and political party and candidates agents in the observation and monitoring of the polling process, counting of ballots, and tallying processes. On voter registration, this registration was conducted for 21 days between 7 May and 27 May 2024. In addition to the standard registration sites at the district offices, the EC deployed mobile teams to register voters in difficult to access areas. A total of 1,746,518 new voters were registered, out of which 708,280 are first-time voters aged between 18 and 21 years. A final register of 18,774,159 voters was published by the Electoral Commission, of which 18,640,811 voters with biometric data, 131,478 special voters, and 1,870 voters without biometric data. All presidential candidates and political parties received a copy of the final register, further enhancing transparency and access to information in the process. Political party and candidate nominations. The EC conducted the candidate nomination exercise between 9 and 13 September 2024. On the 39 candidates who indicated their intention to contest the 2024 presidential election, only 13 candidates made it to the final list for the presidential election, 9 from political parties, and 4 as independent candidates. And for the parliamentary elections, 801 candidates composed of 111 independent candidates and 619 from political parties were nominated to contest for the 2,276 seats. Election campaign regulations and finance framework. The mission noted that the presidential candidates commit to a peaceful electoral process through signing the 4th Presidential Election Peace Pact on 20th November 2024. The campaign period was generally peaceful, and campaign's messaging focused on key issues such as public service delivery, anti-corruption efforts, economic development, civic education, and mining sector improvement. While acknowledging the existence of the Political Parties Law Act 574 of 2000, the mission noted the absence of a comprehensive legal framework to regulate campaign timeline and funding. Gender equality and inclusion in the electoral process. The majority of this general election is women, with a total number of 9,689,980 registered voters. However, women are considerably underrepresented in all elective positions. There was only one female candidate out of the 12 presidential candidates, while in the parliamentary ballot there were 119 female candidates, which is 17%, compared to the 682 males. The mission also notes that youth and persons with disabilities are underrepresented as candidates. The mission commends the 25% reduction in filing fees of to 75,000 Ghanaian cedis for women and people with disabilities, and the EC's provision for tactile ballot for visually impaired, tactile ballots for visually impaired voters. The media environment. The African Union Election Observation Mission acknowledged the role played by the media in disseminating information throughout the election period. The Electoral Commission also provided regular media briefings on election day and responded to reports emanating from around the country. The mission noted the access of journalists to tallying centers, resulting in timely dissemination of information. The role of civil society organizations. The African Union Election Observation Mission acknowledged the active role of the civil society organizations played in Ghana's electoral process, which is aligned with the African Union Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. The CSOs in Ghana organize themselves into networks for purposes of observing to improve transparency and credibility of the elections, primarily through the deployment of massive election observers and conduct a parallel vote tabulation. The mission also interacted with various situation rooms set by the CSOs to monitor electoral process and offer media and rapid response initiatives. On voting, special voting, Ghana provides one of the growing instances of special voting which accommodates persons who will be on official duty on election day to exercise their right to vote. The African Union Mission observed special voting in Greater Accra on 2 December 2024 and in Eastern Region on 5 December 2024, where polling was conducted in a largely compliant, peaceful, and orderly manner. There was consistency between how polling was conducted for special voting and on election day, only the counting and tabulation process that was done on 7 December. The election day observation. On election day, the African Union Election Observation Mission deployed 60 short-term observers to 14 of the 16 regions across Ghana. They observed opening and closing procedures in 13 regions and visited a total of 442 polling units to observe voting. In most polling stations, the atmosphere was generally calm and peaceful. Opening of polling. The mission noted that all the polling stations visited opened on time, apart from 2 stations, one in the eastern region and another in Oti, which opened late due to the late arrival of materials and polling staff and the failure of the DVDs. The voting process. The mission noted that the EC maintained a maximum threshold of 749 voters per polling station, improving efficiency in voter management and counting procedures. Voting proceeded uninterrupted throughout the day at the polling stations observed. However, report emerged of voting being interrupted in some areas of Greater Accra due to heavy rainfalls, but this did not affect the election process. Election materials. Despite the isolated case of delay in opening witnessed, election materials were available in sufficient quantities throughout the day, and the voter verification devices also performed as intended at the stations observed by the African Union Election Observation Mission. Polling stations. While all polling units were generally accessible to voters, only 6% of the stations observed were located on uneven ground where persons with disabilities would face challenges. The secrecy of the vote was guaranteed by the appropriate layout of all polling stations. At most of the polling stations visited, Images of candidates and political parties were posted very close to the polling stations, despite the requirement of having no less than 100 meters within the polling stations. Election personnel and polling procedures. The mission noted that there was general uniformity in implementing prescribed procedures by polling officials who exhibited a high level of professionalism. A large percentage of polling personnel were women, and this is commendable. The voters needing assistance in 80% of the polling stations visited were provided necessary assistance by a person of their choice or a polling officer. Party agents and election observers. Authorized personnel, including political parties and candidates' agents, as well as observers, were present in majority of stations and were allowed to conduct their duties without restrictions. The mission noted that all party agents received a copy of the voter register and result sheets, further enhancing the transparency of the process. Security. Security personnel were present throughout the day and conducted themselves professionally. There were short queues outside most polling stations, and this remained generally peaceful and orderly. However, the mission noted some insecurity incident reported by the Ghana Police Service and commenced their timely interventions. Additionally, some election officials in the Bono region were arrested for various electoral offenses. The mission notes with concern the reported shooting incident, which claimed the life of one citizen and encourages the security agencies to continue to put in place measures to avoid such incidents during such an important national process. The African Union Election Observation Mission acknowledges the level of professionalism exhibited by the security personnel deployed to the polling stations visited. No armed security was seen at the polling stations, and the police were commended for their swift response when they were called in to restore order. Closing of the polls. There were no queues at most polling stations at the time of closing. However, voters who were on the queue at some of the stations were allowed to vote. Closing and counting took place in a peaceful, open, and transparent atmosphere in the presence of voters, observers, party candidates, agents, and media. Polling staff were generally competent in carrying out their duties and demonstrated a sense of commitment to the process. Commendable practices. Establishing a maximum threshold of 749 voters per polling station, ensuring the efficiency of the election administration, ensuring adequate electoral materials, and limiting the possibility of long queues. Allowing political party agents to put their own seal on ballot boxes to secure the vote. Inclusive vote counting processes conducted transparently at polling stations, fostering public trust in the electoral process. Access to the voter register for party agents at each polling station, which enabled verification of the voters by the political party agents. Reduction of candidate nomination fees for women and persons with disabilities, promoting greater inclusivity and candidate participation. Regular press conference by the Ghana Police Service on security matters to enhancing public awareness of polling day security. The active involvement of the Anti-Corruption Commission in policing corrupt practices such as vote buying, which can corrupt the electoral process. Publishing election petitioning and litigation procedures to enhance understanding and use by election stakeholders in the event of election disputes. Granting of media access to tallying centers and allowing them to publish declared results to limit information gaps in the electoral process. Use of multiple options to verify voters using the BVDs, which limits chances of registered voters being turned away. Conclusion and recommendations. Conclusion. The African Union Election Observation Mission commends the people of Ghana for their commitment to democratic principles as evidenced by the peaceful conduct of the 7th December 2024 general elections. The overall electoral process adhered to regional and international standards, reinforcing Ghana's democratic credentials. While the government and people of Ghana and the Electoral Commission set high standards in management of electoral processes that other African Union member states should emulate, the African Union Mission offers some recommendations on areas that can be improved. Recommendations to the government and the Parliament of Ghana. 1. Gender equality. To strengthen its commitment to gender equality by implementing measures to align with the African Union Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the African Union Agenda 2063, and international benchmarks such as CEDAW. 2. Affirmative action. Enact affirmative action legislation to enhance the participation of underrepresented groups, including women, youth, and people with disabilities in elective offices. 3. Campaign finance. Develop comprehensive campaign finance legislation to regulate political financing, limit the misuse of state resources, and ensure a level playing field. To the political parties. 1. Inclusivity. Adopt a more inclusive approach through internal capacity building and civic education to nominate and support candidates from underrepresented groups, particularly women, youth, and people with disabilities. On youth participation, put in place measures to ensure the effective participation of youth who constitute most of the registered voters in order to encourage them to exercise their right to vote and select leaders of their choice. To the civil society organizations on election observation, continue with efforts towards ensuring peaceful, inclusive, transparent, and credible election in Ghana by monitoring electoral processes and consider ways of their deployment. On civic education, design civic education methodologies targeted on the youth to improve their participation. To the Electoral Commission, on stakeholder consultations, maintain and enhance regular stakeholder consultations to promote transparency and inclusivity in the electoral process. On ballot security, consider measures to mitigate the production of counterfeit ballot papers by improving the security features of the ballot papers. Polling stations, increase the number of polling stations in sparsely populated areas in order to reduce the distances between polling stations, particularly in rural areas. On the signage, improve the directional signage of polling stations to ensure easy identification and access. The mission lauds the National Patriotic Party presidential candidate, His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, for demonstrating statesmanship by accepting the results of the election according to the party's tally and conceding defeat prior to the official declaration of presidential results. Indeed, Ghana remains the beacon of democracy and the home of Pan-Africanism, as it upholds the values set by our forefathers in putting the country and people first. The African Union Election Observation Mission further commends Dr. Bawumia for going further to congratulate President-elect John Dramani Mahama for his election victory. Thank you, Ghana, for continuing to exhibit exemplary leadership for the region and the continent at large. Issued in Accra, Ghana on 9 December 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Oh my God. We now invite His Excellency, the head of the ECOWAS Observation Mission, and ask the media to adjust your marks so that they can also continue.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our studios. This is still a live coverage of the 2024 elections just gone by. As the head of the ECOWAS Observer Mission, she was giving details about the observations during this election. She spoke about the importance of the Peace Pact. She said the elections were peaceful, largely peaceful. Campaigns were conducted in a peaceful manner and devoid of any violence. She spoke about security and the fact that she felt that, or the observer mission felt that the security personnel conducted themselves professionally, but she made some complaints about the underrepresentation of women during this electioneering. Now, we'll be having some more conversations about the observations of the ECOWAS Observer Mission, but this will be done by Gloria and Thelma, and they'll be speaking to some reps of the NDC and the NPP who are already in our studios. Gloria, Thelma, welcome.
Thank you.
You were here listening to us or watching the ECOWAS Observer, head of the ECOWAS Observer Mission, making her comment at that presser. What are some of the things that you felt stood out for you from the observation?
For me, I think their commendation on the security services and how they conducted themselves in a professional manner. From Saturday, we have seen across the country that compared to what we had seen in 2020, this year has been peaceful. You wouldn't hear any issue. I mean, apart from the few glitches we had about the military, it's been generally peaceful, and the police must be commended for that. And their briefing, constant briefing on what's happening and addressing issues is also highly commendable.
I think Gloria has said it all, and for me, of course, it's what every time she said something, I just say, it's Ghana. Mm-hmm. The world expects any different from us. Yes, we may not, in all cases, have conducted ourselves in the best possible way. Did we always put our bestest foot forward? Obviously not, but we did put the good foot forward. And I think having the world notice and, once again say Ghana did it.
Now, Titi, you have been big on gender issues. You spoke about the underrepresentation of women.
And the whole day and throughout our conversation, and even from yesterday when we sat with Shamima, who is the immediate past convener of Alliance for Women in Media Africa, we're looking at the numbers that are dropping. She's now with the NDC, and she's happy that the NDC seems to be winning the elections, and some of the women NDC MPs are also winning. Kasoa Ewutusenya East, Madam Howard Kumson is dropping, but it's another woman taking her place.
And it's another woman who's taking the seat in Dom Kwabinya, Eleclim, coming after Adjo Asafo, who lost the primaries to Michael Kwei Jr. So another woman coming into Parliament.
Yes. We just hope that it will reflect in Parliament.
Yes,
the
decision making. Yes, because the global standard still, we are not there. So that's what we're hoping for.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. You'll be having more of this as the conversation continues. I've been doing this with Maltiti. Maybe sometime if the Electoral Commissioner doesn't declare before the day ends, hopefully you're likely to see us again. Thank you so much. We'll see you again.
Welcome back, and it's another good morning from us to you. This is our running coverage of election 2024. Gloria and I will be taking over the next batch of discussions. We want to start from an unfortunate incident that happened in Accra today, an attack at the NADMO office located at the Ayawaso East Municipal Assembly on Saturday, and they came back today to the office attempting another break into that facility. Here are the scenes from the scene.
So what can you tell us about what happened here?
Okay, this morning we were in the office when the people came.
So what people? How do they look like? What kind of people?
Oh, some of them, I think they are the people of the community. So when they came, they said, "Oh, we should get out. We should get out. We should get out." And that NDC has taken over, so we should get out. So we went out, and they locked the office. Then they took the keys away.
What happened after that?
Oh, all of us went out, then they locked the office.
Okay, so that's what happened this morning. Did they take anything away?
This morning, actually, they didn't take anything, but we were told by the security guard that yesterday they came in and they took motorbikes and some of the air conditioning from the office.
Okay. So how do you feel as a worker right now, working here? Do you feel okay? Do you feel safe?
As for now, I don't feel safe because we don't know what will happen next.
Sunday, 11 o'clock. No inside. The pickup white, you see. And now, you have a pure pickup. Nipa ma motors there uncountable. And you know, I know as see movie in a way. Gate, you know, or maybe a gate, you know, by force. Hey, I didn't. She's kind of me so. And the other say, me take me, and I'm a doggy here. And I want to share baby na me a call a friend, and penny for them. And he said, if you know, Niama need your convey, papa. Work a concrete machine.
Okay.
Concrete machine, 3. And wheelbarrows, and you'll be bringing one. And you'll be honest with me, King Kind. Moto a bobo a 1, brand new one cry. And a friend saying, Moto 2 times, 4. No, he says, I am call inside. Eko bubu near my whole crowd there. Omo can't see anything, no man steady and Nina. Until you have my police for direct and direct about the fray and on mobile, she said. Police station.
Now, unconfirmed reports claim that they are supporters of the NDC, and unfortunate scenes there. Our team that chanced upon this development is in the studio, and my colleague Mark Agodoa is going to answer some of our questions. Mark, on Saturday, we got hints that stuff like this was happening not just in Accra, but in a number of places. Tamale, for example, a break into the Tamale Agric warehouse had occurred, and lots of acts of lawlessness were recorded. What took you to that part of town this morning, and how did you chance upon this attempt at NADMO?
So we got intel that something like that was happening. And knowing that the place is quite close to us, we decided to go check it out. We weren't sure what to expect, but when we got there, we saw policemen there, so that gave us some reassurance. So we got intel that something like that was happening. I can't disclose the source, but that's what took us there.
So when the police saw you in this, almost Rambo style outfit that you're wearing with pockets, I mean, there's a number of things I believe Mark could have fit into these pockets, but you were reassured that the situation was safe. Did you actually see the persons who attacked the NADMO office?
Oh, no. By the time we got there, it had happened already. And the police were there. We approached them, talked to them, and they directed us to who to speak to.
It turns out a number of items were stolen from that property.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
There were computers, concrete mixers, about 5 motorbikes, some other things, about 5 computers, and yeah, air conditioners. I think the outdoor units were taken away, and yeah, those were some of the things that were taken.
And the policemen that you saw at the scene, they were conducting investigations into what had happened?
I think after the one that happened on Saturday, they were called in, and they led them to file the complaint at the Nima police station. And so when this one happened, they were called back and they came. A few of them were there when we got there.
At the time of your visit, were there any authority figure from NADMO around?
We not really. We spoke to one engineer. He's an engineer at the municipality, and he didn't want to speak on camera. But he also narrated the story to us. The workers are, when we got there, some of them were on their way home. They were afraid. Yeah. Some said they live in the neighborhood, so they couldn't speak on camera for fear of reprisal attack. So yeah, that's, some of them were afraid, so they don't want to speak on camera, but they were able to narrate their story to us.
And it's not the first time we're hearing this. The general understanding is that anytime there is a change of government, some self-appointed enforcers of eviction notices show up suddenly at government premises and insist that people move out of the space, or just simply take advantage and loot these items. Did the police offer any direction at all for what's supposed to happen? Because yes, we are in election period, but it's also the first working day of the week, and if workers are afraid to be at work, then that's a problem. What's the police response, and what's their word to the people who work at that NADMO office? Well,
the police were not willing to speak to us. They only directed us to the workers. But it's reassuring to see one of their FPU trucks there, and 1 or 2 of their vehicles. And I think they numbered about a bit more than 10 who were there, but they did not speak to us.
Do you get the sense that these people are from the neighborhood, or did they come from...
Oh yes, one of the workers actually said because he lives in the neighborhood and the people are from the neighborhood, he wouldn't want to speak because, you know, they could identify him and possibly attack him, so he wouldn't speak to us.
Mark, I know that you have lots of more rounds to do today before the final declaration. We'll leave it here and wish you and the team the very best on the fields. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Agodua is a colleague right here at GBC, and he and his team have been going round trying to monitor situations. They chanced upon the premises of the NADMO office where unidentified persons had ransacked the place and made away with certain items, which we are told include 4 motorbikes, a desktop from the conference room, admin's office, 7 desktop computers, a concrete mixer, AC outdoor units, and other items. And the police were on the scene but could not offer any advice to workers. We will try to get in touch with officials of NADMO to see if they are able to share some perspectives with us on this development. But Gloria, I heard this in the central region when we spoke to Kingsley Nanabwedu earlier. He also said that unidentified people had showed up at the residence of the regional minister demanding that he vacates the premises immediately. And I find that very unfortunate. I think that really these persons should be picked up by the police. I want to see another police statement, you know, allaying fears by issuing a directive to this effect that people cannot be allowed
and I think that apart from issuing the directive, they should, for state installations where these people are likely to go there should be police presence around those areas, ministries, their assemblies, just to ensure that when these people come, there are the police on ground to prevent them from getting onto the compound or into any of the offices to cause any havoc. It's quite unfortunate that it's coming at the back of the ECOWAS Observer Mission declaring that the election has been free and fair and generally peaceful. And then we start to see this pocket of problems. It's not good for our image.
And I think from a personal perspective that wrong is wrong.
Definitely.
And whoever you are, if you are engaged in an illegality, you should be ready to face the full rigors of the law. And I would not want any of our friends from the political side to make calls begging on anybody's behalf.
Yeah.
If they know that indeed any of their people are engaged in some of these acts, and this is across the political divide, they need to call their people to order. So we'll be giving you a few more of these developments as they break out across the country. And once the EC is ready to make that final declaration, we will go over and take it. We understand there are 11 regional summary sheets before Madame Jean Mensah and the team interrogating the figures. And we want to get to that lucky number 16, where after which we will be ready to listen to the final declaration. You're watching GBC News and GTV. We'll take a quick break. When we return, our political guest will sit with us to analyze the updates and the figures. We'll be back.
So what can you tell us about what happened here?
Okay, this morning we were in the office when the people came.
So what people? How do they look like? What kind of people?
Oh, some of them, I think they are the people of the community. So when they came, they said, "Oh, we should get out. We should get out. We should get out." And that NDC has taken over, so we should get out. So we went out, and they locked the office. Then they took the keys away.
What happened after that?
Oh, all of us went out, then they locked the office.
Okay, so that's what happened this morning. Did they take anything away?
This morning, actually, they didn't take anything, but we were told by the security guard that yesterday they came in and they took motorbikes and some of the air conditioning from the office.
Okay. So how do you feel as a worker right now, working here? Do you feel okay? Do you feel safe?
As for now, I don't feel safe because we don't know what will happen next.
Welcome back to GTV's coverage of the 2024 elections. We are still standing by, waiting for the Electoral Commission's final declaration on the winner of this election. We are going to have an interesting conversation here. Thelma is here with me here with Ishaq Ibrahim, member of the Legal Directorate of the NPP and a lecturer at the UPSA. Welcome, Ishaq.
Thank you.
Before we allow Ishaq to make his submission, I understand the police service is having a press briefing. Okay. I hope they heard timely. The call I made about the attacks, and we'll bring you some of what transpired at that press briefing as soon as we are able. The conference has just ended, and we will replay it to you very, very shortly. Gloria, I believe we can start with Doc now.
Ishaq, welcome.
Thank you.
So far, so good.
Yes. I think my preliminary comments would be, first of all, to say congratulations to the former President, John Dramani Mahama. He has worked hard, and Ghanaians have seemed to have entrusted his message, and then they have given him overwhelming support. So I would say congratulations to him. Having said that, I would also like to, what can I say? These were the hard words I could say. This congratulatory words was actually reserved for His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I've seen how hard he has worked. In fact, on election night, I was with him. And yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet him personally at his residence. I've also listened to his speech, though I was still around Walwala area when he was delivering the speech. I mean, having listened to the speech, you see that this is coming from a statesman, somebody who is not having, somebody who have the highest regard for the interests of Ghana at heart. You could see that he was pursuing this presidency not for his personal interest or personal ambition, but for the fact that he believed that we needed to move the Ghana agenda. I still believe he's the right person to have moved the Ghana agenda. But as I said, the voice of the people is the voice of God. If this is what Ghanaians want, as he rightly said, he accepted the verdict. He did not even wait. And he does so in the national interest by telling members there is no need for anybody to fight or somebody die because of his presidency. After all, Ghana is the reason why he's running for the presidency. At the end of the day, if you lose members of the community. And this is what I want the opposition, the president-elect and his team. I don't want to call them opposition anymore because 1 month is just around the corner, they will take over. But there's a need to continue to urge members to remain calm. As I've listened to you and I've listened to the media before coming, the attacks around the country is really, really uncalled for. And they are doing so in the name of their party, which is quite shameful. People will need to stop that. Because there's a transition team. At the end of the day, we want to have a peaceful transition. There is no need to loot. So I don't really believe those doing it are actually members of the National Democratic Party. I think they are criminals, and the police need to get hold of it to make sure that they discipline such people. Wherever they are taking their directives from, I think they are criminals, and I will want the police to treat them as such. Having said that, there are 3 people I want to especially say congratulations to. The Yaba Kubari MP-elect and the city MP, Mustafa Yusuf. He's a very good friend. I had the opportunity of going there to help him campaign. Also, the Nalelego Gambaga constituency, Nuruddin Itenga, he has done very well. He has campaigned hard and he has succeeded. And the final person is Dr. Kabiru Mahama, the MP-elect for the Walwala constituency, who is actually like my younger brother. I'll probably say congratulations to him. And congratulations to all MPs elect, regardless of your political party. I believe at the end of the day, Ghana has won. And we need to congratulate Mother Ghana as well for the victories.
That's very good. But from where you sit, what would be your assessment of the whole elections?
Yes. It's too early to tell, but having listened to my colleagues, and it's like the turnout was quite low, especially in the Ashanti region, which seemed to be our stronghold. Probably we need to investigate clearly what went wrong, Why was people not interested in the election? It's not just Ashanti region, I think across the country. If you look at the election results as of yesterday, it's like the president-elect, votes is actually lower as compared to the previous, the last 4 years, who tells me the voter turnout is really an issue. Also the economy. I mean, if you look at the Afrobarometer report, they were citing the economy, even though free SHS was mentioned. But at the end of the day, not all of us have families. I believe the free HSS was a very, very good policy promoted by the government. But that alone will not be enough to actually promote us to the successful finish line. So the economy, I believe, was also an issue. And maybe some people also felt neglected on the part of the MPP. We need to reach out to those people to really know what really went wrong. I also believe MPP, we had a communication problem. Because if you look at educational infrastructure, we have invested massively in education. The free SHS, the infrastructure in particular, we built 10 STEM senior high schools, which one of them is also in my community, the Passenger Senior High School. Most people are not aware such an institution exists.
How do you say that? So when you weigh that against the access that the government and its communication team members has, in terms of ownership of even media outlets, the general knowledge is that the ruling NPP has very media-friendly or media-supportive networks through which it channels its communication. So where was the problem?
Thank you. I want to really respectfully disagree with you that we have a friendly media partner.
You have a number of friendly media partners owned or affiliated to known NPP political actors.
I think I've started communicating on behalf of NPP since April this year. Most of the places I go to, they are usually hostile towards government policies.
Really?
I've had the opportunity, aside here, which is a bit friendly, but I've had opportunity to go to TV3. They are very hostile. This is the agenda. And the agenda is usually friendly to the opposition MPP or opposition NDC. I've had the opportunity to represent the party on Good Morning Ghana. You can hardly say that is a friendly situation. But I'm not blaming anybody. At the end of the day, we need to also take the blame. The MPP need to take the blame. As I said, it's not necessarily that the media does not present it. We ourselves have not significantly promoted this particular education.
We've started with a number of your communicators. We've started with a number of, government appointees, ministers, including the education minister. I personally interviewed the Honorable Afenyo Markin. I've interviewed the education minister. I've sat with the Honorable Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, and on almost a weekly basis, there are party representatives on GBC's networks and platforms trying to propagate this message that government wants to give, while bearing in mind that we need to provide an equal opportunity for other parties to also have a say. And that's why I want to understand what the communication problem was. Was it the platform to communicate? Was it the message being communicated? Or was it the recipient of the message not understanding what is being communicated?
I think a bit of both. Let's look at, for example, a month to general election. I attended a press conference. I attended a meeting, and one of the presenters was the Minister of Education himself. Some of the infrastructure projects he was telling us about, and they were about to commission them. I did not even know they existed. Like, for example, the Passenger Senior High School. We completed it more than 2 years ago. In fact, the second batch has just enrolled. And yet, just recently, about 3 weeks ago, we commissioned it.
The Ministry of Education had a whole program where it exhibited, and the minister himself was the one making the presentation. He went through a whole list of projects that the government under this free TVET and building STEM schools initiative has done. I have sat with him personally in his office to record an interview for GTV Breakfast, and he went into a lot of detail. And every time I hear people make the point that you make, I ask myself, so when the actors, the political actors had those platforms, did they not use them to communicate?
I'll just use my interviews, for example. Since April, I have been attending interviews on behalf of the MPP. Consistently, we have always spoken about Galamsey. Consistently. I'm not saying it's not a very important subject, but what I'm saying is that some aspect of the good policies and the infrastructure that we have built, we could have used that opportunity to what? To also promote them.
The people of Ghana, some would say that for a president who bet his tenure on ending Galamsey, that is a topic that needs to be brought to your attention if you are on a platform.
Yes. And there are other aspects. What I'm saying is that the agenda, that's my analysis. Other people could differ. My analysis is that it's like the agenda have always, in terms of communication in the media, the agenda have always been set by the media itself, as well as the opposition.
But that's one of our rules.
MPP. Yes, but then equality of arms is quite important. If you are presenting bad news of government, it's equally fair for you to present the good news of government.
Do you think
but if you consistently present bad news,
do you think that holding,
then a good message is likely to be lost.
Do you think that holding government accountable is being hard on them?
Yes.
Is that how you see it? That the media is holding the government accountable and ensuring that you give the people what you have told them or promised them you would. Do you think that that is being firm or being hard?
No. It is a responsibility of the media and opposition as well to hold government account. But having said that, the media would also need to be fairer to promote the good policies the government is actually putting across, especially if they are building huge infrastructure for national development. And after all, education is a foundation of every country.
The concept of fairness will be incomplete without truthfulness. And the truth is, when the issue of Galamsey is submitted to you, GBC News would give you that infamous video of River Shama fighting with all its strength, or the sea fighting River Shama to prevent it from bringing all these toxins. It's the reality for people who live in these communities where active illegal mining has taken place. And someone has suggested that perhaps the unhappiness with government's fight against Galamsey may have contributed to these huge losses that you have faced, your party has faced. I think that we'll take a quick break and then allow panelists from the NDC side to join us. It's GBC News and GTV. We'll be back.
Welcome back. We are assessing the elections with the MPP and NDC communication team. Before we went on that short break, we were with Ishaq Ibrahim, member of the NPP's legal directorate and lecturer at the UPSA. Joining us in studio is Kingsley Amaleba, Kingsley. Kindly do.
Haruna Amaleba Kingsley. There's a last one, I don't mention that. Yes, and
okay,
I am a member of the Communication Bureau of the NDC, and also a committee member for Interparty and Civil Society Organizations Relations Directorate.
That's a lot of posts.
Yes.
They like positions.
Okay, so we go to the monitor and we have some new details coming in from the regions.
And like I say, we keep posting only the certified results into the system. Of course, the numbers that have not been certified are also in our grips, but we put the certified ones through to our screens, and our correspondents are working hard to bring those reports to you. Let's see, there's a reason why this thing is not working, but I will bring you some of the analysis of the new results we are getting on the presidential side. On the screen, we are seeing the national tally as we have them right now, and the projection, 2,106,146 as against 1,623,755, calling these numbers for the presidential side as we have them at the moment. When we want to break it down into constituency level, Tempani constituency in the Upper East region has polled these numbers: 23,052 for the NDC, 7,386 for the NPP. And these are the figures for the presidential results from the Tempani constituency. On the parliamentary side, the incumbent, Madam Lady Alamesi, is polling 19,378 against 13,351 from the opposition party's candidate, Mr. Joseph Pemka. And this is how things stand in the Tempani constituency: 109 polling stations, 55,215 registered voters, out of which 62.54% turned out to vote. So 34,523 people coming out to vote. Look at the number of rejected ballots, a whopping 1,803. Only 32,729 valid ballots were cast. So if you add the rejected and the valid, then you get the total number of votes cast at that constituency. Turnout once again in the 60s regions in terms of percentage. Ashanti East constituency in the Western region voted for the NDC on the presidential side, 31,804 votes for the NDC, 22,289 votes for the NPP's candidate, the vice president. And on the parliamentary side, we will input that data and let you have it as quickly as possible. But this is how Amenfi East voted on the presidential side. Boku Central for the presidential result certified for that constituency, also in the Upper East region, 26,993 against 13,384 for the NDC's John Mahama, NPP's Dr. Baumia, respectively. The other parties also registering some votes on the ballot. ACP 0.5% with 213 votes, CPP 58, Movement for Change 39, GCPP 38, 26 votes for GUM, 17 for LPG, 12 for the independent candidate, and 10 for another independent candidate, NDP getting 7, and the rest you see on your screen. So like I said, we are inputting a lot of the data through our backdoor to the app, and so you'll be getting a much fuller picture very, very shortly. These are certified presidential results from the Chiana Paga constituency, also in the East region of Ghana. 24,681 voting for former President John Mahama, 9,454 going for Dr. Bawumia. The other parties, GCPP 128, ACP 104, Movement for Change 103, the New 461, GUM 42, LPG 39, 39 again for the CPP, and the independent candidates follow with 17-9 and also 36 votes. So Chiana Paga constituency on the presidential side, that is what we have. And we'll do the comparison once we input the data from the parliamentary side and see how the figures played out. We know that the NDC has claimed the entire upper East region, and 15 of those seats the parties projecting have been captured by them. And I use the word projecting because even though we have the benefit of some of the figures, we want the certified ones to appear on our screen. Certified presidential results, Tano North constituency in the Ahafo region, 19,738. That's against 17,952 for the NPP and NDC, bringing the NPP just 2,000 or so extra votes to beat the NDC presidential candidate in that contest. In Port constituency in the Western region, certified presidential results, 11,082 for former President Mahama, 8,293 for the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It's on a North presidential results, 30,000. And when you hear those big numbers, you just know that you are in the territory of a powerhouse. It's on a North voting, 30,561 for the NDC's John Mahama, 26,932 for the NPP's Dr. Bawumia. A close contest with a difference of about 4,000. Again, 1,389 rejected ballots from a constituency expecting 58,000. And look at the turnout at 67.55%. So these are from the Esunafo North constituency. Esutifi South constituency, located also in the Ahafo region, 20,808 votes for former President Mahama, 14,518 for Vice President Dr. Bawumia. The other parties also represented there. Collins Dowda, the current occupant of that seat for the NDC. And we'll quickly get to more of the parliamentary results. Let me take the last one on my screen. Time constituency, one time deciding constituency in an election process in Ghana, 24,484 for the NDC candidate John Mahama, 15,852 for the NPP's Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let's take some more parliamentary results because that's where the shifts have happened. Chiana Paga remaining true to the NDC, the candidate Bila Galamsey securing 22,548 as against Mr. Robert Apechra Alo, who got 12,884. So the Chiana Paga constituency remaining with the NDC. Gloria, I know that you have to engage our panelists on some of the trends that we've noticed. So let's hear what perhaps they have to say about what we've said so far. A lot more of the papers and the figures are being put through into our system, and I will be going to the screen as and when we get some of the figures coming in and we can analyze some of them.
But Thelma, before we came on air, there was an interesting scene we saw, seeing Haruna and Ishak having a conversation peacefully.
A hearty
conversation, and that was interesting to see. I wish that
it was a history lesson, and Amaliba was going into a historical breakdown of how some systems work elsewhere and how we can apply. And it's always a joy to see the politicians. I wish that
people out there would see what's happening and not fight against each other, because we are one people. Haruna,
this is a transpositional
You're wearing your victory suit, yes. So let's be victorious on this conversation.
Like I'm saying, this is a transpositional error to bring a conversation that took place off air.
No, we just want people to see.
But if you just
people how beautiful it was.
On the lighter side. Let me say good afternoon to you. Are we still in the afternoon? Huh?
Barely.
Okay, yeah, it's 12.
Yeah, it's 12.
So afternoon to you and to my senior here, and to the cherished viewers of
GBC News and GTV, yeah.
And also our leadership, my leadership,
see how he's
the NDC, and across the country and the world for that matter. You are on Facebook, right?
Yes.
The coalition from the constitutionally designated body, which is the Electoral Commission, is ongoing.
Yeah.
It is therefore my passionate appeal, notwithstanding the concession statement or speech delivered by His Excellency, the incumbent Vice President, soon to be former, yesterday, congratulating the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Though the coalition done by the NDC and as acknowledged by the incumbent Vice President and the MPP presidential candidate state clearly unequivocally that President Mahama have won decisively. I can't have a proverb that even though the hen knows the daybreak, it must certainly satisfied from the cock. So we are still waiting for the Electoral Commission to declare the final results. NDC have won, undoubtedly. Nothing will change it from now on. Nothing will change. And with more than 2/3 in Parliament, what I want to appeal to the nation and to our youth and the NDC supporters and sympathizers, particularly, peace have reigned. About 2 weeks ago, there was a conference in Elisa Hotel behind you here, which I was in attendance. And I told the participant that once again, Ghana will not disappoint. And we will continue to demonstrate that we are the beacon of democracy in Africa, and nobody can take it away from us. And indeed, United States is envying us.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yeah.
The US is envying us. Tiny as we are in the global geopolitical spheres, we wield what we call a soft power, and that is the power of influence. Less calm prevailed. Lama Shegu in Tamale, I have watched your video. I want to beg you, President Mahama have no intention to inherit a broken country. Enough damage have already been done to our economy. We don't need to do further damage to what had been left. Let's keep calm. I just read the statement from our National Director of Elections and IT, Dr. Manebuama, urging that the NDC candidate and agent who are still at the coalition centers remain calm and steadfast, follow due process, comply with all the laid down legal procedures, and make sure the right things are done. We have 185 seats in Parliament so far. We still need more. If MPP will even get less than 10, we will be happy to have it. Okay, so please remain calm. Let us remain peaceful. We have comported ourselves even at the heat of the process, which was at the polling station level. Now, over 24 hours in the coalition centers, we are still on it. Let's continue to, in fact, the majority of it have already been declared. Let us wait for the few ones to be done. And let me also sound a caution at this moment to the security agencies. Know that there is a new commander-in-chief. Conduct yourself according to the law. Because if you listen to an outgoing agent and misbehave, when the time comes, you will stand the brunt before the law, and that person might not be there to defend you. Let us all continue to be peaceful and uphold the law as prescribed. And for my senior, I want to wish him a happy defeat. We are going to celebrate the Christmas together in peace. And as you are aware, I heard him trying to espouse the achievement of the government. Where were you? You were grooming when you were kicked out of the game. You don't start outside and they say, oh, I have one more song to sing. I was like, you are already out of the game.
But generally, how would you assess the elections?
So far, I didn't expect this.
What were you expecting?
As a communicator myself, for the past 8 years of NDC in opposition, we have suffered a lot. Even in the midst of inadequate resources, we try to push on. And let me also say congratulations at this stage to my boss, lawyer Sami Jemfi, and his two deputies, the Basentale boy and Akugan. Their inspiring leadership have brought us this far to attain this feat. I knew NDC was going to win, certainly. I knew we were going to win. But looking at the ignominious fate that Mahama suffered in 2016 as a certain president, who many people then agreed that beside Kwame Nkrumah, he was an accomplisher in terms of infrastructure in our fourth, particularly the fourth Republican dispensation. An MPP claimed they whipped him by 1 million votes. His comeback was undoubtedly and universally acknowledged. And people, including journalists in the private media, who vilified, attacked his integrity, say all manner of things against him, which were not even true, as well as his political opponent, started apologizing to him and describing him with all manner of accolade. Coming from this side of the political divide, I knew Mahama was going to come back, undoubtedly. I also equally doubted the capability of the MPP in terms of where they took Ghana from and where they have landed us now. And their claim to break the 8, I doubted it.
Did the large numbers at their rallies not...
I doubted it. I doubted it.
The large numbers did not scare.
In the rallies, you see someone wearing MPP t-shirt, but the person who pulled and said, look, NDC inside, they gave me 200 cedis. So all these things were there. It was a camouflage. Okay? So I did believe Mahama would come back, but I least believe, let me repeat, I did believe Mahama would come back, but I least believe he was going to get this kind of numbers. He was going to get this kind of numbers. And particularly to third MPs in Parliament. I watched an analysis from one of your colleagues in the private sector or the private media this morning. And the gentleman was, in the totality of his analysis, described Mahama as not the supreme ruler of Ghana, which is true. Because you need two-thirds of Parliament to effect any constitutional changes, provided those clauses or provisions of the Constitution are not entrenched. Yeah. Two-thirds can change it. And to pass a law in Parliament, you need two-thirds. NDC have the more than two-thirds. Do you know what that means? In as much as I am glad about these numbers, I am equally scared. Okay? Because the expectations, the confidence, the trust of the Ghanaian public to President Mahama is so scary. And President Mahama at this stage have absolutely no reason to disappoint. Meanwhile, I believe that no person could have gotten this endorsement than President Mahama. In the history of politics in the world, I stand to be corrected. I don't know, like I said, I stand to be corrected. An individual who has started his political career from the lower level, assemblyman, then after working somewhere, he later became an MP, made a deputy minister, then a substantive minister, and equally a running mate, and became a vice president, became a president, and then booted out of office as a former president, and came back again as a president with such an overreaching numbers. I don't know whether it has happened before.
Don't you think the people are saying something with that? And like you said, it's giving you a lot of responsibility.
I am coming there again. Given the image of President Mahama, which was bruised beyond repairs by his political opponent, Ghanaians came to the realization that no, we threw away our golden cup.
Really?
and we must quickly go and look for it before the drain takes it away. They chase the drain, recover the golden cup, clean it, and have now bring it to the banquet table. Like I told you, no person could have achieved this feat than President Mahama.
You think if there was a stronger force, the NDC would have won?
No stronger force anywhere could have given us the level of victory than President Mahama.
No stronger force. If there was a stronger force.
Because now, in Ghana's political history, there is no single individual, even global level, who have this level of resume.
Ishak?
Nobody. And if he has, let him read it to us.
Ishak.
Thank you.
I would like to hear from him.
Well, typical of NDC, he started very well, ended very
roughly.
Typical of the NDCs, and Ghanaians are watching. But I'm glad about the final conclusion. But let me make something very clear. At any point in time, Ghana have only one commander-in-chief. Akufo-Addo remains the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the president of Ghana until 7th January. So his warning to the military police to behave themselves was just uncalled for. It's quite disappointing. For me, the way the vice president graciously accepted defeat, doing his own coalition, he also misled Ghanaians that he was looking at the NDC figures. No, he was looking at data available compiled by the MPP. This is what a statesman does. So, no commander-in-chief would order the army to act unlawfully. And for you to say that if the army listened to the president and acted unlawfully, you are sounding warning to them that you come and deal with them. We don't need this at this point in our democracy. The most important thing is that the former president have won. That is very important. I support him now to succeed because the interests of Ghanaians are more paramount than any other thing. Yeah. And that's the very reason why the vice president have accepted defeat from the very beginning. And that needs to be our emphasis now. But I still maintain that we have only one commander-in-chief. President-elect is not the commander-in-chief. He will have his opportunity to give his orders or do whatever he wants to do after 7th December. But it doesn't mean that now that he has overwhelmingly elected the president, or he's having to tell majority, doesn't mean we are not going to hold him to account. Those of us who are not in parliament, but have the opportunity to come to the media, will still hold him to account. And I agree, as you said, he has created huge expectation. He has promised Ghanaian youth that they will be working night and day, 24 hours economy. Even though some of us think he did not understand it. But Ghanaians accepted it. And that is a social contract he has with Ghanaians. He has promised women banks that there will be a women's bank. It's a social contract he has with Ghanaians. And my prayer and hope is that he meant those things and he's really going to work in the interest of Ghanaians. And as you've rightly said, you are beginning to be scared because he has no excuse. We don't want towards the end of the 4 years he will give us any excuse. As I said, I pray for him to succeed, even though I believe the MPP would have done better, but Ghanaians think he's a better choice. But as you are comparing him to Nkrumah, I don't know what comparison you are making. Because, as you said, 4 years, after his 4 years, Ghanaians think he was incompetent. And
I want us to look at
yes.
the assess the whole election process,
yes.
devoid of politics or devoid
yes.
of those things that would. What do you think was, Haruna? What do you think was the trump card for your victory?
Very well. I am not warning the security agencies, of course. Whom am I to warn them?
That was an innuendo.
Please, senior, I beg you. Please give him a paper. If you have something, you can write it down. What I'm saying here is that nobody should listen to an order from above. There is a newly commander-in-chief elect. Very soon, the incumbent will face the way. The new law will face, and the old law will take over. In other words, the new administration is already going, and new one will take over. So if you take orders from above, from outgoing leader, and do something to contravene the law, you will hold accountable to your own actions. And when that time comes, the one who gave you the orders will not be there to defend you. That's the point I'm making here.
Is it necessary to
Please,
say that?
it is very necessary.
I don't want us to.
It's very necessary. Like I'm saying, you should allow me to continue and stop the interjection with all due respect.
Let's look at.
Very well. See, you see, he talked about 24-hour economy and the promises. Let me tell you something. Why is it that Ghanaians have given President Mahama this overwhelming endorsement with over 2/3 MPs in Parliament? The elections, for me, have only two legs of interpretation per the action of the Ghanaian people. Number one, don't bruise the image, the reputation, the integrity of your opponent because of political power, which you knew that upon assumption of office, you were incapable and you lack the requisite capacity to discharge your promises to the people. The social contract which formed the basis of electing you into office in the first place. Looking at the trajectory from 2012 to 2016, before Mahama suffered that ignominious defeat, that is the interpretation I had. That's number one. Number two, the vote that Ghanaians gave to President Mahama was a vote of apology.
You think so?
Yes. It's a vote of apology to President Mahama, and it is a vote of rebellion and punishment to the MPP, and a vote of lesson to the NDC. That Ghanaians at this moment need nothing but a leadership that will be, number one, respect their sensibility and their thinking as a Ghanaian people. In other words, a leader who will respect the Ghanaian people and will not lie to them. A leadership that will take responsibility. When times are hard, admit it. When you mismanage things, admit it. For instance, 2013-14, thereabout, President Mahama made a statement which became a catchphrase of the MPP. We have eaten the meat and it's not left with the bone. Let's manage the bone and rebuild the flesh over it again to drive the country forward. He admitted there was a challenge. For instance, Dumso, which the MPP used as a convenient political stick to hit Mahama. Mahama wasn't its cause. Let's go to the history. And I can pull down the statement of State of the Nation address from President Jerry Rawlings, the late, as a first president of the Fourth Republic. His successor was John Ajakum Kufuor, the incumbent former president. I can pull their statement of the nation address and read them to you. They all admitting to doing so. Why do you hang it on the neck of President Mahama? He went to Parliament. Before the whole world and before the representative of Ghana, he admitted that I, President John Dramani Mahama, I take responsibility now of fix Dumso. He fixed it before he left office. The Greco record doesn't lie. You did all these things. Now, upon coming into office, Ghanaians were expecting you to transform Ghana within 18 months as President Akufo-Addo promised before his elections. Build 350 senior high schools from the scratch. Protect the public purse. Fight corruption. And bring the Ghana cedi up for its strength to equate the US dollar so that the business community will not lose their working capital. Among others, where are we today? Don't forget, President Mahama handed to you people an economy that can pay its foreign debt. President Mahama handed to you people an economy that can go to the capital market to borrow. President Mahama handed to you people an economy where inflation was 14.4%, unemployment was 8.3%. You are going to give him a junk economy that cannot pay its foreign debt. As we speak, Ghana is a bankrupt state.
Excuses have started.
No, I am not giving excuses, but these are the facts. Okay, these are the facts. So if I said I am scared about the numbers that our NDC gave, I am not scared because NDC is incompetent to deliver. When Mahama left office, see his appointees, where they found themselves. Dr. Hannah Tete, where is she now? In Kenya as a UN rep. Charlotte Osei, who declared you as winners and you vilified and disgracefully kicked out of office, went to Afghanistan to supervise elections.
What does that say? What does that say?
It talks about the quality of the human resource that NDC government used in office. I have said this statement before, and I'll repeat it. Majority of President Akufo-Addo's cabinet ministers could never have qualified to be office cleaners under Mahama's government. People say it's harsh. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
It's still in campaign mode. The election is over. The election is over, my friend. The election is over. It's still in campaign mode.
Decline.
It's still in campaign mode.
I do.
It's still in campaign mode.
I apologize. But see, that's the reality. Because if you have the men, as you claim, the fantastic economic team, that supervise the destruction of the economy to the extent that 8.4 million Ghanaians cannot get a single meal of a day for 1 year. What is it? What is it? So I know the NDC have a burden that's going to bequeath to it, the incoming administration, to carry. However, looking at the competence of our leader, his discipline, his grooming, and the level he has attained as a political figure of this country, and particularly in the Fourth Republic, I am glad to live in this era, and I'm glad to live, and is going to live within the Bahamas government. I want to promise my fellow countrymen, particularly the youth, maybe the next 4 years we'll be sitting here at the same time doing electoral commentaries as we are doing now. Ghanaians themselves will be an eloquent testimony to President Mahama's accomplishment and his achievement.
So you are assuring Ghanaians that you are going to fulfill each promise you have made in your manifesto.
Each promise. It is a step. Okay? You know something about the NDC? We are not arrogant. We don't assume the pomposity of knowing everything. We believe and continue to steadfastly uphold that belief. Sovereignty resides in the people, as espoused by Article 1, Clause 1 of the Constitution and 35 respectively. And the powers of government are to be exercised in a manner and in the limit laid down in the Constitution to maximize the welfare of the people. When we face difficulty as government, we'll go to the people.
Ishak.
We have done that before, conclusively. We convey Senche consensus, out of which
what came out of that?
A lot came out of it. We're able to sustain the economy and hand over a robust economy to the MPP with buffers, like the sinking fund, etc. When they came into office, collateralized it to obtain loans, only to eat kenke and say goodbye to Ghanaians. Now they're out of office already.
Ishak, before you come in, we have the police update. Let's listen to it and then we'll come back and continue with the discussions.
The security agencies have moved into the post-election security phase, and additional measures have been put in place to maintain peace, security, law, and order. There have been limited cases of looting, vandalism, and destruction of properties in some locations across the country. 89 suspects have so far been arrested in connection with various offenses. 40 of these suspects are directly connected to the acts of vandalism, looting, and destruction of properties. All these suspects are in custody and will be taken through the due process of the law. We would like to use this opportunity to caution persons to desist from such acts of violence, since the perpetrators will be arrested and brought to face justice. Some of the measures we have put in place towards ensuring the safety and security of all persons in this post-election phase include the following. The security agencies are showing visibility through patrols in various locations. We are also conducting intelligence-led operations within communities to fish out perpetrators that we've so far identified. We are also providing static security at state facilities, and we are engaging government officials and other stakeholders, including reaching out to them and hearing out their specific concerns. Additionally, a special investigative team which has been put in place is reviewing all videos that we have so far obtained on such acts of vandalism, looting, and destruction of properties. And every person in these tapes who is taking part in these activities will be identified, arrested, and put before the court to face justice. We would like to thank all Ghanaians for your support throughout the electoral process. We wish to urge all our stakeholders to remain calm, and we would also like to assure you that your safety, security, as well as protection of your properties will be done to ensure that all of us and our country, Ghana, remains at peace with itself. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We just had the police briefing telling us the additional measures they've put in place to ensure security. They've told us that they have deployed a number of security men around some institutions to ensure that the looting stops. They have increased visibility. They are conducting intelligence-led operations within communities to identify and arrest perpetrators. They are also deploying more security personnel at targeted state institutions or facilities and engaging government officials and other stakeholders through active outreach efforts to ensure that the looting ends. Thelma is here with us to give us updates on, I think we have more results coming in.
More of our results coming in on the board, and we have 101 of 276 constituencies called for the presidential election, and 97 called for the parliamentary elections on our screens. And I have to keep saying that we do have figures that have been certified, which are inputting into our system, and they will reflect on the screen very, very shortly. For now, we are looking at presidential results certified from the Abimfi Central constituency in the Western region. Former President John Mahama polling 25,168 against 12,387 for the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And we see the other candidates also polling some figures on the screen. Pru East constituency in the Bono East region, former President Mahama 23,088 and Vice President Dr. Bawumia 7,386. 26. The CPP and the New Force sharing 88 votes apiece for the presidential side of that constituency. More presidential results coming in. This one from Prestia Honi Valley constituency, 50,629 voting for the NDC's John Mahama, and 24,807 voting for the NPP's Dr. Bawumia. The New Force got over 1,000 votes in this constituency, 1,035. It's still way below the rejected ballots party, which was a whopping 2,048 of the total votes cast at that constituency. 2,048, more than any of the other candidates got from what we've come to call the smaller parties at this constituency. 54% seen as turnout for this particular center. And these are what the figures tell us from the Prestia. Bolgatanga Central Constituency, 39,395 for John Mahama, 10,405 for Dr. Bawumia. The New Force 102, Movement for Change 96, CPP 94, APC 94, GCPP 88. GUM got 46 votes and the NDP got 18, LPG 16, the independent candidate polling 15 and 11 votes for Bolgatanga Central constituency. And I'll go on to the Ketu South constituency. World Bank for the NDC, understandably, former President John Mahama getting 76,760 votes from Ketu South against 5,232 for the NPP's candidate. 89.3% against 6.1% between the two leading candidates from the Ketu South constituency. The reason why, when the numbers from Volta start dropping, the NDC rejoices, and the numbers from Ashanti and Eastern start dropping, the NPP starts rejoicing. Of course, this particular vote has not been contested, as former President John Mahama has received the congratulatory message from Vice President Dr. Bawumia. But Ahanta West showed up voting 25,101 for John Mahama, 20,119 for Dr. Bawumia. The New Force getting a lot of votes there, 938 across the constituency, still way less than 1,422 rejected ballots, and the other candidates making quite impressive numbers in terms of a comparison between this constituency and others from perhaps Accra. And you see the GUM, for example, 351, CPP 217, Movement for Change 118, GCPP 99, 65 for APC, LPG getting 26 votes, and the independent candidates following with 16 votes apiece, and the NDP getting 13 votes. So I'll bring you more of the presidential results. Amenfi West is also voting for the NDC, 28,689, 14,205 for the NPP. This is where a lot of excitement comes in. Parliamentary results, and for the Bolga constituency, 35,000 voted for Isaac Adongo to retain his seat for the NDC in Parliament with 35,101 votes. Mr. Elvis Asia Awonekai polled 15,470, just a little shy of 20,000 votes. The difference between the top two contenders, and 404 votes for the PNC's candidate from that Bolgatanga Central constituency. Dade Kotopong, the La area in Accra, the Metropolitan Chief Executive, Rita Na Odole Soa, maintains that seat for the NDC with 46,728 votes, as against 23,217 for the NPP's candidate Joseph Kwashi Ado and Vincent Soa Odote. Again, we're seeing the power of independent candidates come into play here, getting himself 2,621 and 290 votes for the other independent candidates in that constituency. So La Dade Kotopong remaining green with the NDC. More parliamentary results. Prestia Valley, the NDC's Robert Wisdom Kojo, the incumbent, retained the seat with 46,792 votes against the NPP's candidate Barbara Oteng JC, who polled 30,395. So Prestia Valley remaining green for the NDC. Nabdam up north in the Upper East region, the parliamentary candidate Dr. Mark Kett Nawani retained his seat, 11,192 votes. That's against the 6,680 votes by the NPP candidate and Dambom Charles Taliog. And those are the figures you see on your screen. Turnout quite high for this constituency, 72.85%. And they were expecting 24,000 registered voters. At the valid vote cast, we add the rejected ballots, 276 to that, and we'll get the total. But this is how the Nabdam constituency showed up on election day on the parliamentary side. More parliamentary results we have for you. Elembele constituency voting to retain Emmanuel Amakufeboa in parliament with 32,281 against Kwesi Bonzo's 18,608. Asma John Inkum managed from the PPP to get 132 votes. Boku Central in the Upper East region, green for the NDC, 25,350. Mahama Yariga, one of the NDC's big wigs, running against Mr. Ago Bire Paul Alale, who polled 3,855 votes, and Abai Emmanuel 308, and 0 votes for the independent candidate. Did he not vote for himself? These are constituency results. You have to ask some questions of the figure. Perhaps he had faith in another candidate, and so he did not even vote for himself. So these are the figures for Boku Central constituency, the NDC maintaining their grip on that seat. Kentampo North constituency in the Bono East region, 29,606, held by the incumbent Joseph Kwame Kuma and the NPP's candidate, Mr. Isaac Bafwa Meyao, who polled 16,794, was unable to unseat the incumbent NDC MP. Wari Kojo got 565 and Sifu Nkanta got 0. You ask again, did the candidate vote for himself? Ablekuma West constituency parliamentary results, and this is where a lot of attention has arisen. The Reverend representing the NDC side, Kweku Ado, unseating the current occupant of the chair, polling 31,866 as against Madam Ursula Wusua Ekofu's 26,575. So Ablekuma West flipping, turning blue, turning green from blue, and Madam Ursula will not be in Parliament on the 7th of January 2025. Shama, and we go to the western region of Ghana. The NDC's candidate, Emilia Arthur, who is coming into the race, polled 23,043 votes as against the NPP's candidate, Isaac Kwabena Afo, 17,082 votes. The NPP used to hold that seat, and it was held by Samuel Erickson Abaka. That seat has flipped, and it's turned from blue to green. And the new entrant to Parliament for this constituency, if you're a gender advocate, perhaps it would excite you. A female candidate, Emilia Arthur, is going to Parliament to represent the good people of Shama.
On the monitor from social media, can we look at what they are also saying.
Certainly, I certainly could slide right across to our other screen, and this is our WhatsApp interface, and you can send your messages to us as well. 0264 000 996 0264 0000996, and these are the thoughts of those who are sending them to us and not the thoughts of GBC. Nanama from Sakumono says hunger will drive Ghanaian to hunger. You see, if you have been hungering for a long time and now you see food, that's exactly how the NDC man is talking. That's your opinion. And I move on to the next message. Some gathered reasons of the sucked huge votes decline of the incumbent NPP are the high display of arrogance in words and gestures, chop left and boasting of wealth. So NDC, be warned, Ghanaians have started taking notes right away, especially for the NDC communicators. Know that you are no longer in opposition, so be very mindful and measured now in your words and terminologies and gestures. Long live Ghana. Eric sent us that message. Here is, my name is Jokin67 Wise. This message is saying, let the whole Ghana know Mahama won the election. Even if they like the EC should delay 1 month, there is nothing they will do that will make us lose this election. Never, no more, and never again is what this message is saying. Abigail, if Mahama comes in power, he should be able to change the double-track schools to single-track schools. Amaliba, perhaps write some notes for the president-elect so you can once again reiterate the desires of the Ghanaian people who have joined the commenters on the screen. To me, these attackers are not supporters of the NDC because there's no tangible reason for them to be destroying state properties, knowing very well that their own president-elect will be making use of the same properties. This may be moves from the camp of the NPP to destroy property with the intention to put more pressure on the incoming government and probably to destroy any available records which can be tendered into evidence in terms of misappropriation of funds, among others, under the NPP administration. Kingsley Sechi sent us this from the University of Ghana. Kingsley, that's a rather very bold claim, but you're entitled to your opinion. Hi, GBC, God bless you for your service to this country. Help me tell my dear friends in the NPP, before they talk to me these days, they should add a yazoo. If not, I'll not mind them. Or we go see ourselves in court. Goes on to say a yazoo again. Kusele Dennis sends us that message with a very, very happy looking emoji there. More messages with the NPP. The problem isn't lack of communication. There was no balance in terms of development and the daily lifeline needs, expenses. You can build 100 schools. If the people are hungry, even those directly benefiting will be blind to the development. Good afternoon. Who won the Sawam seats will be projecting those figures for you very shortly. Remember that some of those constituencies are being contested, so a count and a recount is ongoing across some constituencies. Good afternoon. I would like to extend my greetings to GBC workers recognizing the outstanding work you are doing for Ghana, our beloved country. As citizens of Ghana, we are one and should offer prayers for the president-elect, putting Ghana's interest first while celebrating. Ensure your safety and let us pray for our nation's prosperity. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Congratulations to all winners and better luck next time for those who lost. Sending greetings to all fans of Prince Mukadi Halid, Prince Mukadi from Gramoni, Tamale. You guys must responsibly stop your guests from saying these biased statements against TV3 and Randy Abbey. He expressed his thoughts. If you have an alternative opinion, you are free to share it as well. But it's a caution to you, Rashid, not to make statements against TV3 and Randy Abbey in response to the question about the communication problems that you alluded to having in the lead up to this election. This message says, hello EC, we are waiting for you to declare the results. We are getting information that the EC has about 12 of the regional figures before it now, and the political party representatives are coming through it to make sure that it's shape. So we are expecting 4 more regions to deliver the numbers to the EC chair, and then we could begin to anticipate a declaration. Please tell Afenyo Bawumia has lost, even if he wins in Efutu. We whipped them. GTV, hello. This one says, from Wager, and yesterday at the Coalition Center, 2 MPs were declared victorious. Felix Odate won in the afternoon, and Lawyer Jerry also won in the evening. Mischief from some of our viewers, and your thoughts expressed on our screen. These are the thoughts of those sending them and not the thoughts of GBC. Good morning, GBC. Thank you for keeping us informed. EC are taking too long to confirm the results, and it says you're looking gorgeous. Well, a number of ladies have been here, but I take that on behalf of all of us who have been on air today, and perhaps I'll leave the messages here.
We've been having an interesting discussion here. I don't know if you have any questions for them, but I want to know if, Ishak, the rejected ballot, increasing number of rejected ballots before Telma comes in, is it a matter of concern to?
It is a matter of concern, but I think I've spoke briefly about him. With the Boko Central, there are some issues about parliamentary candidates, certain people, and it's linked to some of the chieftaincy issues as well. So, for example, you can see people are voting for the vice president, but the same votes wouldn't go to the parliamentary candidate. So there are other factors such as the chieftaincy issues being there.
Okay.
Yes.
Harina, rejected ballots, the increasing number, is it of concern to? Although you have won, the numbers as Telma displayed is quite worrying, not only in Boko, but in most of the constituencies.
Okay, so let's assess the Boko numbers very, very quickly. We do have the certified results for parliamentary and presidential. Okay. On the parliamentary side, Mr. Mahama Yariga polled 25,350 as against his opponent who polled 3,855. On the presidential side, so take note, 25,350 on the presidential side. Let's see what the figures say. 26,993. Yes. 26,993 as against 25,350. So we are finding more people voting for John Mahama in the presidential poll than the people who voted for Mahama Yariga on the parliamentary side. And when we look at the number of people who voted for Dr. Bawumia in the Boko Central Constituency, 13,384, as against those who voted for the NPP's parliamentary candidate in the region at 3,855. And that's what perhaps Rashid was referring to.
Yes, Ishak,
yeah.
Yes. Yes, so that's a typical example. Sometimes they want the presidential, but the parliamentary candidate was not actually, maybe during the primary disputes, or it's not actually the person they want. And then the alternative, the opposition, they wouldn't want that. So sometimes they will just follow the ballot or just leave it blanked.
Any questions, Telma?
I just wonder what the way forward is, because we all say that we need to move past peace. What's your path towards reconciliation and mending any rifts that may
I think we
be in the party?
In that regard, the vice president started very well. Very early beginning, through his own coalition and data, it suggests that he's not going to be a winner. And then he came out forcefully to say, listen, the country is bigger than all of us, and therefore Ghana needs to be preserved. And all supporters, regardless of political party, you need to take peace at heart, especially when they sign that peace pact. I think he cited it in his speech as well. So this is a good example all leaders would need to set. It doesn't even matter the presidential candidate. The parliamentary candidate will need to emphasize that. You can see some of the parliamentary candidates who lose the election, especially in the Efutu area. They come out with these excuses that people were barred from elsewhere. Is there a problem where people barred from elsewhere to vote there, if they have actually registered to vote over there? So the question would be, are they registered to vote there? So people should stop making excuses. Just as the MPP presidential candidate have not made any excuse and said, look, we have lost it.
What biggest lessons have you learned with this verdict by the people of Ghana?
Well, as I've already said, it's too early for us to be able to know some of these reasons. But as I say, if you look at the Afrobarometer reports, it's already tell us the economy.
No, I didn't ask about the reasons. I'm asking what the lessons.
We need to learn. Well, a stronger.
You should be learning.
I mean, you can still cite the Afrobarometer report that the economy is very, very important. then anybody who wants to govern and continue to govern, we need to take the economy very, very important. Otherwise, there will be a change of government. They say that. And this was why, let me tie quickly to what my colleagues said. I'm not going to live in the past.
Yes, please.
But I've always focused in the future. The most important aspect here is that the former president have won. And he has won based on certain promises he wants to give us. Just to remind Haruna and other people, let's quit campaigning. Campaigning is over. Even those of us who have lost, we have left campaigning. Let's focus in the future. And the lessons is that if you promise that you will do something, try to deliver it. No more excuses. If you are in opposition, in other words, you are government in waiting. You already know the data. You know the state of the economy when you were giving those promises. So you cannot come from there before even taking over office and try to explain that, oh, there's nothing. The economy is in shambles. You knew that. You knew the true state of the economy. Otherwise, people shouldn't have voted for you. Because you will know that based on that, you give your promises and your projections. So I pray and hope that the NDC should deliver. But from the way some of them have started talking, it doesn't give me much hope. But at the end of the day, even though MPP is my political party, but my bigger political party is Ghana. And I want Ghana to succeed. And I pray the NDC flag bearer should succeed.
Let me make my next question to Amaliba, and then perhaps I'll wait on my screen for the next opportunity to take you through some of the figures that we are receiving from our certified coalition, the coalition centers, certified results for the coalition centers. Amaliba, there's a lot of contention from the camp of the NPP with regards to certain key seats that they claim in their press conferences that they are leading and that they are winning. How do you intend to handle these things in a way that de-escalates tensions, in a way that does not take the country to a place of unrest and anxiety?
Ghana will not go to any place of anxiety, but let me state it briefly. You see, Dr. Charles Prempe, who taught me African studies at AUCC, once stated, and I quote him, he said, history teaches as well as does epistemic injustice, hence the need to rewrite history, unquote. When we refer to history, Santayana reminded us that those who fail to learn from the past are bound to commit the mistakes, okay? And when we talk about things that happened previously, we are not inviting them as a compensatory path of attempting to shield our inabilities, but rather we do so to remind ourselves that here is where we were. We've left there and come here. Let us not go back again. And I believe it should be a lesson. Let me remind you, NDC have taken a serious lesson from the MPP. Very serious. And the lessons we have learned is that we will be truthful every step of the way. Even if that will cost us any election, we will tell Ghanaians the truth. We did that in 2016 and we suffered for it, and we will continue to do that. Secondly, we appreciate the confidence bestowed and the trust given based on the message that we give to the Ghanaian people, which have become the basis of the social contract, the consummation of which is the evidence we are all having now. 2/3 in Parliament, an overwhelming majority vote for President Mahama. We will not renege, we shall deliver, because we have the men to deliver that. In the issue of the ballot, the spoiled ballot, it is something that politicians cannot do that education alone. The Electoral Commission needs, okay, to also roll out an effective mechanism of public education, as well as National Commission for Civic Education, so that when the citizens are able to be informed about the procedure, and of course, looking at how complex our ballot paper this time was, it is likely that those things can emanate. And also, don't also forget that we have senior citizens. All of us, God willing, if we live longer, we will go to a certain point where our visibility will be very blurred. The Bible says when Adam Abraham became old, his visibility was blurred. Isaac suffered the same fate. It is there for every human to suffer. I don't know when my visibility will be blurred and I'll be voting elsewhere instead of doing the right thing. So I think that all the same, we need to find a way of dealing with this spoiled ballot statistics in our elections, because it's generally becoming a phenomenon. There are instances where a spoiled ballot even get more vote than a substantive candidate. Yeah. And that is a public worry. All the same, that phenomenon still exists and we need to find a way to deal with it. Yes.
If visibility is an issue, we actually have a resolution.
No, I'm not saying
the law has already provided that.
Only statement.
But the law provides that if somebody for some reason cannot see or vote, somebody else can help them. So that area has been sorted out. Yes.
Ishak, looking at where you sit and citing the economy as, like the Afro Barometer said, as one of the reasons.
Yes.
Within the 4 years, do you see the NDC making some inroads in turning around the issues that caused your defeat?
This is a very important question, but it's a hard question. But I'm not an NDC. They have come out with their manifesto, and they say they can do it.
But you have worked within 8 years.
Yes. No, for us, even though they wouldn't accept it, again, I'm not going back to the campaign mode. We saw the global economy in crisis. I mean, if you look at Britain, as I said, I visited Britain last year. People were queuing for food. If you look at the Democratic Party in the United States, Harris was citing global cost of living crisis. So following COVID-19, the whole global economy was in disrepair. Yeah. So it does affect us. But if you look at the last 3 months, the Ghanaian economy was picking up nicely. If they continued in that particular trend, there's no reason why they should not be able to deliver most of the things that they promise. And as I said, they know the state of the economy, and they have given up those promises. And I expect our members of parliament to hold them to account. And those of us who get the opportunity to come to the media will work together with the media to hold them to account, to be able to prioritize properly, so that even if they are not able to deliver everything they promise, but the priorities that they would put emphasis on, it's right for Ghanaians. As I said, we don't want power for power's sake. We want power to be able to promote the average Ghanaians. And if they have emphasized and the Ghanaians bought into their promises, it is still our responsibility to hold them to account, to make sure that they deliver them. So I think it is actually the right question for them. Are they able to deliver what they promise?
Within 4 years. you have admitted that there's a lot at stake for the NDC, especially looking at the promises you have made in the manifesto. Within the first 100 days, there are a lot of
especially our 24-hour economy.
and a lot of taxes you hope to scrap. Within this 4 years, looking at the global indicators, is the NDC able to tackle all these issues and ensure that the bread and butter issues that are of concern to the ordinary Ghanaian is addressed?
Governance is not an event. It's a process. Where we are today, we've been there before. If you recall, somewhere in the 1980s, when the PNDC government was in office, particularly in the 1983 drought and fire outbreaks, many of our food crops were destroyed. And as at that time, the economy as we have it now is not better than that era, particularly where President Akufo-Addo have brought us. He has wind us back to the to the last 50 years. Mr. Kwame Mpianim,
Harina,
an MPP member, have spoken about this. So I want us to know how the challenges are. However, we are yet to assume office.
That's it. So that's why I'm asking.
And the facts as we have it might not even be what we know. For instance, now as we speak, Ghana have been blacked out from the capital market. Okay? We have a country that reached hyperinflation barely a year ago.
You knew that?
And now we are told that inflation is even to the 3%. Worse than what President Mahama handed over to them.
I mean, that's what I'm asking. Because you see, you might have done your analysis.
I understand that.
You might have done.
Please, you don't know what to say that. What I'm saying here is that they themselves know what they have done. It is,
and you have done your analysis as well.
President Mahama made this profound statement, and I think it is worth re-echoing here. It is only when we assume office that we will be able to assess and know the gravity of damage they have caused. For example, you have a country which is now owed over 763 billion as of July this year. Okay? Besides that, you have a government which have run the Central Bank of Ghana down to the extent that 1 year, the Central Bank recorded over 60.4 billion losses. The national sovereign debt is known, but we have contingent liabilities that are sitting in the books of the state corporations which are not yet been unraveled. Do you get it? It is only when we assume office. For instance, Ghana Cocoa Board have been running losses all these years. We will be able to know all these things. 2015, or that was 14 rather.
But if you already know that Cocoa Board has been run down, then you should have a solution. You should have a solution.
He did a manifesto. He knew about that.
You should have a solution.
You know the interesting thing. NDC Manifesto Committee or Directory that compiled our 2020 manifesto. Immediately after the 2020 election, we didn't collapse that unit. We didn't collapse it. President Mahama tasked them to continue to follow government policy within the next 4 years, i.e. from 2020 to this era, and to prescribe which alternative policy direction that when we come to power, we can take to salvage the situation. I am mindful, as many Ghanaians are aware, that we are in a very difficult situation as a country. However, with the leadership we have, and the foreknowledge, you see, to forewarn is to forearmed. Okay? We know the damage that they have caused. Maybe we didn't know all, but majority of their damage is already known to us. And when the government resumes office, the first thing we are going to do is, number one, what measures will be put in place to quickly revive the economy? So the business community can revive again, and the foreign investors community,
the
which have lost confidence in our economy and have relocated to our neighboring countries, will return back. That will create jobs from the very beginning. Number two is the bondholders. And don't forget that we have maturing debt. If the figures I have is right, which is almost $5 billion that will be paid later by the first quarter of next year. Okay? That is why President Mahama initially proposed that when we assume office, we are going to convene another consensus again to engage all the stakeholders.
Would you be taking the honeymoon?
Please. We will bring all the stakeholders and we present to them, the Ghanaian public. See, the vote President Mahama got or have gotten is a clear message that the people, we are behind you. And all that they expect from Mahama is to be truthful. It's only when you are truthful to the people, you'll be able to carry them along every step of the way. You get it? For instance, the free SHS, which they touted themselves so much with, have inherent problems. We have proposed the solutions already. We will end the double track system. Number one, by completing the existing infrastructure that can absorb more students and bring in the private schools.
How long is that going to take?
Within that first period.
The 100 days?
Within the first period. Definitely within 100 days. And secondly, we will decentralize the financial allocation system. The money will go to the secondary schools so that the beggars and the senior, the headmasters, they will be in charge to feed the student. And the government will provide the funds to the teachers to do that. While at the same time, government will create a sustainable financial buffer that will support the teachers to provide the feeding for the students.
Okay.
It will eliminate the challenges from there right away.
Okay.
I am not mindful that when we convene the economic forum once again, all the problems will come into fore, including the bondholders and other stuff. Therefore, we can develop a systematic roadmap towards solving the problem. That's why I remarked earlier that where we are, it is not an event, it is a process. And the process, while government is mindful of taking it along, we should equally be mindful about the sovereignty of the people.
But the people want to see.
Yes,
the people want to see action.
Yes, sure, I agree with that. Immediately, I agree. My brothers who have completed universities, polytechnics, teachers, nursing training college, more than 5 batches who are at home waiting for employment, they need to be placed right away. Okay? The Ghanaian youth expect us to get them jobs, while the business community are also expecting us that we reduce the tax burden, arrest the depreciation of the city, and at the same time manage the fuel prices such that things will not escalate and make things or make life worse for the people of Ghana. They have the trust in us, they've given us the mandate, and I promise that we will deliver is the same. President Mahama has said it again, that the moment he leave the flags, that they call the Black Star Square, after taking the oath before the Ghanaian public, he and his men are driving straight to the flag. And the work begins from that night. We know, have unimaginable level of energy, and he will deliver exactly as he has promised.
There were a lot of issues. There were a lot of issues on corruption. A lot of issues on corruptions. Are these issues going to be tackled?
When you were reading your message, your colleague was reading the message, there was a message that came in. Okay? The writer proposed that he expected nothing from President Mahama than for him to recover all the loot. And for me, that is the reason Ghanaians voted for President Mahama. With this number of all the loot, I can promise Ghanaians without any doubt or even fear of contradiction. And my MPP brother here can take this message to his guys who are about to leave office.
You are saying that
we are recovering all the loot. We will recover all the. Maybe not all of them are watching GTV now.
There were a lot of issues on corruption during President Mahama's time.
During our time.
Yes.
Including Mahama himself.
The reason government Mahama have never been corrupt. Please, withdraw the statement and apologize. As I was.
Government official one.
As
he was named in Sodo Crown Court.
Mahama's name never popped up anywhere. You say you are a constitutional lawyer, right? I think Article 60.
I never mentioned constitutional lawyer. You
are legal.
He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
Fine. You are a lawyer. And you know that, is it Article 56 Clause 4?
Haruna, let's move on. Haruna, let's move on.
Okay, I think he has spoken enough, actually.
No, Article 56.
Haruna, let's move on. I want us to look at Parliament.
No, Haruna. You don't keep the time here.
No.
Haruna, let's move on.
He is leveling unsubstantiated allegations against the president-elect. Now, how to debunk it?
He has spoken enough.
Article 57 Clause 6 is very clear. A criminal proceedings.
Can I make a comment?
Haruna, please hold on.
Why do you be patient?
No, you've spoken enough, actually.
Haruna, please hold on.
Yes.
When you were speaking,
I know what is fair.
Haruna, please hold on.
Tell Haruna
take a note.
Haruna, we are moving on. We are moving forward. We are going to look at.
You've spoken enough. You've spoken far more than
let's go straight and look at Parliament.
He could have gone to court. Any criminal proceeding against President Mahama. Go to court and verify that. But remember.
Let him take me to court for defamation.
Remember.
Haruna,
there have never been any.
He's looking for a job now. Let him. He kept praising Mahama. He's looking for a job.
Haruna.
This guy is here to look for a job.
What I'm saying is that.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick.
No, he has not just spoken far more than.
Yes, no, he's. I was going to let you talk.
But what do you
let's take a break, and then when we come back, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to look at Parliament and how Parliament is going to run.
But I have to comment on some of
them, not all. Let's quickly take a quick break. We'll come right back and continue with the discussion. Okay. Welcome back. We are having a conversation with the MPP and MDC on the elections, assessing how the election has gone for both parties. Ishak, yes. we look at Parliament. Your assessment of the 8th Parliament, what generally would you say? And then we come and look at the seats that has been lost and going forward, what can be done?
You mean my assessment in the 9th Parliament?
Sorry, the 9th.
We just left the,
we are looking at the 8th. Yes, we are about to leave the 8th Parliament.
Yes.
So the 8th Parliament, a lot of issues occurred.
Yes.
Let's see how we can avoid those issues.
Yes. I mean, from the beginning of the Parliament, we already had problems. Remember, we presented Professor McQuay again, and a lot of people from the MPP apparently didn't like him. But nevertheless, the president put him forward. And then we ended up having, what is his name?
Sumana
Babi, who, yes. For me, in the beginning, he did very well. He was working in the national interest, but we knew he had NEC roots. So the last 3 months had been very disappointing for me. In fact, when, as a student of political science, I remember reading things about Nkrumah written a book, especially Nkrumah, the man I know, where he said the black man is capable of managing their own affairs. And if you compare that to other countries that have got hung parliament, especially the British Parliament, I remember David Cameron and then Campbell working together, liberals and conservatives forming a government. They ran it smoothly towards an end. But when it came to our time, especially, as I said, the last 3 months, he almost helped the opposition to grab illegal power. And I'm very glad that the Supreme Court was able to return us to the status quo. And I hope that the remaining 1 month, the interest of Ghana should prevail. As I said, power is not exchanging hands until 7th in January. So the Constitution is very clear. So currently, as is constituted, I want the Speaker of Parliament to respect both the Constitution and the Convention that had prevailed in Parliament. And because if you look at the ruling, other people said that there was no consequential order, and therefore the Speaker could do whatever he wants. No, there might not be consequential order, of which I didn't want there to be constitutional order. Because as I argue in other platforms, there's something we call judicial difference. It's the way the court pay respect to Parliament, another organ of government. And I believe the court was right to do that.
Okay.
But the Speaker would need to use that particular ruling to act in the national interest, especially since his party is coming to power. If you fail to do that and play politics up to 7th January, it's up to him. Okay. But Ghanaians are still watching. After the 9th Parliament...
Before we come to the 9th, let me go to Haruna, and then we look at a session as we called on the 16th. What do we expect to see on the 16th?
Yes, the point
but let's know that a lot of people are watching us. We want peace to prevail and make our points.
The point must be made clear. See, we are a country governed by the Constitution. And as a constitutional state that believes in constitutionalism, everything that the actions of government carries out must be done so within the heels of the Constitution. So therefore, Article 57, Clause 6 is very clear on this matter. Criminal or civil proceedings must be instituted or initiated against a president within 3 years after he left office. As we speak, nothing as such was done against President Mahama over the last 8 years.
Are you going back to that?
And therefore, all the allegations against him have not been substantiated.
We are not on that issue.
We are in the past.
We are not on that issue.
I must clear that.
Haruna, I asked you not to go on that tangent.
That's okay.
And I told you that there are a lot of people watching.
I agree.
We want peace.
But you went there.
Very well.
So you shouldn't have gone there in the first place.
That's okay, but I need to clear it.
No, you shouldn't have gone there.
You see, madam, that's what we call presumption of judicial impartiality and reasonable apprehension of bias. 2 prostitutes are contending over a deceased baby and the living one. They went to a king. The facts are that the 2 women live in the same house. They all gave birth. 1 baby is dead. And one said the baby belonged to me. Another one said the baby belonged to me. All of them before the king knows who is speaking the truth. and they know who is lying. The king now have the burden of discharging his judicial powers to determine where the truth will arrive at. He opted for a sword. Let me divide the baby into two so that at least each of you can leave my palace with a portion. The owner of the baby said, no, king, please, don't do that. Give her the baby. At least he will be alive. The one who doesn't own the baby said, oh, please, kindly go ahead and divide so that we can go live here with pieces. This presumption of judicial impartiality and reasonable apprehension of bias simply means that when we appear before a judge, we expect the judge to be impartial. And that he should not attach his sentiment to the matter we have brought before him or her for adjudication. That is why Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., in his article, The Part of the Law, Harvard Law Review, Volume 10, expressly stated that the prophecies of what the court would do, in fact, and nothing more pretentious, is what I mean by the law. By this proposition, what he meant, therefore, is that political, sociological, ideological, and economic orientation of a judge influences the outcome of his decisions. You can disagree with me, but that is the realist proposition. And as a senior member of the bar, you know it. Now, you are trying to run down the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable King Sumana Bagben, who is the colossus of legislative.
Haruna, he didn't run down the Speaker. He didn't run the Speaker.
That was attempt.
Haruna, he didn't. Haruna, I don't like the way you are going this morning. I don't like the way you are going this morning. He didn't attack this afternoon.
Okay, well,
I don't like. I mean, why don't you go straight to your point without raising?
That Speaker.
He didn't suggest. He didn't suggest. Haruna, don't do that.
He is looking for a job.
Don't do that, because you see, a lot of this is GTV, and a lot of people are watching you.
Yeah.
So you have to.
That Speaker Bagben, you know, so far as I know, in the Fourth Republic, or from the beginning of this Republic of Ghana, is the first Speaker of Parliament to have superintended over a hung parliament with equal numbers, except one opposition, one independent candidate deciding to do business with one side.
One party.
If we were to allow that trajectory to prevail politically, government business will find its way on a very difficult trajectory to be executed in Parliament. In the wisdom of the Speaker, given his 32 years standing as a legislature, he came out with what he called a decision day within the week. This day is a decision day for government business. Whether you are a minister as required by the Constitution to be appointed by the President from Parliament, you are deputy, you must all come. So we do government business. And there are instances where Speaker Bagben took decisions where even we as NDC members disagree with him. But he helped the government to move the trail of national administration smoothly through Parliament all the way till now. I mean, what commendation again do you need than to salute the Speaker for the support and the
let's not focus too much on the Speaker and look at the aids. Haruna, let's not focus too much on the Speaker and look at the 8th Parliament.
Now,
the whole 8th, the Parliament, the lessons we have learned from the
opinion. The 8th Parliament, for me, was superintended over an experienced Speaker who commandeered things rightly, that have given us that level of sustainability till now. And
despite all the issues that have happened.
And indeed, that 8th Parliament, regardless of the challenges that confronted it, also tried to pull the brakes of the government such that they couldn't ditch us further than where we are now. Okay? For instance, if you look at the borrowing spree that the government engaged in the first or in the 7th Parliament, the 8th Parliament didn't allow that.
The next time you move from answering the question, then we would move on. No, Haruna, you are not addressing the issues.
You are not addressing the issue.
You are not addressing the issue. You are not. I want us to look.
But let me say something briefly. From what you are saying. Very briefly.
Haruna, you are not answering. It's okay. Please let me control this. Ishak, let me control this, please.
So let me conclude before you come.
Haruna, you are not being fair. Please go straight to. And don't do praise singing and all that. We are looking at the 8th Parliament.
But we are in North Korea.
I said the fact.
Oh, you keep Korea. Please go on.
He's looking for a job.
It's okay, Ishak.
Conclude. See, if you want me to conclude, what I'll say is that the 8th Parliament have given us a lot of things to learn from because it was a hung Parliament. The manner in which business was conducted in the 8th Parliament will not be the same in the 9th Parliament.
Yes.
Okay? And being a legislative body of the state, what we need to avoid is the rivalry between the legislature and the judicial arm of government, as we see it. And I want to plead that whatever decisions are taken in Parliament by virtue of Article 115 and 116, coterminous to parliamentary immunity, must be respected by the members of Parliament must be respected by the members of the House, so that it will perform its, required role of holding government accountable in terms of its supervisory jurisdiction or if oversight responsibility over the executive. And indeed, if the coming administration will be able to function and discharge all its obligations in relation to the social contract between the incoming government and the people of Ghana, then Parliament must function.
Okay, it's okay. Let's go to Ishak.
As expected from the Ghanaian election.
16th of December, the session has been called. What are we expecting to see?
Let me push some
especially looking at a lot of MPs have lost their...
Yes. In politics, equality of arms is very important. And if one person doesn't respect it, we always need to bring each other into order. If you observe it, you observe it, the audience will observe it. He usually takes 10 minutes to answer something. When I spend 2 minutes. No, let's do it.
It's not.
So it's better you put time in so that everybody will know. Because
Haruna, don't respond. Haruna, don't respond. Haruna, don't respond.
If you attack me directly, I will come to
Haruna, don't respond.
Forget that I am capable of doing that.
Haruna, don't respond.
Hallmarks of it.
I try to respect quality of us.
No, but don't respond.
One of the respect would be for us to be able to speak.
Thank you. Let's go straight to the issues.
I say that.
Let's go straight to the issues.
Yes.
Thank you.
But, okay, what was your question?
6th December, there's a session that has been called.
Yes.
What do you expect from this session? Looking at the issues that have happened, that has led to the long break.
Yes. I think the government, when they recalled Parliament, that was rejected by Barbin recently. They said there were, I think, 24, 26 items that needed to be attended to urgently. And I believe perhaps they are so very urgent, otherwise the government wouldn't have asked Parliament to return. So I expect them to look at it, and any other bid that need to be attended to before the 7th of January. And I think the interim budget was one of the things that they were citing. So I believe it was in the interest of Ghana for us to do that. And it's currently, it's even in the interest of the NDC government to have a smooth transition. And one of them would be to have an interim budget.
Okay.
So I only hope there's no more obstructions for us, whatever the Supreme Court ruling, for us to implement it as we keep quoting the Constitution. Article 253 and 21 says that the judicial power of the country rests within the judiciary, and they have spoken. So we need to move on as a country. So I expect them to work smoothly. There was some issue, I think I've already touched on whether there should have been consequential orders. There is none. But there are constitutional conventions that the majority sit on the right and the minority sit on the left. One of the things is very important to keep constitutional convention. It's a gentleman agreement. And if you violate convention, what will tend to happen is that you may not have your own way, because if you fail to cooperate in one side, others might fail to cooperate with you.
Going forward, what do you expect to see in the ninth Parliament?
Well, the ninth...
You don't want a lot of box running on, you know, what do you expect to see in the ninth Parliament?
Well, if you see the results, I think the last time I checked, it was 185, and then MPP is having about 85 or so. With, is it 3 independents? I'm not sure. Yeah. So that says that the NDC have overwhelmingly gotten power. So what we had, because it was a hung parliament, shouldn't be there. And as you said, they are able to do constitutional reform, provided those provisions are not entrenched. So yeah, they will have their way. But what we expect is the few MPP members plus the independent will need to hold them to account. The fact that, you see, in a democracy, majority will have a way, but they need to respect minority rights. As an international law lecturer, that one is very, very important. If you think in a democracy, you always have the numbers, and you don't respect minority rights, then you are in for trouble. And in the media, and those of us who have the opportunity to come, we need to hold them to account. We have their, what do you call it, their manifesto. We've heard their promises, and we need them to stick to those particular promises.
And Dr. Bawumia promised that you are going to be responsible and opposition.
Yes, we're not going to obstruct. I mean, from the very... I mean, the way he acted swiftly in accepting defeat tells you he's a statesman. If you compare it to other statesmen, that since 4 years, they've not even acknowledged defeat.
Exactly what
no, but this is the right time
you are
to
doing
make
exactly
a
what
comparison.
You are doing exactly
so
what Haruna was doing.
The swift acceptance of defeat tells you that, but we may have the interests of Ghana at heart.
Okay.
And if he said we are not going to be an obstructive opposition, I believe him. Because he has always acted in the
let me quickly go to. Thank you very much. Haruna, please go straight. Ninth session.
Whether or not they are going to be responsible opposition, time will tell. But when it comes to respect of minority view, NDC have led the way, or we led the way. 1992, they didn't go to parliament. We went. All our electoral laws, they pride themselves that they propose all the electoral reforms in the country. Where could they have proposed them if we haven't given them the platform to engage? Their failure to participate in 92 election led to the creation of IPAC.
Ninth session.
So they need to understand that.
Ninth session. What do you expect in
the ninth session? I expect the strength of our democracy to grow further. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
History is repeating itself in a subtle way. After independence, the founding fathers of Africa, in this case Ghana, in the case of Kwame Nkrumah, through the plebiscite of 1964, the plebiscite gave Ghana a single-party state, or one-party state. Along the line, Ghanaians, whatever the case was, rejected it. And the 1992 Constitution, Article 3, Clause 1 is explicit on this matter. However, looking at the numbers Ghanaians gave or have given the NDC now, it suggests to me, therefore, that Ghanaian public now, or the people given the political trajectory and geopolitical dynamisms, is dictating the path which is suggesting that we need to go back again to that level.
Okay.
I am not saying that NDC is establishing one party state.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Selma is here. We are going back. We have new results coming in.
We do, but I must say that there are, you know, some unruly scenes at the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center where contentions over the figures from the Ablekuma North Constituency, Okaikoi Central, and Dom Kwabenya have led to some really unsightly scenes. Let's go to the board and try and get an idea of where exactly we are talking about. Greater Accra region, the capital of Ghana, and the constituencies in contention. Ablekuma North, you realize that there is no sign at the side of that constituency. It means that those figures have not been put into our data system. And like I kept explaining this entire time, in those places where there appear to be some misunderstandings, we have tried not to put those figures into our system until they are rectified and the concerns are, addressed by the appropriate quarters. It's an NPP seat held by Ms. Sheila Battels, and the contention there is about some ballot papers and some pink sheets that went missing. Our team will soon be bringing you the live feed from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. It is one of the reasons why the EC has still not called the election, because Madam Jean Mensah needs the regional summaries for all regions in her hand, and for the party agents and their representatives to approve and confirm that the figures are indeed a true reflection of what the Ghanaian people have said they wanted before they can sign off for the EC chair to declare. So the fact that that contention is going on at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center is one of the reasons for the delay. So 3 constituencies in Accra are keeping us here still. Koi Central Constituency, and I'm going to scroll right to that part, and again you realize no flag on our app for that constituency, no figures we've inputted for that constituency as well, whether it's parliamentary or presidential, because of that contention. And let me take you to the Dom Kwabenya interface on our screen and try and get a sense of where we are. We've heard reports that that constituency has swung from the NPP to the NDC. The report out there is that the NDC's candidate, Madam Eliklim, potentially has won that seat. And I use the word potentially because, again, there is a contention. The NPP's candidate, who is Michael Quay Jr., is contending some of the figures submitted, and it remains to be seen which direction this will go. So we have not put any of that data into our system. Like I keep telling you, we trust the verified and verifiable figures that are coming in right now. For those areas that are in contention, or those areas that we find that we've received conflicting figures, we do not put that data into our feed. For now, on our screen, you're seeing results from 105 out of 276 constituencies for the parliamentary election, and 107 out of 276 constituencies certified for the presidential election. So that's for your information. The EC needs all those issues to be resolved. The EC chair needs the issues to be resolved. I'll take you to Tema, where we're also getting reports that in the Tema Central constituency, some contention also happening there, and we'll get to see that, as well as Tema East and Tema West figures are coming in. We'll be updating the system very, very shortly, but nothing entered for Tema Central as well, because we are waiting for the collation center, the Constituency Collation Center, to actually certify the results before we broadcast them to you. Heated debates on this side, Gloria, between you and our guest. And I'll go and get some more of our messages on our screen, and they are targeted at both of you. So I'll say once again, these are comments of those who are making them, and not the thoughts of us here at GBC. Our WhatsApp number for this conversation, 02640009960, 02640009996. And this is what you are saying at our screen. Isha criticized the speaker. This is for you, Gloria. Someone says you are biased. So when you're trying to be a fair referee, then there's a few people who come for you. He said that when the NDC guy was reacting, you are preventing him, and he's making the claim that you don't understand. I think that you can't be unfair to Gloria. Gloria has tried to keep a fine line between the two sides.
And that's what I was avoiding.
You see how Haruna himself is just having a good laugh. So don't
take it to heart.
Don't take it to heart.
Let's take it easy over
Aruna, she's doing her best. You people are giving me headache.
It's the two guests that we have to
you are doing your best.
Haruna, someone says he thinks you are overexcited.
Too
and
excited.
You should be invited
Too
to
excited.
Conversation for now. They say you should control your emotions.
You're too excited, Haruna.
Is real. So
that's how it seems.
And you see, that's why Ishak is saying you are in mood.
You see, more messages coming for you. You say you are serious. We have to be serious to the listeners, and therefore be serious. Okay,
let's give them the answers they need.
The screen,
they can read.
We can't control what the people will send us on our screens.
Okay.
And here is another message. The strength of the NDC to the ratio of NPP indicates only one thing, and that is power at their disposal now. But realities will calm them down.
Thank you.
But all the same, we've changed governments for changed economy. Thank you. We've watched both parties for a long time, and it's mostly obvious that both think parochial. And this is the message that we received on our screen. Good afternoon. NPP have the men, but Nanado didn't use them. Nanado didn't use the NPP style of leadership, is what this message is saying. Solving a dead economic problem doesn't lie with communicators. NDC will do. I trust them. The question of how you solve the problem is not a question to answer. Let them appoint ministers, but president and ministers contract in place, then implement the ideas. So these are a few of the thoughts that we are getting. We're getting lots more of the parliamentary results if you want me to go through a few of them for you, Gloria. The Akan constituency, all the way in the Oti region, newly, very near the newly created Guan constituency, having its figures recorded on our screen, 18,000 for the candidate, Mr. Yao Gomado, as against 11,772 for the NPP's Tassa Mustafa Tassa. And so that seat going to the NDC again. Abra Asebu, Kwaman Kesik constituency, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye. Yesterday we got the information, winning that seat with 30,428 voters against the 19,444 polled by Eric Kwabna Nyante, the candidate for the NPP. Karachi West figures going to Helen Adjoan Toso again with 13,169 votes as against Justice Mensa Mankwas 10,934. Charles BC Jambuja managing to get 146 of those votes for the LPG. Karachi East coming in very closely, 23,000 for the NDC's candidate, who is... We have to
13 out of the 16 regional results. And for that matter, the returning officer for the presidential elections and the commission will be declaring the results for the presidential elections at 4:30 p.m. So the declaration of the presidential election results will be done by the returning officer at 4:30 p.m. And as you can attest, we have at the National Coalition Center the 13 regions there. You can actually see for yourself. What the commission is urging the general public to do is that we are only entertaining people who have accreditation to the National Coalition Center. If you don't have accreditation to the National Coalition Center, please don't come to the National Coalition Center. We also urge those who are not having accreditation to be at their homes and watch the declaration of the presidential election results by the returning officer. There is no need for supporters of political parties to besiege the National Collation Center. This is illegal and is unwarranted. The National Collation Center should be visited by only people with accreditation. All others can watch live the declaration of the results at 4:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome back, Thelma. That's good news for us. 4:30.
I couldn't help jumping up and
Your
down.
mom will finally see you.
See me. I have seen you only twice this
I mean, how
weekend.
can she come all the way from the UK?
At least you've seen me twice. In the last election, nobody saw us for 4 days. So this is an improvement. But the EC letting Ghanaians know that the returning officer for the presidential election, EC Chairperson Jean Mensah, will be making that final announcement about the presidential poll at 4:30 p.m. And the guidelines have been spelled out quite clearly who can go to the National Collation Center in Accra and who cannot. And if you do not have the accreditation required to be in that premises, you have been encouraged to stay at home. Stay at home. And for me, I guess now is the time to pick up the kids from school. Just go pick them up, take them home, get to, your favorite seat in the house, turn the telly on to GBC News or GTV, follow all the events as they unfold while keeping safe in the comfort of your home. And of course, we are here until Madam Jean Mensah makes that final declaration, and we'll let you know what, according to Ishak,
NDC is
already a done deal.
NDC is holding a press conference, so we'll go back, take that, and come back to the studio as well.
Police Service. The NDC calls for calm among all its supporters across the 16 regions of Ghana. Comrades, our hard-fought and long-awaited victory is finally here. Our long-awaited victory, the change we've all been working for, has finally arrived. Let's celebrate this victory responsibly and trust the incoming NDC Mahama government to do the needful. Aside that, we want you to leave to see John Dramani Mahama sworn in as president on the 7th of January. We want you to participate in the process of resetting Ghana and to benefit from the new Ghana, the Ghana that works, that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be leading us to build, the Ghana we all want. We want you to live to see that, to participate in that process, and to benefit from the fruits thereof. You cannot do that if you end up injured or dead because of excesses, the excesses with the jubilation going on. We don't want to lose any NDC supporter again. We don't want that. John Mahama doesn't want that. The leadership of the NDC don't want that. We want you alive to see the new Ghana, the Ghana we all want, the Ghana that works, that John Dramani Mahama will be working with the entire nation to build and to benefit from the fruits thereof. As I've mentioned, in Tamale Central and Gushegu, we know that the people who attacked the NADMO offices there were not NDC people, they were MPP people, because they claimed that their parliamentary candidates hoarded food items which were supposed to be distributed to them before the election. And so when you do this as an NDC supporter, you give people the opportunity to heap all the blame on us. When in actual fact, in some places, not in all places, in some places, those doing that are MPP supporters. And finally, the reason why we must all heed this advice that there are many MPP supporters who want to destroy evidence of their wrongdoings and their criminal conduct. Don't give them a smooth screen for them to do that. So there is no need attacking any government institution, vandalizing any public property, breaking anything. There is no need for that. You don't need rice at this stage. Victory is here. If you need rice, you call us, we'll give you rice. So don't attack any state institution. We love you and we want you to be safe. We want you to jubilate responsibly so that we can all see Akufo-Addo handing over the baton to John Mahama on the 7th of January 2025. Something is sworn never to do. We want you to see Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono administering the oath of office of President. We want you to see John Mahama at the Independence Square. We want you to see him begin the implementation of the 24-hour economy to create jobs and opportunities for all and a select few. This is a new dawn. You need to live to see the Ghana that we all want, which John Dramani Mahama will be delivering. So please, we are begging you. Keenly, we are addressing the issue with the EC at the regional coalition office, and the right thing will be done. The same applies to Ablikumanov and the other constituencies. In Eastern Region, our regional chairman and his executives are currently at the regional coalition center. The issue about Akwetia, Fantiakwa North, and Isawema Dwajiri are all being resolved. And we know that at the end of the day, the truth will prevail, and our parliamentary candidates declared as the duly elected members of parliament for those constituencies. As for Anodompre, who has shot one of our supporters in the thigh, he himself shooting, you don't worry. 7 January is not far. The day of accountability is coming. Don't take the loss into your own hands. We waited for 8 years for this. Don't do the things the MPP did, for which reason Ghanaians have rejected them. Let's all reflect the persona and character of our leader, John Dramani Mahama, and he will not let us down. Thank you very much. I will do a very brief summary of this very important message in Chi. Now, to say the media can count the Potoka Semuno. A crate, the NSA, NDC Treasurer for Penny, our General Secretary, Yura, Fifi.
Welcome back. So that we just came back from the NDC press conference, and he's calling on all supporters of the NDC to remain calm, be measured in your celebrations, be measured in your celebrations, and the looting must stop. The looting must stop. Thelma.
He says you need to exercise restraint. You see, this is where we show our true Ghanaianness and this proverbial hospitality that we are known for. Let's extend the hospitality to the next person. Extend the hospitality to the person you know who lives next door to you, who belongs to the other side of the political divide from you. You don't need to get hurt. And Sami Jemfi is saying, if you engage in any act of vandalism or lawlessness, that is against the laws of the country, and you're on your own. Like I said, I mean, if I wasn't here, I would be on my way picking, kids up from school. Just get home. Get home. Lock your gates and turn on the victory song. In this case, we know it's going to be called for the president-elect John Mahama. Turn on the victory song for the NPP. Why not? Because that's how we celebrate in Ghana. If you're having a victory party, you play the song from the opposing camp, and everybody just has a jolly good time. And I think this time shouldn't be any different. So calm, restraint, no lawlessness. Celebrate responsibly.
And we're also expecting President-elect John Mahama to address the nation after the declaration at 4:30 p.m. All right, then we can all wrap up. So, Ishak, you just heard from the NDC calling for calm.
I think the call is in the right direction, even though I believe it should have been made yesterday. But as I said, I don't see them as MPP NDC members. For me, the police should treat it as purely criminality. Because I don't believe any party leader will sanction what they are doing. And to be doing so because of your affiliation with a political party is very, very unfortunate. And as his writer said, 4 years ago, there were few SSCs. Again, those SSCs are repeating themselves. So I don't know when the IGP said there was preparation. I don't know whether they had factored in some of these things. Because, for example, the government offices that they have looted, air conditioners, external units, and computers, they should have taken enough precautions on those particular areas. I remember speaking
especially when we know that after every election,
yes, people do that.
Conduct
yes. So it's a form of criminality, and they are using political success as an excuse or political defeat as an excuse. I don't want to overemphasize, as the Vice President have mentioned already, one of the primary reasons of using his own data to come out earlier before the Electoral Commission was to calm tension and to tell people being defeated politically is on the end of the matter. At the end of the day, Ghana is winning. So, as I said, even though it came a little bit later, but better late than never, it's still a very good call. And I'll urge every NDC member or MPP member to heed to such advice. Because if you do not do so, you are putting your own life at risk. Remember, few minutes to the election declaration in the Constituency Center, people were giving alcohol, don't go there, you could be attacked, What for? What reason? So we need to educate our masses. And the peace pact we signed before this election was quite important. It has a communicative effect, like as you mentioned earlier. And recently he changed. When we were there, the way we were communicating, if our supporters sees that, it communicates to them that we are not enemies. We are not enemies. What we should be dealing with is a marketplace of ideas, whereby each party will put their vision. We have done that already. And the country seems to have bought into the NDC vision. Our job now is to hold them to account. Is to make sure that they are really delivering. And if they are not delivering, we can do it better. We communicate to Ghanaians. And if Ghanaians accept our vision, they will give it to us. And we expect them to also respect Ghanaians. It's not just respecting the other side. It's respecting the electorate. That their voices is the voice of God. And also allow other players to take over. And I think that is what the whole thing should be about.
Haruna, in the beginning, you made this comment and asked your people, and indeed every Ghanaian to be calm. So I want us to look at the Electoral Commission and the work it's done so far. And
on the EC, let me quickly bring to the attention of the public that the Electoral Commission has received the regional results for 15 of the regions so far. 15 regional results have been received so far at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. The results for Ahafo, Central, Western North, Oti, Eastern, Northeast, Bono East, Upper West, Savannah, Western, Northern, Greater Accra, Upper East, Bono East, and Volta. It means that if you are the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center agitating, you need to keep calm heads, because some headway will be made, because I believe it's the parliamentary results that are in contention. So if calm heads prevail, I'm confident that a lot of headway will be made. The outstanding region, according to our sources, our reporters at the EC head office, is the Ashanti region. It's the only region left to send that crucial regional summary fact sheet to the EC's strong room. The party reps, we understand, are signing for them as we speak. In fact, our Ashanti regional correspondent Nicholas Oseiwusu is witnessing the ceremony where the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP, Mr. Bernard Ntribo-Esiako, a.k.a. Chairman Wuntumi, is addressing the media, saying that the party accepts the results of the December 7 presidential and parliamentary elections in the Ashanti region without any reservation. So based on that, We expect that fact will be coming through very quickly to the offices of the EC, and perhaps like the Commission has communicated, at 4:30 we will most likely receive the final declaration, which will be followed by the acceptance or victory speech of the president-elect, former President John Mahama. That's the latest.
Thank you so much, Thelma. So we look at the Electoral Commission. How have you assessed their work so far from day one till now?
Yes, I think from the very beginning they have always insisted that they have used time-tested methods, and especially the register was where there was some issues that there were inappropriate names, some people's data were not captured, so many things, and they were calling for what the NDC called the forensic audit. And as I said, if you look at 2016 register, there were plans have done very well. That's why the
few.
I mean, well, there's no country whereby you ever have a 100% process.
Okay.
No country. I mean, look at the country of United States. They have been practicing democracy for more than 200 years. Ours, just the most effective one is from 1992. So I think the Electoral Commission is still doing a very good job. And I also want to call on this. I think at the end of these processes, look at the overwhelming victory of the opposition party, especially the former president. I think they need to use it as an opportunity to apologize to the Electoral Commission, because the Electoral Commission has been vilified, especially the leader. And it will be good for our democracy for you to come and say, look, the suspicion we had were unfounded, and therefore this is your apology.
Okay.
That will help strengthen our institution. And if you think there are some weaknesses, how we can better improve the Electoral Commission image, we need to do that. Because suspicion around the Electoral Commission can lead to certain electoral violence. Because some of these people are there because of the perception that people have already created.
Okay.
If we are not there, our parliamentary candidate had won a victory. It's likely to be stolen away.
All right.
And what they have done so far tells me there's full transparency. And as they already said, elections are won at the polling stations. If you want to win, make sure you campaign harder. And perhaps that's what we have failed to do. That's perhaps what we have failed to do. And so I think they have done a very good job.
Okay, so thank you for that. We will move on to Haruna Electoral Commission assessment.
If my senior is claiming that the 2016 voter register,
I'm not claiming that, so they said it.
Contained.
Yeah.
You believe that is why you re-echoed it?
Okay.
Contained plant and animals. Is it plant and animal that made President Akufo-Addo a winner in 2016? I think that. No, I am asking a question.
Okay.
If that claim is something to go by, which you have considered it worth to repeat on this major platform,
they said they edited them out.
The question that begs for answer. But they came in before they ordered it out, right? So, President Mahama owes nobody apology. Auntie Gloria, 2016. See, NPP wins elections when NDC goes to sleep. And NDC also sleeping depend on the leadership that leads the party. I believe when we lost the 2020 election in a very bizarre manner, which we think the mandate of the people were robbed, we quickly reset ourselves, sit up, found out why we lost. And we did our homework well. That was a step number one. And a step number two was that looking at the mechanism President Akufo-Addo has set up, to the extent of appointing non-party members into the commission. As I sit here, I sit on this platform in the name of the NDC. If I am made a corporate spokesperson of the EC, will my brother here agree to that? Will his party agree? And if not, why not? We find ourselves in the same situation. In that case, what could the NDC do? Akan people have a proverb that Constituency, the gorilla, that the gorilla claims that the best defense for itself is its eye. So we need to set up a robust mechanism within our party structure to monitor every step of the EC and expose them. Because election is an event and it's not it's a process and not an event. So every step of the way we were able to expose the EC so that they became vulnerable to themselves. Now, the EC... Good. So the EC have become vulnerable by virtue of their own machinations because we expose them every step of the way. And they have no option because our checks mechanism put them on track and they have to behave themselves along the line.
You have put them on track. How do you assess the performance of the Electoral Commission in the conduct of this year's election?
This year's election, yes. For me, they were overwhelmed. Because the figures, and let me commend the NDC communicators once again. The yeoman's job we did on every step of the way, telling the Ghanaian public and appealing to the people, let's reset our country. Let's vote for NDC so much that there is nothing the EC could do that to declare President Mahama a winner. That's exactly what the people have done. So the EC have done nothing to bring us this far. It is we the people who have forced them to behave. Do you get it?
The peaceful conduct of the election is not... Is it the NDC?
We forced them to be peaceful.
You forced the election commission to be peaceful. When the EC chairperson addressed
the media yesterday, you saw her personal demeanor. You saw her. So they had no option at this material time than to comply to the wishes of the people. See, President Rollins once said, the Ghanaian people must put up a mechanism such that even if it requires the devil to come and lead Ghana, the devil will not get the way of doing what he wants, but what the people expect of him. So if there is, excuse me of my language, a devil managing the EC, that devil could not do anything. By virtue of our behavior, our processes, our mechanism, and our vigilance following the devil must do what the people expect of him.
Arena.
And that is where we are now.
Campaign is over.
It's over.
It's over.
But I am assessing the EC.
Yes, but so be straightforward.
Exactly. I am being straightforward.
No, you are not.
I am being straightforward.
You are not.
What has the EC done for me to credit them?
Aruna, you are not. This time we didn't have long queues. Is that not commendable?
Oh, fine. You see, the long queues.
Yes, we didn't have long queues.
Fine.
Apart from issues happening in the various collation centers, that is delaying the process. Yes, and every step of the way, they come and address. Those are the issues I want us to look at and not go back.
They themselves have
all those issues has been dealt with.
See, there is a machine here. This machine before me. I came to this studio with the intention to steal the machine. Now I noticed that the cameraman is watching me from somewhere. There's a CCTV camera here watching me. Will I even make an attempt to steal the machine in the first place? I wouldn't do that. Because any attempt, I'll be caught. I have to walk back to where I came from with shame and a guilty mind. That is exactly the Ghanaian public have done. So where we have put the EC, they had no other option than to behave themselves. For instance, when we demanded for transparency from the one, they used to never cooperated with us.
Okay.
To the extent that even our first time, during the last the first 4 years, NDC have to walk out of IPA.
All right. So you have made your point.
The EC does not need commendation at all.
You have made your point, Karuna. The EC have not done anything.
We have forgotten that the EC doesn't just mean that building in Accra. A countless number of teachers, civil servants, and dedicated Ghanaians have risked their life in going to preside over the elections. At least the NDC should be congratulating and commending those people. So the EC is not just the EC chair plus his deputies.
Everyone who was involved in the process.
Yes, everybody who was involved in the process.
Thank you on that.
Okay, fine. See, you saw what happened in Pusiga.
If NDC have lost, what would they be saying?
Please,
Ishak, it's okay.
You see what happened at Pusiga? You saw the manipulation of the electoral data.
Let's look at the reforms we would want to propose. And I don't want you to hold on.
Okay.
I'm not coming to you. I'm going to Ishak. Okay. The policies we would. I mean, looking at the electoral process from the beginning, with the issues raised by the NDC on the voters register throughout the process till now.
Okay.
Till the declaration is made.
Yes.
Are there any reforms you would propose that going forward that can help our electoral process?
Yeah. I think when the Electoral Commission was having those problems, I've always had these English people have got a very good saying: if it is not broken, don't fix it. So if you look at some of the reform the Electoral Commission tried to introduce, that people were protesting against. So consultation is very, very important. So one would be if something is not broken. If something has always worked, don't fix it. Especially if you work on both sides. And if something has broken, you need to fix it. You need to have broader consultation. Especially the media, saying that they were going to be 8 people at the constituency level and then 12 people at the regional level.
Yeah.
Later, they have to reverse their decision. So if they had broader consultation, for me, if they had given me a proper rationale, such as, I think later they mentioned visibility problems and that the place might be so crowded that it might bring its own evil, then broader consultation would have removed any edge. Because, again, you can't say without having politics. Sometimes some political parties have a way of making a mountain out of a mole. Like sending a letter, and there's some few discrepancies on the letter. I don't see any problem. If you just have to query them, what is the essence of this letter? Why do we need to print this before this or that? Like the notice of poll, we try to resolve it. Okay. And I think the time as well. Even though the law says they have 72 hours before they are able to bring resource. The opposition, the ruling government, the vice president have just conceded less than 24 hours. So the Electoral Commission could help, especially technology is now out there we could deploy. And as again, deploying technology, some people might say hacking and other concerns. They should factor that into consideration, such as at least instead of 72 hours, how about 48 hours?
Okay.
Now, you're not just saying you don't really see tension because some of these policies, as soon as polls close, then you have the results.
Yeah.
So the anxiety in waiting and go. Have you ever contested for election? I contested in 2020 for primaries. If you see the anxiety you are hold, by my nature, I don't usually have huge anxiety. But some of your supporters will having this anxiety, and you may have to calm them down. So the time takes to release results. Electoral Commission would need to look at it. Okay. Again, some of the complaints they're having is the appointment system. Maybe I don't think the Constitution have given the president the power to make appointment with discretion.
Ishak, please hold on. We need to go to the Accra Collation Center. There's a little problems there that we need to take from there. Our correspondent Nanecha is standing by to give us the details.
At the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, where the NDC supporters have gathered here, waiting for the EC to declare the election. And aside that, they are waiting for the EC to declare the Okankwe Central MP.
So we are telling them that it should be a no result or no peace in
There's not going to be peace. We have another supporter here. Just share with us your view.
The people have made their choice. We've come out. you something. He has been MP for 4 years. Before he was given ambassadorship to China. Every did nothing. And we don't know why he wants to be a dolly an MP. This time around, we need change. And we are saying that the people have made their choice. We are here to protect the vote of the people. And that is all. That is why we are here. Thank you very much.
So they are saying that they've been in bondage for the past 28 years. And there hadn't been any development in Ablekuma North constituency. So we are all here expressing their displeasure to the East to declare a Wagner open as the MP. Also, I want to speak to. Share with us your.
Please, my English is better from my country. Yes, sir, I can't say Ablekuma North. I'm going to be on because you know the but I'm a shop and so and so my coming. I'm not coming here. Be on because I can't come 28 years, so it's enough. I'm going to come out for your day. And now I can't see and I can't say, and not 20 million. And you see that Obama delegate and I got Obama one for Parliament. You tell me, say, it's just a car, you got to bet you out. You did buy some. I thought you were a black man of Yamo, if you were I'm not a black man of 28 years, and so I'm very correct, and so my comes of war, and so my comes of war, and so I'm you. I'm black man of your body, your cat, and try and I put it up. I thought you I'm to Obama. You came out and love my order, and to my chest, you possess it, and come here, and love labor. You came out, you as happy for the Peru. I love that, no peace, no, and the time you come, because I have any bad do. It's a bit enough, honestly. You see, you have best, it's so far, it's in Lapa. You see, to me, I come for them, but it's you got my minimum was to 60. The and to remember to Nasaka, I feel free, you're winning another 3 days. My people are also declaring that there wouldn't be peace if a Wagner Urban is not declared as an MP for Ablekuma North constituency. A lot of people here want to express themselves, so speak. It's also about first ball, it's also an Oko. So, you say, Ablekuma. It is a careful. We are worker. You are free. I can say that we are money, but you have to. It's a mere 28 years. That's the same. You are telling me, Rabia, you hear him. I think I can say, no peace. I can say, I want to say people. I would be a bit for your husband. And people, but they are saying, I was Sakaman. So I can say, Sakaman. That's so far. The neighbor is over the so yes, I love people for us and to go. I am pushing about that. So yes, I'm pushing about that and go. I'm not saying that's a bit more natural. Happy before. I'm with you. I'm judging that people. I have a bit more natural. That's right. Listen. This is constant. You're waiting for the that has to play.
So we just came back from the Accra Coalition Center, where supporters of the NDC have gathered, demanding that the Electoral Commissioner makes a declaration as soon as possible. I'm surprised at this because the Electoral Commission has already come out to say that at 4:30 the declaration will be made. NDC communicator Sami Jemfi has also asked the supporters of the NDC to remain calm. And so seeing this is quite worrying. 2016, we saw this. I remember in 2008, I was reporting at the Electoral Commission, and I was pregnant, and there were a lot of these supporters there, and it was bad.
That was dangerous.
And I had tear gas flying all over. Haruna, this is your supporters. These are your supporters.
See, we've seen it before, especially in 2020, where, you know, an attempt to subvert the will of the people eventually resulted in the murder of certain people in different locations across the country. And that incident was very unfortunate and ought to be avoided. It is my humble plea that, per where we are now, I just read a post from Dr. Maneboama, our National Director of IT and Elections, who have spelled out that certain constituency coalition results have already been given out and certified by the EC at the coalition or at the constituency coalition centers. They cannot be changed again. Do you get it? I can only call for restraint.
And I think they're demanding, they're making this demand because of the parliamentary
seats. In fact, I think that these tensions are being built from the areas where the parliamentary seats
are delayed.
And there's a possible suspicion of change of the data. Do you get it?
Yes.
So these are happening at the coalition.
Going to the Electoral Commissioner's office has.
I don't think this is the national office.
That's the Accra Coalition Center.
Is it in the national office?
No, that's Accra Coalition Center.
The Accra Regional Coalition Center.
Yes.
Fine. Maybe there is a possibility, or there is a possible suspicion of a change of the data that have already been given out.
Okay.
And if and look, we shouldn't just look at people based on their political colors. If I have heard that my constituency results, per the collation we have done from across the constituency, polling stations, this is the figure we have as at this moment, which remain uncontested. But at the collation center, there is a possibility of unauthorized and illegal attempt to change those figures. I will leave the studio and go there. My vote must count.
Your party agents have signed
my
the
vote.
Pink sheet.
I am not going there because of my party. I'm going there because of my vote. Okay? Even if the law were to allow that after casting your vote, take it home, and when it's 5 p.m., bring it to the polling center and give it to the party agent, we will do that. Okay? We will do that. And then, the Gloria, see, know that Ghanaians, over 8.4 million Ghanaians have been sunk into poverty over the last 8 years, who cannot feed themselves, not even a single meal a day. I fall in that category. I've not eaten for the past 3 days.
Why?
I don't have money to buy food.
Oh, please, Haruna.
You get it?
Haruna, please.
I am so serious.
No. Don't go there.
Listen to something.
Haruna, don't go there.
How do you see me?
The listeners.
Ishak.
Yes.
NDC supporters massing up at Accra Coalition Center.
It's very disappointing. You see, what I said that he said I'm commenting on my colleague. But if my colleague is deliberately inappropriate, it's equally my responsibility to comment on it. As I said, if a winner is acting this way, you can see those people are gathering over there. It's being whipped by an NDC member, a senior member, Basitali, to move there.
We don't have claims or evidence.
I've seen it in
that.
the social media. His own post is asking them to go there. Yet you are a winner. When we say Ghanaians are peaceful, it takes both sides to be peaceful. If you're a winner, you are doing this. How do you expect a loser to do? And somebody who has fought hard for the presidency to have taken the opportunity for the national interest that he meant when what he signed that peace pact, to have made an early pronouncement that we have lost it, and that in the interest of the country, we all need to remain calm and allow the process to end. To run to an end. The winner at least should take similar steps, because you have something to preserve. Somebody who is leaving, if it is somebody who is short-sighted, will probably say, look, we have lost. What have I got to preserve? Yet, As a vice president, he wants to preserve his legacy. And party supporters do not want to protect your gain. This is shocking to me. And for me, for you to say that if you have even your own way, you take your vote to home for 5 o'clock to come, if everybody does that, are we going to have a country? There will be complete chaos. For me, for the sake of preserving this republic, everybody, I wish Sami Gyamfi had actually, I mean, what he did, I've already said, is in the right direction. I wish he had addressed that particular gathering if he was aware about it directly, that the people there ought to go home. And as he said, you can't change this election results. It's all suspicion being whipped by people. I'm not really sure what is happening. At the polling station, resources is given to you. At the Constituency Coalition Center, you know. Why would something change at the regional level? I'm not sure. Unless the process, the process as an understanding, there's nothing you can change. The result you get at the polling station, at least 4 or 5 agents. In the case of the presidency, how many agents are holding it? Yeah. And the electoral commission will just take one, perhaps held by the MPP, to declare such a person. I don't see it.
Okay, so
we need to be reasonable when we are dealing with this particular thing.
Let's look at how both parties plan to unite the nation as an opposition party and then as a party in government. Haruna, since Aisha just spoke, please.
My senior didn't get me.
Haruna, don't go back there.
I'm not going back.
No, you are. Once you say you're my senior, didn't hear me. Means you are going back.
The moment an allegation is labeled against, we have the right to debunk it right away because of public opinion. With all due respect, by that statement, I did not seek to suggest that people should engage in lawlessness. What I therefore mean is that my vote, my verdict,
that is understood. So you don't need to go back. Yes.
Exactly.
You don't need to go overstress it.
Because people have willed to cause chaos. We should rather hold the EC accountable to these happenings.
No, don't go
because
there. Haruna, let's look at how we are going to unite the country. Let's look at
tension to be avoided.
Haruna,
okay,
let's look at
the coalition centers.
Let's look at how as a party in government you are going to unite the nation.
NDC have always been a united party. This will be the second time, of the Fourth Republic of we returning back into government from opposition. We left 2000 and came back in 2009. We went 2016 and we are coming back again. And when we came back in the year 2009, looking at the peaceful nature of Professor Mills,
Haruna, can you just go straight? Because you see, when you do that, you talk for a long time, and then Ishaku is going straight.
I'm just giving you a precedence and tells you that what will happen before us is not different.
So just go ahead and say it. That we will do. Yes, that's what I would expect from you.
So we've done that before, and we will do it more.
Simple.
That notwithstanding, in as much as we are aimed at preserving national unity, cohesion, and building the social bridges, in furtherance of our socio-economic advancement and building a society of equal opportunity for all, it will therefore negate our resolve to recover all the loot. For that one, nobody should,
But the question
deceive himself.
Let him finish.
And we should not equate that to witch hunting and national disunity. If I was given opportunity under Mrs. Mahama government, the MPP came to office, Haruna, come and account for your stewardship. Is that amount to witch hunting? I am a public officer for God's sake. And I must account to the people of Ghana how I use their resources so allocated
you said that already. That's what you are going to do.
Going forward, we are going to do it. There will be accountability. No one should.
Yes, you said that already. So let's look at other things you will do.
The other things that we need to do is that the image of this country have been bruised before the international community. Despite our democratic credentials, which still remains the envy of many. Media freedom sank under this government. How do we bring it up? We need to allow journalists to work freely without intimidation.
We are still working freely.
And report. No? Go and read the Transparency Index on journalism, how they call it, the freedom of speech.
But how does that relate to building a peaceful...
Because it is the journalist or the media as a fourth estate of the realm that brings the happenings of society to the government and to the people. And also, if government can function and function well, in fact, if President Mahama can be or will be able to do the things he's supposed to do, it is the media that's supposed to hold him accountable. Mr. President, you promised 24-hour economy. We are waiting for you. Okay. You promised Women's Development Bank. We are waiting for you. Okay. You promised to create jobs. We are waiting for you. You promised to do this. We are waiting for you.
Okay.
And then also keep a constant reminder to those who are in power.
All right.
And at the same time, when government does something, you report it back. Oh, next week, the government, the national, how do you call it, Women Development Bank will be commissioned with the seed money of so and so million Ghana cedis.
All right.
So the public and how to access those monies, the public will be informed. It is when the all agencies of society are work hand in hand without fear of intimidation, without fear of harassment, etc. It is at that trajectory that will be able to build the society we want.
All right, thank you,
at the
Ishak.
same time,
it's okay, thank you, Ishak. Peaceful.
Oh dear. Where do I start? Haruna is like he had his education in India. Somebody, I mean, we're going
Ishak,
around.
please go straight. And
it triggers so many things.
Yes, I know. But
that if you are tempted to touch them, you see, instead of 1 hour movie, we spend 3 hours in adding additional stops. Eh? Okay. What was your question? I forgot it because of Haruna. What was your question? Can you repeat it for me?
Does your party plan to unite Ghanaians, although you are in opposition?
For us, we are already united Ghanaians. The speech of the vice president is a fair start. Now look, we were campaigning, working hard for the interests of Ghanaians. We believe we had a better vision for the people of the country. We have, in a way, built a system that wanted to strengthen and build the system more, so that the Ghanaian would at least have some level of comfort, build a stronger education. Ghanaians said no. They prefer a different vision put forward by the NDC. Is there something to quarrel about? The people are our masters, as he rightly quoted the Constitution. The sovereignty resides in the people. And if they make a decision, who are we to disagree with them? We would only help to make sure that the promises given, they account for it. Is there any need to protest? Do we have a right to say no? Why have you given to somebody? No. We accept Ghanaians' verdict. So I am even surprised that the person who have won is struggling. You have won. And as he said, we're not going to be obstructionists. We are going to give constructive criticism. We are not just going to criticize for mere criticism. We are going to criticize where criticism is due, and we'll praise them where they get things right. That is how a responsible opposition needs to act. So if going forward, my short answer for you will be a responsible opposition, holding them to account, helping with the media to hold them to account. As we know, we have what they call it, the overwhelming taking parliament. Our member will struggle to hold them to account, but they will do their best. But at the end of the day, their judgment day is coming in 4 years' time. If they fail to discharge the promises that they have made to the Ghanaian people. So there's no there's no need to even talk about unity, because we will be responsible opposition.
We are still live on GTV, GBC News. We are looking at
I think he wants
we are assessing the elections with MPP and NDC.
But favor is not our portion. Right? The fact that Ghanaians vote to change government doesn't necessarily mean we NDC failed. And indeed, if NDC had failed, President Mahama would never have gotten this vindication from the Ghanaian people upon his return. He would never have gotten this vindication. And see, there's something remarkable that is worth mentioning. You see the casualties President Akufo-Addo has claimed within the MPP. by prematurely retiring seasonal MPs in the MPP side. Katie Hammond, where is he? Honorable Katie Hammond. Where Honorable Oslowusu? And I can give you more. Why has he swept all of these people away?
You mean Akufo-Addo did that?
You see, his government record is reflected in their performance during the election. And even, you see, Honorable Chairman Sabonsu is the smartest politician.
Okay, if
he had gone, he would have suffered a similar fate.
I have requested 2 minutes for him, but I take my words back.
You see, I didn't want to allow him to talk.
I take my words back. He had his secondary education in India. He doesn't know summary.
He likes to add a lot of...
If you're a teacher, you meet a screen with somebody like that, you are in trouble. I was just when you ask for a straight word, the introduction is talking about this, and oh my goodness.
It's all good. It's all good. You are live on GBC. You are live on GBC and GTV News. We are still on the election coverage. The Electoral Commission has promised to declare at 4:30. And so we are here. We are looking at the transition process.
Yeah.
Once the declaration is made, there's supposed to be a transition.
Yes.
Yeah.
How is that looking?
I think there is a transition act, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the content, but over the years, I've seen how transition is done. So basically, the incoming team would elect would select some members.
Yeah.
Yes, who would then meet a team from the ruling government, and then they will meet, and then they will discuss. And probably, they are government in waiting. They already know what was in the poll because they made promises based on that. So I think transition shouldn't be a problem at all. They just have to come with an open mind and then listen and take over hand over nose and then make sure they write properly. And wherever they are even struggling, the government, I believe that for the interest of Ghana, the old team will still be able there to help them.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. There shouldn't be a problem at all.
Are we in a transition?
Yeah, and the transition, like Senior pointed out, there is an act, it's an Act 854 or something, which is, that's the Act 845. That deals with the transition process. And there will be committees from across the sectorial aspect of the economy. Because we have the Finance Committee to lead the finance and sectoral transition, defense, agric, all the ministers. There will be a team that they will be meeting, okay, and submit the work government have done, the pending works, including contract the government have entered into, and all of that under their ministry, agencies and departments, therefore within that ministry. And then they'll hand over. So that at least the incoming administration will have a fair mind about what happened here, what happened there. Honesty is what is required at this level. Because if you fail to disclose all the liabilities in that ministry or in your ministry to the incoming administration, the record will only come out with time. Definitely there are chief directors and then others who are also there as senior officers who are also part of either the public service or the civil service. Now, it is when that is done that when the new administration take over, you then be in the proper footing to understand the full image of the government that you are inheriting, which will also help your team to prepare a budget that will respond to the prevailing circumstances in the country, okay? And that will also give you the clear nature of how the government you are coming to lead is going to be, at least at the stage you are taking over, you understand? So the transition for me, the moment the EC declares the president-elect, the transition have already started. The transition have already started. I believe that, like it has happened before, you know, you remember when President Merz was about to take over from former President Kufuor, the runoff was 28th of December, right? Then 28th January 7th was barely 13 days or so, or less than that, for the transition to take place. But within that space of time, they were able to do, and the transition actually took place. Don't forget the year 2000 elections too was a runoff. Only 2016 that there wasn't a runoff, and like we are having now. So I believe from this time to January 7th is almost a month. There's enough time for both sides of the divide to prepare and go through all the relevant documents supposed to be going to be scrutinized, and then we'll have a smooth transition like we've had before. Yes, we have a smooth transition. I can only wish that the government should be candid enough and tell us the contingent liabilities sitting in the public corporations.
Ready for you.
And everything, so that at least when we take over, we can then hold them to account proper. Not forget the operation Recover All Loot, ORA,
okay,
where I'll be interested to go.
We are about to sign off, but before we go, I just want you to final words to supporters, both supporters, to stop the looting, to stop the massing up at collusion centers, and the problems they are creating at the various, very straight to the point.
Yes.
Ishak.
I mean, as we were just talking, I saw something going on in Savulgo, looting in Savulgo, government offices, people snatching certain things, even motor gears are being taken away. It's very sad. And as I said, for me, I don't want to affiliate them with any political party. The police should treat it as pure criminality. Where there's a need to call for reinforcement, they should do so, including us in the army, the fire service, and other security agencies to help. I think that's how it needs to be treated. And they have to process them in court very, very quickly.
If looting are going on, who are in charge of those institutions now? There's a government in place. And we have either government appointees and the public servants who are
I asked for a calm message.
What I'm saying,
yes,
I'm just making a reference from that point over and taking over. I think that the incumbent government have a duty to hold the public property in touch and hand over, because we just spoke about transition. I don't think that any NDC member will get the temerity and the bravado to evade any public agency and loot anything. I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
I want you to give a calm message to ensure that's what I want you to do.
The police have been on their feet over the last 48 hours.
Yes.
Looking at the face of the men, they are exhausted. They also have families at home. They are our brothers and sisters. Please, let calm prevail so that the IGP can call his men to go home and have tea.
Yeah, so say my people. Say my people. Those.
So please, we beg you. We beg you. There's an outcome. Our brothers in the uniform have been already. Don't let it overstretch them. That's okay.
Hi, Thelma. Welcome back. We are wrapping up.
We are, and we'll be handing over very soon to Maurice and Sarah. Where are you guys? We'll be handing over to Maurice and Sarah, and they will be holding the fort until the EC is ready to make that final declaration. And we continue to reiterate the call for restraint at this time, and for all of us to embrace the concept of Ghana wins that the GBC has been propagating since the start of this electioneering process. Much of these results that are being agitated are fairly out there in the open already. Let calm heads prevail.
Yes.
And in the end, let's all just bring this home one more time. Number 9 in our election quest, and we'll be handing over. I don't know why Sarah and Maurice are still all the way. But
yeah, we'll take a break, and then when we come back, we continue.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Keep listening and watching to GTV News. Thelma and I are stepping out and handing over to Sarah and Morris to continue from here.
And they will have the honor of being the moderators ahead of that very final declaration by the Electoral Commission. Of course, we are all still here, and we would want a quick opportunity to wrap this whole coverage process up. And so you will be on air, but you will not be alone, and all of us will be here to support you. Thank you so much.
We are hoping that the 4:30 deadline will be adhered to.
Because mind you, if the EC even starts at 4:30, we don't know how long it will take for her to declare.
No,
the president-elect will also make
all we want is the EC starts at 4:30. At least we know the process is coming to an end.
Said the man who has been on break all through the night and all throughout today, and it's just now coming to take over. So how nice.
Why do you want to do that to me?
And Sweet Pearl, the producer of the year, can go home and sleep.
Sure.
She's been here for 3 days.
Since Saturday. It's time for us to take a quick break. When we return, our running coverage of election 2024 continues. Stay with GBC News and GTV. We'll be back.
He's not just any Kwame, he's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained, and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447*333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
Do you know someone making a remarkable impact in their community? Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others? It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the nominate button choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred personality or company for the 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards. Nomination is open from now to December 2024. Be part of the change. Nominate today. To be a sponsor for this prestigious royal event, contact 053-540-1903.
Official media partners: GBC News, GTV, Lifestyle TV, Garden City TV, GBCGhanaOnline.com, Unique 95.7 FM, and Daily Graphic.
GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
Nzwanwa karbya wula ma yizo abu mbala nyala satar shanga pwan zo din kulinye yetwa ywe anwo ya shanga kama mbal shawni yipa male jilma garba shawsham be pati ya shanga banni diragu biyarsham yimi lala bin yarango kayal mangle yara dibma tizami pwan zo yetwa an me ya sham amma diya ne be sham dara tuna te buble shen yaranga tumma lahba shanga nan den wulgar sham patala mabe te wulgar jansi lahba tuba pa yel mosra ma puni tibi chere dina jam pa amma te yaran bon tinan to ta tinan to zama to pwan zo lahba wulgar soyema lam nirban no zayine amma kana tizan lan martaba dinan ka ni jansi lahba nyinde bwana verle de wulgar tendirba tamle jishi yemle pulone ya kaniro bang ne paza sun nya ne a marjire bi intul nirba yam pon zo lahba nire yam bi sham de wulgar lahba suma de zo papa ni jansi lahba ya nan wadan bon nzonma de pinala man ne nyin sane de wulgum la yurlam min nan gbanyin tafsun sune ne to lan le wo gana lo shadin viashi do yi pialan abu mbala nchapsa ma
amzo la ba mela odur ko nan be goma den kapi za sam jalan si yeto imela so do
Meet Kwame. He's not just any Kwame. He's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447*333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
Do you know someone making a remarkable impact in their community? Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others? It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the Nominate button, choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred personality or company for the 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards. Nomination is open from now to December 2024. Be part of the change. Nominate today. To be a sponsor for this prestigious royal event, contact 053-540-1903. 03.
Official media partners: GBC News, GTV, Lifestyle TV, Garden City TV, gbcghanaonline.com, Unique 95.7 FM,
as well as protection of your properties will be done to ensure that all of us and our country, Ghana, remains at peace with itself. Thank you very much.
Also in this package of election updates, the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the MPP, Mr. Bernard Ntwibwesiako, also known as Chairman Wontumi, says the leadership of the party in the region has accepted the results of the December 7th presidential and parliamentary election without any reservation. At a media briefing in Kumasi, he thanked the people of the region for their support for the MPP and its flag bearer, Dr. Baumia.
Ashanti region, so as Ashanti regional party, so yes, so your coalition. Now, as soon as you transform, now, yes, sir. Remember, my papa, yes, who said, you will be out of control of ability. That's so. One of control yet, the better was. One of control so, the better was. Now, yes, you take out your concept. Or no, I know the matter close here. Or my PhD or my PS. The name of only be the apre. And yet, Ashanti region, HBR, your best friend, party, but before you know, was Ashanti region. Regional executives, MPs, not the pieces, MMDCs, constituency executives. It's a regional council. They are few. Now, the APR, the drinks, who ye, Nasa, who ye, Madame, who the party they are going to have. They are about to win, they are about to soon. Yes, it's here. I demand a few. It's a nephew who are a few. And yet, no, and the idea. I was here, I was here. They will be here, and said, I can't bear soon if it's near far. He beat me as a son, he beat me as what you. Amagana, and the Ashanti.
The Institute of Democratic Governance, IDEC, has commended Dr. Mahmoud Baumia of the NPP for conceding and the NDC for affirming that their internal data aligns with the announced outcomes of the election. IDEC says this reflects a mature and collaborative approach to Ghana's democracy.
A statement signed by the Executive Director of IDEC, Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, and the Chairperson of the Civic Forum Initiative, Dr. Angela Dramna-Boaje, said this moment marks an extraordinary milestone in the democratic practice of our nation as the country witnesses an exemplary gesture of mutual acceptance and acknowledgement by key stakeholders in the 2024 electoral process. It, however, says, in respect of the concession by the NPP presidential candidate, a protracted declaration of the presidential elections results by the Electoral Commission risks undermining the confidence built by the candidate's acceptance of the results and the nation's desire to move forward. The statement added that once there's no contention between the political parties on the results, this new dawn shall serve as an opportunity to consolidate national unity, build trust, and strengthen the foundations of our democracy. It therefore urged the Electoral Commission to work diligently and expeditiously to finalize and validate the results, ensuring transparency and upholding public trust in the process. It also advised leadership of the NDC and NPP to call to order their supporters refrain from acts of violence while the collation of results is being finalized. To stakeholders, IDEC advised them to support a seamless transition and resist actions that could jeopardize the stability of this new dawn.
International election observers have commended the Electoral Commission, the political parties, and the Ghanaian electorate for ensuring a successful conduct of the 2024 general elections. Now, in the past days, observer missions from the AU, ECOWAS, and the Commonwealth have been monitoring the electoral activities in the 16 regions across the country. In the preliminary report of the exercise, heads of the three teams encouraged the Ghanaian populace to continue to maintain peace.
The professionalism of the polling staff and the effective presence of security agents at polling venues ensured that Ghanaian voters were able to freely and secretly express their choice in an atmosphere that guaranteed their safety. However, the mission was made aware and regretted the isolated security incident at Yankpala in the northern region, which led to the death of one person and injury to another. The arrangement made by the electoral management body for people with disabilities and the visually impaired to enable their independent voting contributed to the inclusivity of the process. The mission commends high sense of professionalism and patriotism exhibited by police staff, the security agents, and electorates, who collectively played their part in ensuring the transparent and peaceful conduct of the 2024 general election.
African Union Election Observation Mission commends the people of Ghana for their commitment to democratic principles as evidenced by the peaceful conduct of the 7 December 2024 general elections. The overall electoral process adhered to regional and international standards, reinforcing Ghana's democratic credentials.
We also commend Vice President Bawumia for his statesmanship in concession speech. It was essential in de-escalating potential tension. Speaking from experience, that is a highly significant gesture. We congratulate the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for his re-election as the incoming head of state of the Republic of Ghana. We further congratulate the VP-elect as the first female VP of Ghana. We know that the process of collating results is still ongoing. We hope and expect that Ghanaians will continue to maintain a peaceful environment in the post-election phase as we await the conclusion of the process. We will provide recommendations on how the process might be further improved in our final report, which will be made public at a later date.
You're still watching GBC News and GTV's coverage of the election collation. We're also being live on all our social media platforms. We're streaming live. You can tune in and watch us. We take a breather. We'll be right back. Received reports from the Greater Accra Collation Center that there was some chaos ongoing there. We reached out to our correspondent on the ground, Nanecha Abuaje, to give us some live updates. Hello, Nanecha.
Hello.
If you can hear me, what's the latest? We are told that the confusion is still ongoing.
We are still at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, and currently the truth of the North constituency results on hold. They are now focusing on the Okai-based central results. As it stands now, the return offer was attacked because based on the NDC secretary, the EC authorized him to give the results, but he seems to make sure that it's been announced. Now both have agreed make sure they do the necessary arrangements for this case. So now the returning officer and the executive are now here, surrounded by the NDC executive, making sure the results is being announced within 5 minutes. So they are on them in a manner that they won't change their mind. So according to them, the papers they brought, they did a duplicate, which was really to the NDC, and they never agreed on the results. So now they forced the return. They attacked him at a point that he was even crying. So now they forced him, and they are here to make sure that they declare the results in a moment.
Well, so that I could hear you clearly. Hello, Nanecha, can you hear me?
They are telling that whoever wins from there will be declared.
It appears we are having some technical challenges with Nanecha where she is, but earlier reports said that there was confusion at the collation center where the Ablikuma North constituency electional votes are being collated to get the winner for that constituency. But moving on to other news, following the contentions at the Okankwe Central Constituency and Ablikuma Central Constituency over the collation results from all polling stations, the EC is yet to officially declare winners of the parliamentary seats in these constituencies. So we bring you that report. Down with our correspondents in those constituencies, but let's move on. The Upper East Regional Minister, Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh, has congratulated the President-elect, Mr. John Mahama, and the 15 members of Parliament elect in the 15 constituencies. He has also promised to work for a smooth transition. Our Upper East Regional correspondent, Peter Agengre, attended the press briefing in Bolgatanga.
The Upper East Regional Minister, Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh, has called the media personnel to the Regional Coordinating Council here this morning to address us and tell us what he has about the aftermath of the general elections. Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh has been concerned about the security situation in the Upper East region and especially in the Boko area. He told us off air that he was happy that the election has ended successfully, and he is hoping to hand over to his successors when the time comes.
We should remember that as a people, the things that unite us are more important than the few things that divide us. And my appeal was that members of the various political parties should be decorous and measured in the manner in which they conduct their campaign. The elections are over. And as the regional minister and chairman of the Regional Security Council, upon assessment of what transpired in the Upper East region, I can say that the elections went on peacefully across the region. There were so many people who thought that because of happenings in Boko before the election, the region will be in flames, particularly in Boko. However, that was not the case. The elections went on peacefully in all 15 constituencies.
So from the Upper East Regional Minister's speech, we realized that he made mention of the fact that the District Chief Executive for the Bulsa South District, who also contested as the parliamentary candidate for the Bulsa South constituency, Mr. Daniel Gareba's residence was ransacked. He told us that a lot of people came into his residence to pick away certain items.
Yesterday, the police did well. They went into some of the homes and retrieved some of the items. They told me they got some furniture, and the people they got the items with, they brought them to the police station to take some statements. I want to believe that it was a fallout from the declaration of Dr. Clement Apaka as the MP. I'm not by this saying that that action was instructed or directed by any leadership of the NDC, but I think out of excitement and the fact that I contested on the ticket of the MPP against the NDC, some people felt that there was the need for them to come to my house, and I think when they came, some of them went off guard and started misbehaving, and I think it was an unfortunate incident. I was told the NDC chairman also went to the police commander to draw his attention to that unfortunate incident. And so I think that it was just some hooligans who took advantage of the celebration to do their own thing. And I can only call for calm in Bulsa South, because we are brothers and sisters.
So the Upper East Regional Minister, Dr. Hafiz Bin Saleh, has congratulated John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. He has also congratulated all the 15 parliamentary candidates of the NDC who have won their seats. Peter Agengre, GBC.
And back here in Accra, and following contentions at the Okankwe Central Constituency and Ablikuma Central Constituency over the coalition of results from all polling stations, the EC is yet to officially declare winners of the parliamentary seats in these constituencies. Our correspondent Golda Koda was on the ground and has more on this particular story.
I am reporting live from Okankwe Central, the coalition center, and as you can see, here has been cleared up of any debris, of any equipment that have been destroyed, according to reports yesterday. As at the time we got here this morning, according to reports from some of the workers and some of the observers, the EC officials had cleared up majority of the items that had been destroyed, and even their equipment that were used for the elections over the weekend. According to some of them, they didn't come to see any items destroyed or any equipment destroyed, but they did meet EC officials clearing up the place. So as you can see, here was the official coalition center for the Okankwe Central results on the parliamentary and presidential elections. So behind me, you will see the observers notice over there. Observers were asked to sit over there according to the information pasted there. This was also their projection stand as well, and this was also the board on which they were filling in the results coming in. According to reports we are getting, calmness has been restored to this place. As you can see, there are no items that indicates there has been a distraction or there has been tension and there has been chaos. So I'm here in the Okankwe Central Constituency. This happens to be their market, and we are here to speak with some of the residents about the happenings over the last weekend following the December 7th general election. Sir, please, your name?
Paddy. I'm Paddy.
So, Paddy, what happened over the weekend at the collation center before the declaration of results?
Okay, so if I want to be honest, we've actually exercised our elections here peacefully. There has not been any chaos or any fight here as it stands now. But then the only issue we have here is this constituency. They've not actually declared our parliamentary results, which has actually led to a bit of chaos and misunderstanding and debate within the constituency. And we are just looking forward to the EC to actually do the right thing. They should just put right things in place. They should put right measures in place so that we can actually know we have a parliamentary candidate. As it stands now, we don't know. Baba Sadiq, who stands for the NDC, has actually declared himself a winner. And Patrick Boama, who is also standing for the MPP, has also actually declared himself as a winner. They've all held press conferences differently. Individually, they've held press conferences. And we, as law-abiding citizens, we believe in peace. So we want the Electoral Commission to do the right thing. They should just put it straight to us. We don't want any kululu or, trying to change any verdict or figures over there. But we heard there was chaos at the collation center. And the people has actually broken the ballot boxes, and we heard it was the MPP boys who did that. They've destroyed the papers and the electoral, their machines and etc.
Yeah. My name is Asafacha Onsru from Okaikwe Central. What is going on? We believe that Baba Sadi have already taken the seat, but we don't know what the Honorable Patrick Boama is saying. So we are urging the authority to come out, EC authority to come out, to do the right thing, so that the youth around will know where we are going.
So some of the members of the Okaikwe Central Constituency, and all they are saying so far is that the EC is yet to declare the parliamentary candidates for the Okaikwe Central Constituency.
Over the past few hours, I think things are smoothly, but this morning there is this man who is an NDC man who is causing some small distance here because he's been having some argument with the MPP people that their candidates, that is the parliamentary candidate, has won. The NPP people are saying that he hasn't won, the MP has won, and so we don't know what is going on currently in this our constitution, because we've heard that the incumbent MP, who was the MPP parliamentary candidate, Honorable Patrick Boama, hasn't signed for the pink sheet or what and what. So we don't actually know what is going on. A lot of tension has been going on. Because, as I'm saying, if you go to some particular areas, people are still having argument as to who is actually the MP for now. So tension is still going on. Currently, before people came here, there was, some tension here. Even someone pour urine on someone here, just here. A woman and then one man who claimed to be an NDC member. So tension is still going on. So we want the EC to declare the thing, and then always we can see what will happen. But tension is still going on.
So we are currently in the Ablekuma Central Constituency, where the parliamentary candidate for this particular constituency has not yet been officially declared as well by the Electoral Commission. According to some of the reports we are gathering, there was a bit of contention over the results being declared. Hence, the EC has not officially declared in this constituency. According to some of the members, the provisional results indicates that the incumbent MP and candidate for the National Democratic Congress, that is Abdul Dan Latif, has secured the parliamentary seat for this particular constituency. And Jefferson Kwame Nasaki of the New Patriotic Party lost the seat with some number of votes. So we are in the constituency today to find out from some of the members of this constituency what this means for them and what they are picking up as well. We are here to see what's been happening on ground, whether there are some tensions and what clashes are ongoing as well in this particular constituency. Tell me your name and yesterday what happened over here and what's been going on so far.
Okay, my name is Franklin. From yesterday, from what we saw is that the NDC parliamentarian, that's Abdul Latif, was declared a winner, and then people went around jubilating that he is the one who has won. But officially, it has not been declared to we the people around, but from the coalition centers, it has been told that he has won.
On what basis are you declaring the NDC MP as the winner of the parliamentary seat?
Oh, from the look of things, yesterday, like this, he came around with his crowd, telling people that he is the winner. And then from the look of how people were following, people realized that he is actually the winner. And then from the coalition centers, the results that came out clearly shows that he is the one who won.
The EC has not officially declared with some number of votes that this is the winner of the parliamentary seat. So between both sides, what has been is the MP himself declaring, or supporters of the MP are declaring that he is the winner?
From supporters of the MP are declaring that he is the winner.
For here, I think so far so good. But by the other side, they are trying to push stuff, but the MP don't want to sign. But for us there, so far so good. We are standing on our days. We are on course. We have get our patient, and we know we have won it. So we just wait for the official declaration from the EC. Then we take over. But for here there, so far so good. We have won it. The EC have already do everything, but just for the other party to sign. We are waiting for the other MP. I forget the name. I think Jeffrey to sign. But if you see all the calculations, we have won it. Just to sign, we have signed it. Remaining the other side to sign. That's the reason why. So the declaration there, very soon you will see everything.
The friend Madam Musalu, Abrikma Central.
Then, also, since Saturday, what has been happening?
Oh, Saturday no day election no day. And Bibia sena feta. And Bibia fine. One day sena 2020. Etoni nyamanyama ba sabat. 2024 with the Mausabano, I gentry because of Obian Pese on Pra, entire gentry, Akramay. Parliament no abulative da. Minimum say, YCD, or declare. But me till Obimu Kakase Jefferson on Bassaye. But no, and yammy problem. So on Bassaye because. Imagine I am no, and you say 200, and you say 500, and you say 1 million, about 12,000 to 13,000. Sound a medium minimum, and the say a be a no ferry. So what I'm saying, and now be on say or the CEO 2028. But me about no saying on the minimum. But I say me MP the work parliamentary because yes you know afford BBA, why BBA and effort.
Results from the Ablekuma Central, Okankwe Central, and Ablekuma North constituencies. On Monday morning, some unidentified persons alleged to be supporters of the National Democratic Congress attacked the head office of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, at Kanda in Accra. According to our correspondent Mark Agodwa, the unidentified persons who arrived at the office complex demanded that the workers vacate the premises, and several items were stolen.
So what can you tell us about what happened here?
Okay, this morning we were in the office when the people came.
So what people? How do they look like? What kind of people?
Oh, some of them, I think they are the people of the community. So when they came, they said, "Oh, we should get out. We should get out. We should get out." And that NDC has taken over, so we should get out. So we went out, and they locked the office. Then they took the keys away.
What happened after that?
Oh, all of us went out, then they locked the office.
Okay, so that's what happened this morning. Did they take anything away?
This morning, actually, they didn't take anything, but we were told by the security guard that yesterday they came in and they took motorbikes and some of the air conditioning from the office.
Okay. So how do you feel as a worker right now, working here? Do you feel okay? Do you feel safe?
As for now, I don't feel safe because we don't know what will happen next.
Sunday, 11 o'clock. No inside. We will pick up white, you see. And now, you have a pure pick up. Nipa ma motos there uncountable. And I know as a see.
I'm see movie in a way. Gate, you know, or maybe a gate, you know, by force. Hey, I didn't choose the kind of me so. And yeah, he said, me take me, and I'm a doggy, and I want to share baby now, me a call, a flare, and penny for them. And he said, the PL who, near money, the Oma convey, papa. Work a concrete machine.
Okay.
Concrete machine, 3. And wheelbarrows, and your baby. And let me also meet me in King Kind. Moto a bobo ya 1. Brand new one cry. And the friend say, moto 2 times, 4. No, he says, I am call inside. Eko bubu near my whole crowd here. Can't say anything, no man steady. I won't mean until you my police for direct about the fray, no mobile, she said. My police station. Because you can almost buy buffet. Yeah, until near a saloon.
All right, so those were some updates post the election. We will go straight to the Electoral Commission headquarters. Our correspondent, Kafui, is standing by with some updates on what's happening at the Electoral Commission. If you can hear me, Kafui, you want to update us now?
They gave you the power, and now they will demand for the same power they've given to you. And that is where we are now. I am not surprised at all.
What do you think the first priority of President Mahama should be when he gets sworn in, inshallah, on the 7th of January 2025?
He should calm tensions down. He should put in place people and competent people who will manage the affairs of the economy. And he should make people pay for their sins. They should pay for their sins. They should pay and account for their sins. Those who have started monies in politics and start dark holes and start monies in politics. You go for loans and you start it in politics. You go for loans in the name of the country and the name of the people, and you start it in politics for you and your family. It is a very sad situation for us. What I expect JM to do is to make sure all those people account for the sins they've committed, the atrocities they've committed, the impunity. They should account for it. And that is what will keep the masses. It will help the masses. And attack the economy as well, and make sure things are normal. Some people just don't want any huge money. They don't want any huge money. All they want is something that will make them start something, start life. That is what they want. They don't want your billions, they don't want your mansions. They are interested in something that will make sure they take that for their families. But what do we see? What do we see? It's a sad day. Sadiq has won. He's a personal friend. And he has won the elections. I am happy. But at the same time, when I look back and see the demons we call politicians who have dealt with us for the past 8 years, it's sickening and it's sad. A sad day for Ghana politics. JM has won, but it's a sad day. I feel sad for Ghana. This is what we can do to our own country. This is what we do to ourselves. These are dangerous things we do to ourselves. Look at the young men. Look at the young men out there. The only source of income is betting tax and all that, and you are still taxing their bets. You are more than a pharaoh when you do that to them. How do you expect them to survive? A young man who is not working, how do you expect him to survive? And you, as an MP, the board chairman of Ghana Water Company, and also part of the finance committee, you look in the face of the youth and tell them that they are lazy people. They don't want to work. And that they don't want to work. The only thing he's interested in is pavement. The only thing he's interested in is pavement. It's pavements. That's the only thing he's interested in. And he will wait. He will wait every 4 years. You buy Indomie and give it to the women who are preparing, who sell Indomie outside. A box of Indomie. Is that your MP? Yes, the current MP. How does that sustain people? How? How will it sustain people? How will a box of Indomie sustain somebody for 4 years? Teach people how to fish. Don't give them fishes.
When I asked you what you wanted President Mahama to do first, and you said the first thing is that he should bring that attention. But there are people who are watching GTV right now and they say, why are all these young NDC supporters massing in front of the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center? Are you not rather raising attention? What do you say to those people? What do you say to those people?
No. the first thing is that some of us will stop them. We are peace loving, but it gets to a point. You can step on somebody for a very long time, but for how long will the person sustain being trampled upon? That is where we have gotten to. Look at the faces of the masses here. Look at their faces. You see sorrow. You see sadness in them. You see sorrow. You see sadness in them. At the point we can't control them. That's it. At the point we can't, because the impunity is too much. One, there was no trust for Electoral Commission, and they have proven beyond reasonable doubt that we shouldn't trust them. That is why they'll be here. When Afarijan was the Electoral Commissioner, we didn't see such things. When Charlotte was Electoral Commissioner, we didn't see such things. But even when we had won, with JM had won with over 1 million votes, over 1.7 million votes, we are still massing here because we know what the Electoral Commission is capable of doing.
What are you afraid of?
We are not afraid of anything. We are only being vigilant. We are only being careful. When you dine with the devil, you use a very long spoon.
How short is your spoon?
Very long. It's not short.
Very long.
It's very long.
Where is all this passion coming from?
Service. It's all about.
All right, so we'll go back to that conversation Kafu is having with the youth, NDC youth at the Electoral Commission. What we hear now is that there is a press conference currently ongoing at the MPP headquarters. So we'll quickly dash to the MPP headquarters and bring you that particular press conference, which is going to be addressed by national executives of the ruling MPP.
Graciously conceded to John Mahama on the morning of 8th December, just 14 hours after close of polls, prioritizing our nation's peace and security and economic stability. This is a fact which contrasts sharply with John Mahama and the NDC's action taken in 2016 and 2020 elections. We commend our leader and flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for the admirable statesmanship shown and putting the nation's interest above all else. And let us all remain steadfast in promoting peace, unity, as Ghana navigates this critical transition. We note that despite the MPPs have been recorded and have been shown on various national media and social media platforms, there are videos all over, and not one MPP supporter has been seen carrying out any such dastardly act. We are shocked that the NDC would actually attribute the vandalism going on to NPP supporters. We have lost an election, and it beats any imagination that our supporters rather will come out and ransack and run amok, break into state property and even personal property and destroying them. The affected constituencies still in an embattled decision making as a result of mayhem being caused by the NDC include Domi Kwabenya, Okainkwe Central, Ablekumanov, Tema Central, Nsawam Eduwajiri, Suhum, Akwetia, Fentia Kwanov, Pandai, Karga, Gushegu, Ahafano, North, Obuasi East, Ahafano Southwest, the Chiman South, Damango, Awing, the NDC in these constituencies have resorted to physical attacks on MPP agents, seizure and burning of ballots and pink sheets in order to destroy the very document needed for the declaration of winners of the election in these constituencies. We have seen and witnessed several episodes of alarming escalation of violence being meted out by NDC supporters through mass intimidation, threats, and physical attacks on EC officials and security personnel, even your own colleagues, media personnel. I have heard horrible stories of media personnel hiding under tables to give reportage because of very serious violence being meted out and attacks on coalition centers across the country. In the Medina constituency, an NDC supporter stormed the MPP's election operations center, accusing them of ballot printing and vote manipulation. In the Okaikwe North constituency, violence erupted at the Akweteman as NDC youth armed with machetes attacked the MPP party office, destroying vehicles and property. The NDC youth then alleged that the MPP parliamentary candidate had deployed thugs to disrupt the elections. In the Obuasi East constituency, the NDC voters clashed with military personnel at the Aka Poliso in an attempt to seize their firearms. In the Tolong constituency, tensions escalated when suspected NDC supporters vandalized an MPP monitoring team's vehicle at the Nyankpala DA polling center. There is no doubt now that the NDC trained and primed their supporters to cause mayhem, and they are doing what they have been drummed into. They have a quest to challenge the security forces if the state security should act, despite the peaceful nature in which these elections have taken place on 7th December, and how MPP supporters have carried themselves in a peaceful manner. The NDC will then resort to accusations. The NDC is forcefully trying to take over election declaration in the regional EC offices. The obvious intention is mass provocation, which will only result in violence, disruption of activities, and a disruption of the key peace processes which we have fought so hard to protect. The NDC supporters have already gone on rampage and are looting public and private properties in Greater Accra, in Ayawaso North Assembly. Freezers were seen being carried away. In the Nadmore office, NDC supporters attacked officials who were at work. Constituency offices of the New Patriotic Party have been violated and destroyed. In Tamale, the Agric office and the school feeding warehouse have been looted. This is exactly what leads to electoral violence. The NDC are challenging and punishing and pushing security forces to respond so that they can quickly turn and accuse them of intimidation and violence on their supporters. We, the MPP, are calling for action, defending our democracy, which we have all built over the last 32 years. The MPP will not allow the NDC to undermine Ghana's hard-won democracy. It is our responsibility to protect every citizen of this great nation. And it is for all of us to protect the democracy that we have. We demand law and order. We call on the Ghana Police Service to maintain law and order at all collation centers. And some of the videos we have seen, it's heartbreaking that supporters of the NDC are vandalizing the Electoral Commission offices, and sometimes the police are watching and doing absolutely nothing. And we feel that rather the police should be stopping these people from undertaking such actions and protect the sanctity of the electoral process. We demand for electoral accountability. We urge the Electoral Commission to ensure the swift execution of its constitutional mandate without interference and intimidation. Please get the needed documents to make you effectively carry out your mandate. It is only the Electoral Commission that the law has mandated and have the primary data to make these elections. And we expect that they put their numbers together and tell us how the election is looking, and not the preserve of political parties. Our demand to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the former president, it is you who will be responsible for Ghana's peace, security, and economic stability in the few coming weeks. A chaotic country is certainly not good for him. We are therefore highly surprised and deeply disappointed that you look on while these incidents weakening the foundation of peace, security, and stability and economic stability to be handed to you continue to suffer harm. We, the NPP, demand that John Dramani Mahama immediately instruct his supporters and party people to stand down and allow the EC to do its work. We caution you to note that continued propagation and aggression by the NDC supporters may lead to reactions which will jeopardize national stability. We are committed to peace. From the word go, our presidential candidate appended his signature to the Peace Pact, and his party is committed to its spirit and latter. We cannot but also defend ourselves if we come under extreme attack. Over the last period, in the last few hours, our party base and support base, we have held on because of the posturing of our presidential candidate. In the history of this country, within 12 hours of close of polls, he says that in the interest of peace and stability of this country, we have seen the trajectory of the results. Therefore, to avoid any build-up of tension, I concede defeat. It was our belief that this should have calmed the system, calmed the NDC, to ensure that the processes left thereof would all run seamlessly. Unfortunately, that's not what we are seeing. And the full blown of the horror is right in your faces, the media of Ghana. If this is what the NDC won power for, then it looks like we have a very rough ride coming our way. It's rather unfortunate that this is what we are being subjected to. We appeal to all MPP supporters, Ghanaians, to remain calm and remember that we are one nation with a shared destiny. Elections are not a justification for violence and division. They are not. Let us all work together to maintain the peace and stability that have been the hallmark of our democracy and the benchmark of Ghana. I believe that the NDC can do better. They can do better. If we are holding the fort on our part, we believe they can also hold the fort on their part. I'm therefore calling on the leadership of the NDC to call all the people off the streets, to get them out of the coalition centers, and let the EC do their work. You already have what you want, and I do not see the necessity of the brutalities going on. Just before we came in, sadly, we received news that Madam Ewusu Ekufo's house has also been vandalized in Ablekuma West. Few minutes ago, Yendi is also under attack. This cannot be the spectacle. Our member of parliament for Tolong, his house is under attack. Just for what reason? Just for what reason? That you have won elections? So the country should flame up? Should flame up? We didn't go attacking people when we won 2020 elections in 2016. We didn't do that. So why is the NDC subjecting us to this horror? We think that the media should take this up. It is uncalled for. It is gory. It is shameful. It's reprehensible. It's inconceivable. It is unthinkable and cruel, dastardly, and all the words you can find to describe it. We are committed to ensuring a very peaceful transfer of power to the NDC. If the country goes up in flame, they are the losing end. And that's why I'm urging that the one who stands to gain, President John Dramani Mahama, calls his party to order. That this country is bigger than any politician, all of us, and that the peace and security of this country should be the interest of everyone. Should be the interest of everyone. What is going on, if you push people to the wall, there might be a rebound. And that's exactly the point we don't want to get. Absolutely. Yeah. I therefore plead that let's all work together, the MPP and the NDC, to ensure that we have our democracy and the peace of the country intact. And on this note, I say thank you for coming, and that when the need arises that we address the press again, we will. Thank you. No question.
All right, so you welcome back. Not too long ago, that was the National Youth Organizer of the MPP, Mr. Salam Mustafa, addressing the media there. He's been raising a number of concerns and he's been making a number of demands, demanding that the Ghana Police Service ensures law and order. He's also calling on President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to make an official statement to call, the NDC youth who he alleges are looting and causing mayhem in some constituencies, call them to order. So it's been allegation and counter allegations. We are unable to know exactly what the real facts are. But this is the moment we are in. We'll be hearing from the NDC at one point. We hear from the MPP at another point. He is alleging that not one NPP supporter has been seen involved in the violence, pocket of violence that we see across the country. Also alleges that the Tolon NPP NP, his house has been ransacked by some youth in that particular area. He says that Yendi is under attack. The house of Madame Esla Owusu Ekufu is also under attack, allegedly. That was Salam Mustafa there. Sarah, there are a lot of things that he said in that particular presser. Yes.
So he's also calling for an electoral accountability, and he says the NPP is committed to peace. He mentioned the number, he cited a number of constituencies where the results are still being contended by the party, even though in some places the results have been declared or certified by the EC. So he's also admonishing his people to be patient and that wait on the EC to clear every form of doubt that those seats have been taken from, or indeed taken from the NPP. He also accused the NDC for resorting to physical attacks and intimidation of NPP supporters. But one thing that struck me was the fact that it appears the youth are angry, and they feel this is the time they must take what they deserve. But Sarah, I mean, those acts must be condemned. They must be condemned. But I'm just trying to raise the point that, I mean, this is beginning to mar the beauty of a very peaceful process that we've gone through. Yes. And for me, stories like this, also then begin to affect the image and the perception of the new government. Some of these things form the perceptions and the thinking of Ghanaians about what the new government will look like. So yes, I think that both sides should, come out and call their people to order. Exactly. This whole thing is not necessarily about the NDC alone. Yes, we know that we are unable to prove whether it's just NDC supporters, or we may have some MPP supporters also trying to get their share of the loot before the next administration takes office. But for me, what I'm concerned about is the politicization of our public institutions, for which reason when a new administration is about to take over, they feel entitled to loot these public institutions because the previous administration or the opposing administration has not been fair or has not treated them fairly or given them what's due them. So this is the time they must take what they need or what they deserve. So if we didn't politicize our institution and we saw them as state institutions, I'm sure as citizens we wouldn't feel entitled to or say my party is in power now. I know that the Ghana Police Service is on the ground. They are doing their best to restore calm and also bring some level of order. But around this point, building on your point of politicization of our public institutions, around this point of a transition when there is a new government, those who are supposed to take certain actions will now be looking, behind. Yes. And say, yes, there is a new government, in the offing. I want to be cautious. I don't want to do things that will make me look as if I am anti-government or pro-government. Yes. So around this time, there will be some level of laxity in the security, structures. Yes. And even those who are supposed to take actions that will bring results may be a little bit, relaxed because there's a new government
in the offing, and you want to be careful. Someone to align, someone to be seen as, you know, So politicization of public institutions, pretty much a problem. You go to NADMO and somebody is able to, you know, have the guts and walk to NADMO and say our government is in power, so vacate this office, and then they lock the office. I mean, that's
I'm sure there's been precedents. That's why they probably feel. Yes, it is.
And some of these things we saw in 2008.
Yes.
I mean, in 2012 we didn't, you know, see things like this. In 2016, 2020, we didn't hear stories like this of people vandalizing public offices.
There were seizures of public offices where they would ask the politically employed staff to vacate posts so that they would take over. Or, I mean, it's obvious that once a new administration takes over, I mean, the heads of such institutions would be changed to persons who align themselves.
Certainly, I mean, that's like the official change.
Yes.
But for people massing up at warehouses, we didn't see this in 2016 when government changed over. So I thought as a country we're moving forward. So this for me, very much sad and unfortunate.
All right. So when we I
hear that the EC is getting ready. I don't know whether they're going to declare the result, but our correspondent Suyoko Kwakutre is at the Electoral Commission, and she will be joining us with some updates from the Electoral Commission. So, what exactly is the situation at the Electoral Commission? Are they ready to declare the results? Hello, Suyoko, can you hear me? Trying to work the lines and connect to our correspondent at the Electoral Commission. It's 4:28, some few minutes to the time the Electoral Commission announced that they were going to declare the results. So we are still trying to, connect to the Electoral Commission. So we have Suyoko on the line. Let's go back to the Electoral Commission.
We had information from the Deputy Director of Election at the EC that the EC chair will address the press and give a final declaration of who the winner is at 4:30 p.m. It's almost time, and here at the National Collation Center we see a number of dignitaries arriving. I can see the National Director of Election of the NDC. We still have we have all the representatives of the various independent candidates and the political parties, and we also have a number of observers from the country and internationally. I can see reps from Kodeo. And when we talk about the media, we have the media representing in full. We've got representatives from, or the media from, international media from Reuters, Al Jazeera, CNN, BBC, and the local media is also well presented. So the die is cast. It's time to cross the Rubicon. We are waiting the arrival of the EC chair, in the person of Madam Jane Mensah, to give the final declaration of the results and tell us who the winner of the 2024 presidential election is. It is the duty of the returning officer, who in this person